Mina whai kakatete, he mihi mahana hoki ki a koutou. Kia ora everyone, and welcome to day 7 of the New Zealand Open Championships here at United Croquet Club in Hagley Park in the mighty o Tautahi. Joined in the commentary boxes Paddy Chapman, New Zealand #1 and current world #4, and the soothing tones that you're listening to is Jared Coots, who is not world #4. So Paddy, we're starting off here, and we're day 7. We've got Logan McCorkindale from South Canterbury playing against Harps Tahurangi, and Harps based in Wellington. And so, yeah, quarterfinal stage. It's game up in a best of 3, so Logan's game ahead, and we're not far away from starting the second game. So what's your thoughts on how things have been going so far for you personally during the event, an overall summary, and then I guess maybe some predictions against Harps versus Logan?
Oh, kia ora, Jared. Delighted to be here. I think so far it's been a very successful event. I think United have turned on the conditions once again. The conditions that we're all striving for in croquet. Hard, fast lawns, difficult hoops. Can't really ask for too much more than that. From a personal perspective, I've really enjoyed my time playing so far. And I don't know about you, but I'm excited about this match here on lawn 2.
I'm pretty excited, and one of the reasons for excitement, as you can see on screen now, that's Harps Tahurangi. As we mentioned, he's from the Wellington region, from Te Atiawa, and his marae is Waifetu. Harps is living in Wainuiamata, works full-time as a baker, has an extensive whānau, and I guess as part of his whānau, croquet whānau, we're lucky to have him here. For those of you who might not know a little bit about Harps' background, he has been a New Zealand McRobertson Shield player in 2017 in America. For those of you who don't know, that's the equivalent of the pinnacle of croquet, and like our World Cup New Zealand team. He's been a runner-up in the New Zealand Doubles Championships. I believe he's possibly made the semi-final before the New Zealand Open, quarter-final regularist.
That's a good question, Jared. I'm sure we can find the answer to that.
And if we look across now, you can see Logan McCorkindale, as we mentioned, from South Canterbury. Logan's still at a bit of tertiary study at the moment, and he's actually defending the title, having had an epic match against you in the final last year, Pad, where he's playing really well, and I would say in the last 2 years he's become one of New Zealand's strongest players, currently ranked #3, I believe, in New Zealand.
Definitely our most promising up-and-coming player at the moment. I think he's sort of come through almost out of nowhere in the last sort of 2 years to become one of the world's best players. He recently competed in the Worlds in England, where he made the quarterfinals, I believe, going down in a close match to Robert Fulford at Hurlingham.
Who was the eventual winner of the World Champs.
Who was the eventual winner.
And so, as we go back to seeing Harps on screen now, Harps is currently game down. So they started the quarterfinal last night, and Logan won the first game 26-7. So that means for Harps to win this match and progress through to the semi-final, he needs to take out the next 2 games. So Logan is an incredibly tough opposition. And what do you think will be the key for Harps, Paddy, to give himself the best possible chance?
I think it's certainly getting the first break. I know that sort of goes without saying, but interestingly, the lawn that they're playing on, the hoops are actually in new holes as of last night, as of just before the first game. So that first game last night was quite an attritional encounter. I think if Harps can sort of survive the first couple of hours until the lawns get really tricky,
he's in with a chance.
I think he's in with a good chance.
And if you've mentioned about the new hoops, and we've talked about how difficult conditions at United can be. We've got some viewers from around the world who might have been looking at some of the scores, and particularly in the doubles, where the game is first to 26 points, yet some of the games are won with incredibly low scores. 7-6, 10-9, 11-12. People failing to get to the conclusion of a game within that sort of 3-hour time limit plus overtime. So for people who aren't familiar with United, they might be thinking, is that a low quality of player, or how tricky are those conditions? How would you describe the hoops to someone who's, I guess, never experienced playing at United?
It's a completely different game here. As someone who has played croquet in 5 or 6 different countries and lived in 3 different countries, I've played quite a bit around the world, and there is no challenge quite like playing at United in midsummer. It fundamentally changes the way you have to think about breaks and certainly peeling. Oftentimes peeling is completely off the table, and you can fail a hoop from inches away, feeling like you haven't played a bad shot. As we can see in the warm-up here, I don't know if the cameras are actually focused on Harps at the moment, but he's had a few attempts at hoop 1 from less than a foot away, and ball's been rejected every time. So it does lead to more defensive play, slower play, and particularly, as we saw in the doubles, very low scores, as you mentioned, as well as the factors that I mentioned. Doubles play can just be slower anyway, just due to the discussions involved. So the scores to me weren't completely unexpected.
Agreed, and so I think one focus for both of the players will be having that extra level of concentration or focus when they're trying to piro. For those of you unfamiliar with the term piro, that's the Māori translation for running a hoop, and to do so, they're going to need to be really close. They're not hoops that you can just bully them through with just sheer force. It seems to me like you've really got to stroke it well to have success, and being in close range, close proximity, and having control, that will be the reward of the players. We're yet to determine who's going to have which colours, or for who's going to be taking play to start the second game in the quarterfinals. So while the players are finishing their warm-up, we might take a look back through their journey to make it to the quarterfinals. So Logan had a match against Levi, who's also from Canterbury. That's Levi Franks. Now, Paddy, you played with Levi in the doubles, and for a relatively new player to AC, he's had a phenomenal event so far, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been absolutely fantastic. So Levi hails from the Kashmir Croquet Club, one of the so-called Kashmir boys. Interestingly, I was the OG Kashmir boy way back in the day.
Yeah.
That's where I learnt to play myself. So it was long before Levi and the other Kashmir boys came along. But Levi and I teamed up this year, and from day one, I've seen his improvement every single day of the tournament so far. I wish I could take some credit for that, but I think he's done that all on his own. So in the doubles, we had a fairly strong campaign. We took a game off the eventual runners-up, and we eventually finished in 3rd place, which I think is a pretty successful campaign given the strength of the field.
Yeah, agreed. And I guess when we look at Levi paired up against Logan in the first round of the knockout, a lot of people just would have been predicting a 2-0 victory to Logan, maybe a 26-0, maybe a 26-9. But if we look at the game scores, the first game, Logan started off with a triple, so 26 triple peel to 17. So Levi had chance in that one. And the second, 23-20 on time to Levi, so he forced a decider. And in the third and final game, it was quite an interesting one where it looked like it was, bread and butter. Logan was 4-back and peg against 1-1, so 21 points to 1 and a first to 26. Levi had his what we refer to as the death shot, made it 21-9. Logan missed. Levi was going round to equalise, to make it 21 all, and really put the pressure on, but unfortunately had an error failing 4-back, and that's what sealed it for Logan. So for Logan, he had to work pretty hard yesterday, and I guess it was a big day for him. There was probably 12 hours play on the lawns, so there's possibly a bit of fatigue for both players.
Absolutely, it can be very mentally exhausting, just being out there in the hot sun all day, day after day. And I actually watched a bit of Levi's play against Logan well, I was supposed to be playing myself, but he was on an adjacent lawn, and in the first game, Levi was actually on a triple, and he only came to grief attempting to peel penult, going down to 2-back, which is what we call a death roll. So he came a bit unstuck there, but he actually had a good chance to win that game, and as it turns out, could have been a 2-0 victory to Levi.
And as we've scanned back over to see Harps in the final phase of his warm-up, we'll just have a look at his journey. So during the block phase, Harps finished in second position, and had a good chance at finishing top in his block, Paddy, because I know he had a bit of a crunch game against you, which was 26-22 in your favour. So Harps has been playing well during the block phase.
Absolutely. He barely put a foot wrong from what I saw in every game, and against me he certainly should have won. He only came to grief on his triple peel against me at the straight double stage, where the front ball was peeled and the back ball bounced out. So up until that point I hadn't scored a point. So to be fair to Harps, he probably should have won that game.
And if we look into Harps's knockout phase in the round of 16, he had a bit of a campaign against Peter Philby from South Taranaki. Peter loves his Areriki-based car and runs an accountant business up in the north. Peter, I would say, has been a consistent player in New Zealand across many years. And has been known to cause the odd upset, especially against elite players. He just loves beating people who are significantly better than him. But Harps, looked pretty comfortable, 26-11, 26-11.
Yeah, you can never take a game against Peter Philby for granted. He has a knack, as you say, of just beating really good players, as he showed again in the block stage this year. I think he took a game off Logan.
So players have finished their warm-up, and I guess one thing for the viewers at the moment, we'd like to make this an interactive commentary. Now, based on the Whakaata Māori streaming platform, comments are turned off. So if you have a question or you would like to put some info through, if you've got my details, flick me a message. Otherwise, the email address to make contact on is jared.coots@gmail.com. So that's JARROD.coots, COUTTS, and if you just make the heading commentary, I'll be checking those throughout the day, and we're happy to answer any questions. Just a shout out to Brother Wicks over in the UK and Uncle Keith, who we know are tuning in. So it's good to know that we've got some viewers from all around the world, and we haven't got a big crowd here at the moment, but we're expecting that to fill out to maybe the double digits by the time we get to the semi-final stage. And as we go into it, we'll just do a brief update on the status of the other quarterfinals. We've got Logan and John. They are one game apiece and playing their deciding game now. The victor will...
That would be Luke and John.
Luke and John, my apologies. They will go through and they'll progress to play against yourself, Paddy, in the semi-final, after you had a pretty comprehensive victory over myself, 26-0, 26-0 triple peel in your quarterfinal. We had a late start between Joe and Callum in the bottom half of the quarter. Joe had an epic, absolute thriller against Bonnie, which took the duration, the full 9 hours yesterday, and playing against Callum, who was pretty comprehensive against James in a high quality match that finished reasonably early. And this is our final quarter-final.
I just now that you mention it, Jared, that match, Joe versus Bonnie, I understand it had quite an interesting finish.
Yes, I believe you're correct, and we'll come back to that during some breaks, but right now we're watching Harps play Kikorangi. That's the blue ball, Kikorangi, and he's gone for a standard corner 2 opening, which is one of the more defensive options, but I would say as a reasonable option in these conditions. You don't just want to give your opposition the chance at a break. And what are you thinking Logan will do here? Do you think he will shoot at Kofai, the yellow ball, or do you think he'll have an alternative approach?
I think he'll take the shot at partner here. What's interesting though is the decision he'll make if he hits it, whether he would want to take off to the blue ball and dig it out of the corner and put it in a more aggressive position in the middle of the court, or whether he's simply content to just leave it there, trusting that he outranks Harps, and is wanting to just win the game based on his ability, versus giving Harps much of a sniff.
Bang. So
and he's missed.
Fero fired out at Kowhai and missed to just north. So Harps has the opportunity with Pungal, the black ball. Now there may be some viewers here who have never played croquet before, and if that's you and you're interested in learning a little bit more about the game, it can be quite an interesting concept to learn about. And one of the resources that's really well known to help break down the game is a website called Croquet Development, so croquetdev.com. So if you're new to the sport, I would highly recommend visiting croquetdev.com and having a learn about the logistics. And I guess the main focus of our commentary will be discussing with those people who have a little bit more familiarity with the game and trying to do a bit of a deep dive into some analysis. So here we go. Harps taking his first shot of the game. You can see Harps is playing in his 2017 New Zealand uniform, and this is the first day that he hasn't worn a rugby league jersey. Big shout out to the Wars, they're looking for a big year. Harps lines up the shot, he looks interested, and he's got it, he's middled it. That's a good start to settle the nerves. You can see Harps has an earpiece in. I believe he likes a bit of old school rock music to help him just relax and enjoy the scene. And Harps now has the innings, so to speak. So it'll be interesting to see what he does with this turn.
You're not wrong, Jared. This will be an interesting turn, albeit he doesn't have great break prospects at the moment, but just hitting that first shot does give you a lot of confidence sometimes. So I suspect Harps will be looking to at least come away with a strong lead at the end of this turn.
So very interesting how much the conditions change during the day. You know, we're 8:45 New Zealand AM time, and from a lawn speed perspective, these are probably just I would consider it an easy pace. Your lawn prediction at the moment, would that be around about the 9.5 seconds?
Oh, probably a little bit more than that, maybe 10.5.
Yep.
But certainly as the day goes on, the sun comes out and the weather starts to warm up, I expect that they could get up to upwards of 13 seconds.
Especially in patches. When you're looking at the lawn, you can see there is a fair amount of brown grass and a fair amount of green grass, or kakariki. If you have a really consistent green lawn, it's a nice easy pace, but in these conditions where there's patches of brown, patches of green, that can make that a little bit more of a challenge. Also on this lawn too, there's a few hills around hoops, so Harps approaching hoop 1, he wants to get first point on the board and have a chance at a break. We'll see how his takeoff goes.
Now, that may look like a easy hoop to a lot of viewers tuning in from around the world. However, I can assure you that hoop is significantly less than 50% to go through. It may be at the point where he doesn't even take it on.
You could see as soon as he played the shot, the hand went onto the hip. He wasn't happy, he wanted that 1 foot position, but he's taking it on. It'd be interesting to see if he does get through this, how much it just sucks into those jaws, or if it will run cleanly up to blue. And that's the first rejection of the game, and I can tell you for free, Paddy, that it probably won't be the last one that we see.
I reckon you might be onto something there, Jared.
I think he struck it quite well, and as you can see in this replay, Harps hit the ball pretty smoothly, didn't overpower it like some of the younger players seem to, and it just got spat back out. The hoop just said no.
It's interesting that he only played that at a fairly gentle medium pace, and it's still rejected several yards.
And there's been some quite interesting rejections that have occurred throughout the event. So yesterday I was watching Joe Hogan from New Zealand, inaugural 1989 world champion, and he actually, I don't know if you saw this one, Paddy, but he took a lift shot where he was aiming at core 5 from the end of B-Balk, missed the ball completely, hit hoop 3, rejected out of it by about 2 feet to make the Croquet, and then didn't bat an eyelid, and almost, I don't think he claimed that he was playing for it, but that's the sort of rejection that, you know, luck can just turn completely.
Absolutely. I saw another one yesterday, actually, Jared. I went out to referee John Christie shooting at a ball in a hoop. And he missed the hoop. Oh, sorry, he missed the ball, hit the hoop, bounced away about 6 yards and roqueted another ball. And we both walked off the lawn not having realised that. And his opponent sheepishly had to inform him he'd made a roquet.
That's a real kick in the teeth. Well, speaking of roquets, here goes Logan. And he has middled it, so the shooting standard has been pretty high to start the game. So, first chance for Logan. What's your thoughts on percentage of him going around here, Pad?
Got to say, from here, even with the ball at 1, it would be a very good turn if he manages to get a ball to 4 back. I think one of the key differentiators for success at United is these type of strokes, the big croquet strokes. If you can get your striker's ball close to the pilot ball at the hoop, and have a good pioneer at the same time, it just means that everything else is so much easier. It means that you'll be rushing to your hoop under control, approaching the hoop from close and running the hoop from close. But the moment that one of these shots goes awry, that's when things start getting really difficult. Now, I think he's played a really good shot there.
He's finished within a foot of the fitty, of the hoop, and also of the ball. So Logan will be happy with that one, and also good to see that though yellow he would have preferred for that to be further west, it's finished about a yard east of hoop 2. It's not incredibly south, which can be a problem for if he's approaching that off the corner 2 Kikorangi ball.
I think Logan will already be looking at blue in corner 2 here as possibly even the first ball he roquets after making hoop 1. Hoop 1 is always the hardest hoop of any break, and just getting through it means a lot. So I think he'll be eyeing it up. Oh,
he may not be going through that one. You can see the shake of the head, and I think it's interesting if... Oh no, blue and yellow, they're probably too close together to put pressure on it. I don't even know, would you even be taking that one on, Paddy? Like, that's just an incredibly hard hoop to run.
If anyone can run it, it's Logan. But I agree, Jared.
Abort. And you can see we have our second rejection from the fitty. The fitty says no. The hoop says, sorry, Logan, you've got to be straighter if you want to run through me. And we're back to a pretty neutral innings here. So Logan, as Paddy mentioned, an incredibly good player at running hoops. He's most recently come off the other variant of croquet, and I believe that's called golf croquet, where he became the national champion a few weeks ago. So Logan is hitting the ball pretty well, and he is aiming to become the dual title holder of both the Nationals, which is the golf croquet variant, and the New Zealand Open, the traditional version of the game, which I know we're certainly a fan of, Pad.
Just to add, he is actually the dual holder at the moment, being the defending champion of this event last year.
Correct. So he wants to extend the reign, but I can imagine there are a few people who are trying to get in his way. And speaking of which, we've just got on the lawn behind the streaming lawn, we've got Joe Hogan about to take game one against Callum Highland of Australia. So for those of you who, it would be a shock to me if you're unfamiliar with the name Joe Hogan New Zealand, but what would your brief summary of Joe be, Paddy? Because it's great to have him back in the sport after a bit of a hiatus.
He's just a fabulous guy. Probably best known in croquet as the 1989 world champion, but also I believe is a two-time MAC winner.
Yeah, I believe one of only... Oh, and that's a great shot from Harps with blue just roqueing yellow. So, again, a lot of people would view before we come back to Joe, a lot of people would view this and think that, all right, that's an easy break. We're just going to see Harps' clip-on fallback. But I actually think unless he gets a really tight rush on black to hoop one, there's still a chance all four clips could be on hoop one at the end of this turn.
Absolutely no guarantee of a break here. It may look easy, but you know, I'd be surprised if we see a clip-on fallback at the end of this turn.
And Hogan has missed the peg out with the front ball. It's gone off the lawn, so Hogan's currently on 24 points, but he's given Callum a chance, and he's given him a 4-yard roquet. So it's currently peg and peg in the Hogan quarterfinal in game one versus 3 and 4 back. So he'll be disappointed with that one. It wasn't pegging out like he did in 1989 to claim the inaugural World Championship. Joe had a pretty decorated career, was renowned as one of the best shots in the history of the game, and even had some terminology named after him, like the Hogan roll. So it's great to see him back in the foray, and we're hoping to get him on the commentary team at some point, because he is one hell of a storyteller, and we just love learning from him.
Interestingly, Jared, I believe he actually has at least 2 pieces of terminology named after him. So there is, of course, the Hogan roll.
The Hogan double?
There's also the Hogan era.
Ooh, I haven't heard about that one. What's the Hogan era, Pad?
I believe the Hogan era, viewers please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the Hogan era is making a double of 2 balls from the balk line and going through the middle. That just goes to show what a great shot he is.
He was that accurate.
He would get the middle every time.
So speaking of accurate, Harps has just hit, what I would consider personally an incredibly nervy, 7-yarder shooting back towards balk where there's an enemy ball. He's made the roquet, wanted to rush it off the boundary, and he really needs to get a rush on this red ball, or else hoop one is looking less and less likely, and I think that could be off the lawn. What do you think?
Our view's slightly obscured here, Jared. Just let me go and have a look. Yes, he has a perfect rush to hoop one.
So that must have been a very good shot from Harps.
Very good.
So again, people would be looking at thinking, oh yeah, this is just a ball round. But he's still got a lot of work to do to make hoop one. You want to be playing your approaches from just a foot dead in front. There's a bit of hill around this hoop as well. And as we've seen so far, it's spitting balls back out left, right and centre. So here we go, needs a good approach.
And he's got it.
He's played it well. So Harps is looking for a smooth, controlled hoop stroke. It wouldn't surprise me if he aims to play this at a pace to run it by about 5 or 6 yards. No, the hoop is just going to grab at it as it goes through. And hoop says no, and that's given Logan a golden opportunity. So a real shame for Harps, but a great opportunity for Logan. So from here, you would assume that there's going to be a ball round, but it's no guarantee with the hoop 2 pioneer being where it is. I'm expecting Logan to take this around though. What's your thoughts on that one?
Given the start he's got here, this is certainly the best chance anyone's had in the game so far. I would expect him to have a ball on fullback at the end of this turn, and I think we'll see him play a slightly modified break with the pivot ball probably being in slightly non-standard positions between while approaching the odd-numbered hoops. So you'll see him here put black up between hoop 1 and hoop 2.
And we've just had a couple of questions come in, Paddy. So the first one is about how firm the hoops are, and how would you answer that one?
Well, one of the things about playing at United has always been just how firm the hoops can be set here. Now, I'm no expert in
the measurement for hoop firmness.
But I do understand that the reason for it is the clay-based soil at United. Now, most croquet courts are built on a sandy surface, but many in Christchurch are built on soil that has a higher clay content, and when that dries out, it makes the hoops a lot harder to run because the hoop and the ground sort of become one, and it's almost like the hoops have been set in concrete.
Agreed. Now we're off the board. We've got Red's just run hoop 1. We're in control, and so this is the best chance to get an early turn underway. And I agree with some of the questions that are coming through that it is fair to say that the players like it the firmer the better when it comes to hoops, to add more of a challenge. Another question that's come through is about thoughts on popping. Now, for those of you unfamiliar with popping, that is when you are going around scoring your turn. So in this scenario, the red ball would be trying to get to fullback, whilst also trying to pop or promote opposition through hoop 1 or hoop 2. Sometimes you can do a pop on partner. So they're wondering if this is going to be a used tactic, and my initial thoughts would be that you would be an idiot to even attempt it, and all of the focus needs to go on just maintaining the break because the conditions are so tricky. Thoughts from the guru?
I totally agree. Not only is popping dangerous, but it's also conceding points to the opponent, which wouldn't normally be a consideration anywhere but here. But here at United, every point does matter. Earlier in the week, we had some rain, and I myself was doing a bit of popping, but all thoughts of that are out the window at the moment.
So here we go. He's looking for good control at hoop 2. And as you can see on camera, it's reasonably calm conditions at the moment. I haven't had a good look at the forecast, to be fair, but you know that everyone enjoys a bit of weather chat, so we're just going to bring that up now. And Otautahi, Christchurch, it's been reasonable for the 7 days. It was a real shame that we did get some rain overnight. So we're currently approximately 18 degrees and predicting to get to about mid-20s, maybe 23, 24. We had some of the days that were getting into the early 30s, and though that's not hot compared with a lot of parts in the world, for New Zealand that was getting up there, and that really dried the courts out, and that really slowed some of the play down, both from a progression in the game and a fatigue.
Yeah, for sure. I think we had 34 degrees on the first day, didn't we? First day of doubles. And that led to some interesting scores. I think there was a 7-6 in there and a 10-9.
And that 7-6 was actually quite a big upset, Paddy. It was two local club members, Geraldine and Steve, and they actually beat Joe Hogan and Roger Murfitt. Now, it's been phenomenal to have Joe and Roger back. For those of you who aren't aware with those names, they are the only two living New Zealand players who have won 2 Mick Robertson Shields. Roger was a real force to be reckoned with in the 70s, 80s and 90s. Hadn't played the game since, I believe, the early 90s, and made a comeback this year to partner Joe, while Joe's also had a bit of a similar journey where he had about a 20-year hiatus away from the game in the 90s and the 2000s, and then made a comeback for a few feature events in New Zealand, including the 2017 McRobertson Shield, and now that he's got a few additional weeks leave from work, it's exciting, and he's looking forward to be back, and he just really enjoys campaigning.
He does love a good campaign, does Joe. But more than that, he's such a great guy, and he just really wants to give back to the sport. He wants to put himself out there to challenge younger guys and keep them on their toes, without necessarily playing just for himself. He wants to share his experiences and give back.
And I think that was a big privilege, and why it was so great to get the opportunity to play against Roger and Joe together. And we've learned a bit during the week, and one of the things that Joe sort of talked to me about, which resonated very strongly, was how Murphy was the cake. He was the mixture, and Joe was the icing. And they were just a fantastic doubles combination that worked well together. And Joe speaks incredibly highly of Roger, and he thought that Roger taught him, most things that he knows, and they had a very successful New Zealand McRobertson Shield partnership together, including multiple New Zealand titles between them.
And I don't know about you, Jared, but I know that I wouldn't want a cake without icing, or vice versa.
I certainly agree with that one. So Logan's, again, you think, this is just a ball round, and though I think it will be, that Hoop 4 Pioneer being a lot further away from the hoop, and even Hoop 3 here, that's tough at the moment. Like, that is just not a gimme. He's got to put a lot of focus into this. There's every chance that if this doesn't go Hoop and Croquet, that red could finish down by yellow with the weight that he'll play it at if he runs it cleanly.
He's played a great shot there.
Very good shot, beautiful weight, nice controlled swing. And one of the things that I think helps take Logan to the next level is just that confidence that he has on his hoop running, his ability to hit those medium pace shots.
Yeah, I think that's a huge factor in, top 10 players versus those, 20 to 50 ranked in the world, is the gentle hoop shot, having the confidence to run, a hoop from 18 inches, 2 feet, maybe at a slight angle with control. You're trusting your swing.
So I think an interesting option that Logan's taken here, he's deliberately loaded hoop 6. Personally, I don't know about you, Paddy, but I think it would be very rare when the conditions are this difficult to be loading hoops 2 ahead. I know that's sort of just where the ball landed, so it's where it was an option, but if you had the preference for most hoops, would you almost be doing single loads?
I think I would, and here I would probably be trying to play my break in a way where the pivot ball is moving all the time. So perhaps, I know Logan couldn't have done it from the position he was in, but ideally he probably would have liked blue at 5 and then black on the south boundary or near the south boundary south of 4, meaning that he can focus on approaching hoop 4 to a very close position off yellow and then running through to the boundary. But I think he saw his opportunity for having a really nice tight hoop 6 Pioneer there when no better option was available, and he took it.
And just another couple of shout outs from some people who are new to the viewing stream. A big shout out to Mark Avery from the UK. Now, Mark was actually the inaugural runner-up in the 1989 World Championships, but he's had a couple of hot seasons and been one of the dominant players in both the UK and the recent McRobertson Shield. So, g'day Mup, great to see you tuning in as Logan goes to run hoop 4. And that is a very clean shot. The ball buries itself through hoop 4, jumps the pipe and comes over to join the commentary team. So you might have thought, oh yeah, that was a gimme, he was pretty straight in front, but no, that was a very, very good hoop from Logan. And looking like tight control now. So from here, I'd be expecting this to go to 4-back. I haven't been keeping an eye on leaves that Logan's been doing. I know in the past he's been a fan of spreads, but with his game having progressed a lot in the last 18 to 24 months, have you seen many changes with the leaves that he's been doing, Paddy?
I have actually been talking a bit with Logan about various leave options, and I know he's been sort of exploring new possibilities. So one of the ones he's been favouring lately, and actually myself as well, has been the Bryant standard leave. In the UK, I believe it's called the Patel leave, but Bryant was the originator of it in the late 80s, at least to my knowledge. I'm happy to be corrected on that, and that's where one opponent ball's put on the northern wire of hoop 1, and the other opponent ball's put northeast of hoop 4 in the standard NSL position, preferably with one pop on the opponent ball. So the hoop 2 ball would be left at hoop 4, and the hoop 1 ball would be left at hoop 1. It just means that when the opponent hits the lift, there's no easy break prospects. I don't think we'll be seeing one of those today.
No. I completely agree with you. Now, just an update for you, because I know we've had a few requests again coming in on the sole Australian contingent at this New Zealand Championship. Oh, actually, I take that back. Would Kathy be Australian as well, technically?
Kathy is now representing Australia, yes.
So we have two. We have two Aussies here, and we've got one remaining in the knockout. So Callum is in the quarterfinal against Joe Hogan from New Zealand. And the current clippage is Joe on peg alone, Callum on 3 and peg. So there is still plenty of time and plenty of opportunity for things to happen in this match. I'm expecting Joe to dry it up here. He's probably been involved in the most games that have gone to time. He just loves to get in the trenches, dig in, pitch the tent, and he's here to get his value. He wants play all day.
I know Joe certainly loves a long match. I do recall in 2017 he was actually involved in the longest ever Mick Robertson Shield match that progressed into a third day.
Now that was with his doubles partner Chris Schilling from Dunedin, nicknamed the Campaigner, and basically during that match Joe taught Chris how to campaign. He taught him about playing the long game, using all of his experience to try and, I guess, suck the life out of the opposition by just burying balls in corners and not giving away anything. And I think it's been a suitable nickname for Schilling now, just to be referred to in New Zealand as the Campaigner. He's one of the proteges of Joe Hogan.
And as you picked, Jared, Joe has played nice and dry. But
back to our quarterfinal feature, we've got Logan still in control, and it will be very, very interesting to see what leave this turns up as. So here we go, we can start to see this roving pivot ball around again. Every hoop is critical, you know, even this just not guaranteeing playing the croquet stroke from there that you're going to get a really tight rush on black puts one back at risk.
Absolutely, he won't be happy with that last shot. It's one of the wonderful challenges of playing at United is that a 4-ball break is genuinely challenging, and that's what we want croquet to be. I know in recent years with the introduction of automatic watering systems and such, fast, hard lawns have been quite difficult to come by. But players like Joe Hogan come from a time when lawns were routinely like this. However, in recent years, to try and combat the slower, easier lawns, the hoops themselves have become a lot more difficult. And I think a combination of those two factors here,
agreed,
the quadway hoops plus the the 1980s style hard, fast lawns give us the hardest conditions in the world.
Agreed. So here we go. We can see Logan approaching Tahi Komuri. So that is one back. And he's not happy with the approach, though it looks reasonable from a distance. That's probably a little bit further away than what he'd like. A little bit of an angle, and you think, oh yeah, that's a gimme, but it's just not. Really has to put the focus up, and he's played that very well actually. Ran it very cleanly considering how, I guess, the emotion that he showed from where he landed in the one back position. Rua Komuri, two back, looking pretty good, and he's going to send this down to Toru Komuri, three back position. The faster these courts get, the trickier these big croquet strokes become, and I thought that's what sets out the elite from the sub-elite players.
Another brilliant shot from Logan there. He's got a rush towards the blue ball and a very good pioneer at three back.
And so let's just have a read through, Paddy, and we'll have a look at some of the while Logan's finishing this turn. We'll go back to some of the block phases because there were a few upsets in some of the games, and we'll just talk through there. So block A, we had Paddy, Harps, John, Stefan, Kerry, Levi, and Steve, and we've mentioned him already, but the qualifier in fourth position, wasn't expected to qualify from there. So that's Levi, and I'm personally very excited to see his future growth in the sport, and great to have some more developing young AC players in New Zealand. How would you word his potential?
Oh, he's just got a wonderful swing.
Solomon grip.
Solomon grip. I hadn't actually officially met Levi until the morning of the doubles when we were going to play together. So we sort of we learned each other's games as we went along, and I was very impressed by. I obviously knew he could shoot very straight, being a former golf croquet national champion. But I was really impressed by his croquet strokes and his hoop approaches, and he has a very nice, controlled hoop shot, which is a good recipe for a good AC player.
Agreed. And if we roll through to Block B, it didn't surprise me, but based on seeding, it was an upset to see Logan's younger brother Reese take the fourth qualifying position. So Reese was actually the 7th seed in the event, but had 3 victories. That got him to the 4th position, and similar to myself when he versed you in the knockout, Paddy, he didn't have that many opportunities because you were just playing quite well. But from what you have seen of Reese, what's your thoughts? I think he's in a similar pool to Levi, just a lot of potential.
Yeah, massive potential. I mean, he's got the additional advantage of having Logan as a brother, which has got to be a huge factor in his croquet development. But yeah, he hits the ball very nicely. Again, he's got really nice croquet strokes. And as people kept reminding me, if I dropped a game, it would have been the greatest upset in croquet history statistically. So there was quite a lot of pressure on me in that match.
I think you've got a grade of 2,600 and something at the moment, and Reese had a grade of about 1,200. So yes, it would have been the world's biggest upset
by quite a long way.
Didn't happen, and
I was just pleased to get through it. Let me tell you.
Speaking of, well, not an upset, but another great shot from Joe Hogan, 1989 World Championship on the lawn behind us. He's just hit a 30-yarder to take the Croquet, currently on 25 points, which means that Joe, unless disaster strikes, will peg off and take game 1 against Callum, and the score will be 26-15 in game 1 to Joe Hogan. Right, here we go. We've got Logan playing for a spread. Now, would you have any variation on the spread here, Paddy? Would you be a little, as the senior player in the game, would you be a little bit more defensive and play for black tighter to the boundary here?
I think I would. So as on paper at least the stronger player in the last couple of matches I've played, I've been looking at doing slightly more defensive style leaves, be that balls on boundaries or NSLs or MSLs, just leaving balls closer to the boundary. And I think that's what we're going to see from Logan here.
And just another couple of questions filtering in about one of our other qualifiers, Chris Schilling, who will get to his round of 16 match shortly. But a couple of people wanting to know when Chris Schilling started his croquet career. And my understanding is that was quite a while ago, wasn't it? I know that doesn't give us a yearly answer.
Yeah, I know he's been on the croquet scene for many decades. He's got that classic New Zealand style Solomon grip, no casting, probably learnt from Paul Skinley.
Yep.
I can see a big Paul Skinley influence there that you can see in a lot of players, particularly around the Wellington region, but Chris himself being from Dunedin.
And I know that New Zealand's had some significant passings in the last couple of years of some of our croquet legends, but I can imagine they're looking down on us right now, and they're watching with joy, especially Paul, as we just mentioned. So, Paul, we hope you're enjoying the croquet, brother.
Absolutely, Jared, as you mentioned, Croquet New Zealand's been through a tough few years, losing Paul, of course, Bob Jackson, one of the New Zealand's best ever players, John Prince, who was a very dear friend of mine, and Aiken Hakes, who was also a former New Zealand Open champion, so we miss them all.
And just cutting back to, we can see that Logan's had an OSL here, partially because he wasn't confident of getting that kikorangi, the blue, near the tia, or the centre peg for his spread. So with this being the case, all clips on hoop one. I quite like that as an option. What's your prediction, Paddy? Do you think Harps will play the pango, the black, or the kikorangi, the blue?
It's a good question, Jared. I predict he will lift the black and take the short shot from the end of A ball, get yellow. Let's see how wrong I am.
Now, we're just going to be joined very briefly by our good friend Joe Hogan. And Joe, you're currently live in your quarterfinal. We've just seen you take the first game. Would you mind just coming and giving us a quick comment before your second game starts about how the match feels? We know you had a brilliant campaign yesterday, and just what's your current thought on the form at the moment as you prepare for Game 2? So this is going to be the sound of Joe Hogan, 1989 inaugural world champion. So welcome, Joe.
Yeah, thank you very much there. And yes, I find that hitting the reasonably good shot, which is the one, especially the one under pressure, not every shot, but the one that you got to hit, I'm finding I'm being able to hit at the moment. But I'm still not match hardened, because when it comes to the finishing off, I had 4 or 5 times to finish, and I didn't. And a couple of croaky strokes let me down. So plenty to improve on, but I love being here, and it's good crunchy stuff, and I really woke up this morning looking forward to coming here and just being among it. It's just great playing at this level and in this beautiful place.
And that's a really awesome comment from Joe, and we're very privileged to have him back involved in the game and still at a very, very high level. So, Joe, we wish you the best for the remaining part of your quarterfinal against Callum. Joe wants 2 games. He wants his value for time. He only needs to win 1, but he wants to get his value in. He's dug in. He's pitched the tent. All right, here we go. So we've got Harps, taking his first lift shot. It's a 9-0 lead with a ball on 4 back to Logan. Taking the short shot with Pungo. He stalks the ball. Lines it up. He wants a smooth contact off the ball. He's got a lovely temperament with his swing. And he's middled it again, so that's 2 from 2 harp shooting, so that'll give him a boost. It's still not an easy pick up here though, is it, Paddy?
It certainly is not, Jared. But what a level of shooting so far. Have we had a miss yet?
Just the third turn miss from Logan, otherwise it's been high quality and interesting. You think, oh yeah, I've hit the lift, I'm just going round, but Harps is going to find it reasonably difficult to get a Kai Hopara, so a pioneer for hoop 2. I still think he'll want to take partner across to hoop 1, so I think he'll rush red up the lawn, and that's what he's doing. Having to leave yellow in the corner means that he doesn't have a kohuri, a pivot ball. He's just teasing with the line there. That could have gone out a lot earlier.
Yes, I think he looked a bit disappointed when he first hit it, but then that ball just flirted with going off the boundary and never quite did until it actually ended up in quite a good spot. Just going back to the comment about Chris Schilling earlier, I've looked up his record. His first ranking game is listed as 1989.
Now, if that's not a coincidence for starting the same year that Joe Hogan became world champion and those two becoming doubles partners in 2017, I don't know what is.
No, I think it was destined to be, Jared.
1989 was one hell of a year for New Zealand croquet. Speaking of one hell of a year for New Zealand croquet, we're very privileged to be teamed up with Whakaata Māori for this streaming platform. For those of you who haven't listened or tuned in to Whakaata Māori before, it is part of the kaupapa for Aotearoa's Home of Series, News, Sports and Entertainment. So a big thanks to Whakaata Māori for your support in allowing us to stream the great game of croquet. So hasn't got the rush to hoop 1. I'm predicting that he's just going to lay up in corner 1. Logan obviously wanting to play his yellow ball, his kowhai, since that's still for hoop 1.
I think we might see blue go off the lawn here.
Doesn't like the look of it.
Blue's just gone across the line by about 1 foot. He'll be pretty disappointed with that shot.
So it's crossed the Rārangi Timatanga, which is the balk line, Rārangi Timatanga, and that signals the end of Harps's turn. So Logan at the Timata, the start of his turn. Interesting to see what he does here. Do you want to, if that was his hoop 1 ball, I think he'd definitely be shooting. Does he want to potentially give away the chance of an innings? If he shoots at partner, misses, and Harps can join up, what would you be doing here, Pad, with red?
Oh, I think I would be playing red at yellow here. It puts a lot of pressure on Harps to actually hit his 8-yarder with not great break prospects if he does so.
I'm really surprised about this option.
Yeah, Logan must fancy the shot. Sometimes the shot just looks right.
Bang. and he's missed it. No, I don't think that's... I just don't know if you want to give Harps that chance at a break.
No,
It must have been a nice target.
Honestly, I don't think it was Jared. Blue went out on the west boundary. So I think Logan was just shooting at a single ball there. So Harps, although it's not a gimme, Harps has
Chances
almost a free go, a free shot at red here with Blue, and a ball at his hoop. I say a freer shot because that is Logan's four-back ball, which means that even if Harps misses, then Logan can't make much progress with that ball.
So sometimes you might wonder, he high perai, why do they do that? And that's a little bit what I'm thinking about that last turn. Although he seems to have gotten away with it.
Yes, I've just been round to have a quick glance, Jared, and Harps missed the shot at Logan's ball on the south boundary, leaving Logan with a very short roquet.
So Logan, good opportunity for a great leave here. And a few players are just, not a few players, a few spectators are just interested to see what type of pakuru that both of the players are using. So my understanding is that Harps is playing with a hybrid mallet. He's got a Terminator head from, Logan, that is just in. So good weight. Harps playing with a Terminator head made by Mike McClure and Nelson with a Ray Puckett handle. So half Terminator, half Puckett. And Logan's mallet, Paddy, is that a trimmer or is that an older version of the Pidcock series?
Logan's mallet is a trimmer mallet, and he's got one of the Kevlar weave carbon fibre heads, which gives it a slightly yellowish colour. I don't know if having a bulletproof mallet head necessarily makes a difference to the playing characteristics, or maybe it's just for aesthetic reasons.
Personal protection, comfort?
All of the above. And I see his mallet actually has brass end faces as well. Now, he's one of a few players that seems to be able to play very good croquet strokes with the brass-faced mallet. I was never one of those. So I don't know how he does it, but he certainly does.
And interesting to see that he's going to lay up in corner 3. He's looking to maximise distance, perhaps, to give him the easier chance at a break. And I actually wonder if he's just subconsciously thinking, well, if I can start near hoop 3 and Harp shoots, that possibly means an easier start to an attempted triple peel, but he has clubbed that. No, I thought it was going bang. Yellow just stayed in the yard line. So it's actually ended up being a ha-ho pie, a good shot. Though he does have a long lag, so I think if he had the chance, he'd probably choose to replay that roll again.
I think he's going to be pretty happy with that, actually, Jared, having the yellow within the boundary. He doesn't need to leave a rush necessarily in court. I think an interesting option here would just be to leave the rush down towards corner 4 and give Harps the dilemma of what to do.
Yeah, I agree, because it's still still not a guaranteed break if Harps just buries the ball into corner 4. So here goes Harps, looking to make the tuki, the Croquet. Eyeing it up. Keeping in mind he has made most Croquets that he's gone for so far this game, apart from that latest short one. So will that still be sitting on his mind? Harps has had a pretty successful event so far. And as predicted, he is going to bury a ball in corner 4, so hence Paddy's earlier comment about leaving the rush into corner 4 to stop him from doing that. That could have been a very, very good option for Logan. Still a chance at picking up a break here, but significantly harder to even think about a triple peel at this stage.
Just going back to some block results, Jared. I think we've covered
Block A.
Block A. It's time we had a look at a review of one of the other blocks.
I think, well, it seems to make sense to me to go in chronological order. So let's go to Block B now, Paddy. And so in Block B we had 6 Kiwis and one English player, James Galpin, young croquet player in his early to mid-20s now. Apologies if there's a bit of background noise. We've just got a bit of tree trimming going on, so that won't be here all day. But if there is a bit of distortion, our apologies for that. Tree trimming going on in the adjacent lawn to us from outside of the Croquet Club. And we may as well do a shout out if anyone in Otautahi looking for some tree trimming. It looks like Tree Tech is the company to use. They've got an efficient crew. It's nice to see them all standing around. Well, not all standing around doing nothing. They're all actively involved in the work. So they'd have my vote if you need some pruning and some wood chipping done. So going back to Block B, we had Logan as the top seed, who didn't actually go through with just straight games. There was one upset, and that was against Peter Philby. So Philby likes to beat top players, and that was a 23-21 win. In second place in the block, we had James Galpin, who played very well throughout and looked incredibly solid with his shooting. In third position was Peter Philby with the impressive win. We actually had the top 3 players were all on 5 out of 6 wins. Ooh, Logan, what's he thinking about who won here? We'll come back to Block B in a second. What pace are you trying to run this at, Paddy?
Enough to get it through, Jared.
And Logan creams it through. Is it going to hit the hoop or red?
No, that's a great shot.
So I think it's starting to look like a really good option by halves for going into corner 4. Do you think Logan's going to play for control here at hoop 2 and play for the rush out of it? Or do you think he's going to bury it and reset the lawn?
I think he'll take his rush to hoop 2 here. Make the hoop while it's on offer. Honestly, I don't think he's really got any ambitions of peeling right at the moment. He's played his first ball round. He's got a feel for the conditions and whether or not a triple peel is a viable tactic. I suspect he's decided against it already. So, opting to get another point on the board with a chance for some more by getting a rush back down to blue.
And here's the approach to the fitty, the hoop. It looks like a reasonable approach, and I would say that if he runs that off the north boundary, he's going to have a good return rush down to blue. So the big cast, the powerful swing, and bang. Looked like it didn't even touch the sides. You can see how he has recently become the golf croquet national champion, and that hoop running definitely going to have its advantages as he's playing some AC.
Absolutely. I mean, he's got an all-round AC game, but the ability to run hoops like that, never heard anybody did it.
Potentially quite a difficult Hahu Wawahi coming up, so that's a difficult croquet strike. He's rushed that really nicely down south, but there's some fast skatey patches around hoop 1, so to get a tight rush to hoop 3 and to get a pioneer at hoop 4, that's no gimme at this stage.
And just an update on lawn 5, Joe Hogan versus Callum Highland. So at the start of game 2, Joe appears to have won the opening and is now approaching hoop 2 off partner on a 3-ball break with Callum's ball at hoop 3 and the other ball in corner 4. So chance for Joe here to go game and break up. And that's a pretty good shot there by Logan. I think he'd give that one a 9 out of 10 for his rush to hoop 3. The only difficulty he's got here is that he's approaching it from the west side, which means that it'll be very tough for him to get a rush out of the hoop pointing west. If he had been approaching the hoop from a yard the other side of the hoop, it would have been a much easier task for him to get that rush out towards red.
It's a very tough hoop 3. Looks like he's playing that just at pace. That's his confident, and that's a great hoop stroke.
He's actually a little unlucky with the angle, the exit angle of the hoop there. He could rightfully have expected to finish up 2 yards on the other side of the hoop to be able to rush blue westwards.
Now, croquet has a lot of benefits, but one of the ones that I'm quite excited about is just the plate of kai that's been brought over to us. So if you're looking to get into some croquet, yes, the food is beneficial. There's lots of other golden opportunities that come with the sport. It's a great tactical game. Hand-eye coordination is an advantage, and one of the things that I really like about the sport is that you don't necessarily have to be the best player physically or have an incredibly high level of physical fitness to play the game to a high standard. You can sometimes outthink your opposition, and it's a great tactical game, and for those of you who might not be familiar with the traditional form of association croquet, sometimes people say there's similarities between chess or snooker, but on a almost a tennis court size playing field.
Yes, I think a croquet lawn is actually almost exactly the same size as 2 tennis courts side by side.
So a pretty good chance that a clip could end up on hoop 4 at the end of this turn. We can see Logan's playing for red as a deep ball after he runs hoop 4 as he goes to black in the corner. And my guess is that he won't go all in and just play for the takeoff. I think he'll take a defensive option with black going up towards hoop 3. Thoughts, Pad?
I agree, Jared. I think we may even see him put black up towards hoop 2, simply to straighten his croquet stroke when he's approaching hoop 4.
So here we go, lining up the croquet stroke. Wants all the emphasis to be on getting yellow in front of hoop 4, and his secondary priority is getting good distance on the pungo, or the black ball. Very tough hoop 4 coming up.
He's given himself a chance. I guess all you can ask for here is to be on the playing side of the hoop. Fantastic hoop by Logan. So now all his hard work has paid off. He's now got a perfect 4-ball break ahead of him, and I think we might see a ball to the peg here. What did you think of that shot, Jared?
Oh, carp high, Logan. Fantastic hoop 4. I thought that was less than 10% to go through. So, very impressive shot, and will be very interesting now to see what he does based on that roquet. I think he's just playing for control, and this is just going to go into the good pivot position. But there was a part of me that thought that Logan would chase the delayed triple, but I think this is the right decision considering the conditions. You know, if he can take this round to be 4 back and peg against 1 and 1, that's, you know, game up and 2 breaks up. That's putting a significant amount of pressure on possibly Harp's last shot of the match. But I shouldn't count my chickens yet, because there is a long way to go in this turn.
And being 21 points to 0 up in croquet isn't necessarily a guarantee of winning the game. However, in these conditions, it is a lot more important to get points on the board. Coming back from 21-0 down on a lawn like this is very difficult indeed.
Agreed. And at that sort of elite level, even if you're 21-0 up, you're only one shot away, one miss away from losing 26 triple peel 21. So while Logan's in just control and going around with his routine break, we thought we'd go back to the blocks to just have a review of those. And so we've had a look at A and B, and a big congratulations to Levi and Reese as being the qualifiers from outside of their seating, so both near the bottom of their block. And as we open Block C here, Paddy's going to talk us through some of the results from Block C.
Well, as expected, leading the way in Block C was Joe Hogan on 5 wins out of 5, although that doesn't really tell the full story, does it, Jared?
No, so as you can see, a couple of Joe's results, he didn't quite get to 26 and peg out the game against the second seed in the block, John Christie from Thames Valley. Joe had a 21-20 win, and my understanding is that was inclusive of the doubles. That was the 4th or 5th game that Joe hadn't gone to time in where it was within 1 point either way. So he loves going right to the wire and getting full value for money, as he likes to refer to it as. In third place, we had another seasoned campaigner, been playing croquet since the 70s, a New Zealand Open champion, McRobertson Shield player, and that was Dennis Bullock. So great to see Dennis still competitive. And in fourth place, someone who we will definitely talk about when we do our analysis of the first round of the knockout phase, relatively new to the sport, Luke Rive. Some people know him as Los Pepe, and Luke was the 4th seed, got his 2 wins, did what he needed to do to qualify, and Luke is a dangerous opposition.
Yeah, Luke's only been playing for a handful of years, but he's already shown massive potential. And he's from an extended croquet family up in Auckland.
Pip,
Luke's
Andrew.
wife. Yeah, Luke's wife, Pip, and Pip's brother, Andrew, both play croquet. Both played in the New Zealand school age singles tournament, AC singles tournament, back in the 90s, I believe, which has produced a number of top players over the years. As well as that, I believe it's Pip's auntie, Pixie Jones, is a stalwart of the Auckland Association.
Yep. And brother Andrew is back playing again, and after his sort of, I guess, debut season for his second time, he had some really promising results. So looking forward to seeing what Andrew can do over the coming years, providing he sticks at it as well. And also a special mention to Carolyn Fordyce, a good friend of mine and actually a colleague down at our high school, Mount Hutt College, in the mighty mid-Canterbury, or Pookie Town. Carolyn getting her first win as a singles player in the New Zealand Open, which she was very ecstatic about, and quite an interesting score, Paddy. It was plus 17, but it's not the 26-9 that most people would think of straight away. It was actually 17-0, which is, I think, the first time that I'd ever heard of that result occurring in a 3-hour time game.
It may be the first time that's ever happened in croquet history. I would not be surprised.
But a big thumbs up for Carolyn, for the mahi that she's been putting in lately. Her progress over the last couple of years is very exciting, and I think she has the potential to become one of New Zealand's strongest wahine players, and really give things a shake-up on that scene.
Yes, and Carolyn was actually awarded New Zealand's most improved AC player last season, and I think that was thoroughly deserved.
Real testament to the mahi that she's put in behind the scenes.
And if the Fordyce name rings a bell, could you tell us why that is, Jared?
Yeah, so that is a direct connection. So Carolyn is the mother of one of New Zealand's current top players, young Edmund Fordyce. So shout out to Ed if you're tuning in. We can now see where you got the croquet genes from, and we're really hoping that one day we could see a mother-son combination in the New Zealand doubles with Edmund and Carolyn teaming up together. Carolyn played doubles with Greg this year, and had a pretty tough first day, to be fair, but then played their way into form and and made the doubles plate final, eventually going down by 1 point. So I would say it's been overall a successful event for Carolyn that she should be very happy with. So Logan just ran another fitte, ran another hoop, and he hasn't got complete control yet with that pivot ball being further away. I'm still confident this is finishing on the peg, but there's still mahi to do. And as we roll through to the final block of the singles, we've got block D, and there was I would say a small upset in here, and a definite big upset in here. So the two top performing players for the event both finished on 4 wins. Chris Schilling, the top seed, made light work of myself, but he had an upset loss in the first round to Kathy Grant. So big congratulations to Kathy for beating Chris 21-17. Callum, I think, actually looked like the strongest player in the block, despite having 2 losses. So Callum completed 2 triples and a pretty comprehensive third victory as well. But I got fortunate against him, and that allowed me to finish in second position. While in 4th place, that was actually another upset of the event, and it came down to the final round. It was effectively a qualifying game between Nelson and Bonnie Johnson. So Nelson Morrow from Auckland and Bonnie Johnston from South Taranaki. And that was actually another a 1 point thriller, Paddy. And do you remember hearing much about that game? Because I think it was quite close. Possibly a pegged out ending?
Yeah, unfortunately I wasn't present for it, but I did hear it came right down to the wire. I think it was so close, in fact, that the scores were tied after time was called. I believe both balls, there was just a single ball each at the end, both balls for Penalt, and a bit of cat and mouse play.
So it could have gone either way. Bonnie got there, qualified, and that probably takes us a nice little segue into, I guess, a summary of the opening rounds of the knockout. So we're just going to open up those results on our screen. The format for this year's event, the top 4 players qualified. We had a player choice draw, and that generated our round of 16. So you had, from block positions, you had a block winner versus a 4th place player, and then you had the block seconds versus the block thirds, and they were in different quadrants of the knockout. So just going through the results, it actually started with I would say, quite a big upset of Chris Schilling versus Luke Rive. So Luke had a 2-0 victory. With a 26-14, 26-12 win over Chris. Luke should be incredibly proud of that performance, where he hit a lot, was given some opportunities by Chris, but when he got them, he made the most of them.
Just going down the list, we also had John Versey versus John Christie, which I think on paper was probably going to be one of the hardest matches to call. John Christie being the current North Island singles champion and a popular player around the New Zealand scene. He plays in a lot of tournaments. He's actually
improved. A lot about the game.
He does. He certainly does. And a very, very experienced referee as well.
Does a lot of volunteer work behind the scenes for Croquet New Zealand. So thanks for that, Mahi John. I believe he's the head of selectors for the Golf Croquet AC selectors.
And he was playing John Versey, who is a very strong New Zealand player, going back several decades. I don't know actually when his first ranking game was, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was 30 plus years ago. Now he did actually take some time out from the game around about 2007, I think, but
it's great to see him back. I believe John Versio is also a very good coach for introducing players as well to the game. So we're excited to have him back on the scene.
Yeah, very tough player to beat is John. I remember watching him in 2006 at United playing Chris Clark in the third place playoff for the New Zealand Open, and John actually got that match 2-0. So it just goes to show what a tough competitor he is.
And we've just had another couple of questions filter through from the viewers on the Whakaata Māori platform. So the first question came through was, are these balls Humpties? Now, Paddy, you might want to explain a little bit about the term Humpties.
I'll give it a go, Jared. So when someone refers to the Humpty balls, they're referring to the second generation of Mark II Dawson Internationals, manufactured in Humpty-Doo, Northern Territory, Australia. Now, I don't know the specifics of the compounds used, but they're widely regarded as being softer than the first generation of Mark II Dawson Internationals, and the playing characteristics as a result were a lot different, yeah. Much harder to control on croquet strokes in particular, and a lot more random. You would get a lot more variability. If you played the same stroke twice, you would get often two different results. I don't believe that these balls are Humpties, because thus far, well, at least from my perspective, I've been fairly happy with my croquet strokes.
Yep.
And the balls have been generally doing what they've been told. One of the other characteristics of the Humpty is that the cut rushes in particular are very difficult. I think depending on the point of contact between the two balls, when you try and play a gentle cut rush, what part of the milling catches the other ball will determine how far the target ball goes, which does not seem to be an issue with the original Dawsons. So that does lead me to believe that these are the original Dawson Internationals.
Agreed. And the second question that's just filtered through was about comments. So currently the comments are turned off on the Whakaata Māori platform, but if you've got a question or would like to contribute any comments, please feel free to flick me an email. So that is jared.coots@gmail.com. So JARROD.Coots, COUTTS @gmail.com, and Paddy and the other commentators that we'll have during the day will aim to answer those as we progress. So we're getting to the pointy end of Logan's turn now. Going to be 4 back and peg versus 1-1. Based on the position that he's just put the Whero, the red ball, I believe he'll be going for another spread. And possibly, do you still play for a defensive spread, putting one of the balls closer to the boundary, Paddy, or do you just say, halves, take your pressure on your shot. If you hit, you can have a break, but if you miss, it's game over?
It's a good question, Jared. I think I would still err on the defensive side, personally. Obviously, it's different when you're playing out there. Maybe Logan has assessed the conditions and deemed that they are difficult enough that even leaving balls in court, a break pickup is hard enough. So might elect to just make it easier for himself, instead of erring on the side of making it difficult for harps.
And we've just had our first result filter through from the bowl event, which is the 9 to 16 ranked performance. Congratulations to James Galpin, who won his match against Bonnie Johnson 26-0. So James starting off the day well. So I think there certainly needs to be a congratulations to Logan on this turn. So ngā mihi nui, Logan. Hitting the ball well, mate. You're going good. I know the turn's not done, but just in these conditions, playing a break from 1 to the peg, also known as the tia, so 1 to tia. Yeah, certainly some carp high in order in my opinion. So shortly Harps will have his hickey, his lift shot, and a critical one for Harps. He needs to hit it, so he'll be able to play with either the pango, the black, or the kikorangi, the blue. And basically if he doesn't make a roquet, that could be match over 2 straight. So here we go, Logan just having a look at the final position of where he wants the balls to go. He's trying to put the tia, put the peg in the way, and he's making what we call a diagonal. Well, this is slightly a more horizontal spread rather than a diagonal spread, where blue and black, pango and kikorangi, are unable to roquet each other or hit each other because the peg is in the way, and also the kikorangi is unable to roquet the whero or the kowhai, the red or the yellow, because the backswing would be hampered by the peg. Tia.
Just a little update on Lawn 5 while Logan's setting his leave. So Joe Hogan, the 1989 world champion, has already successfully completed his break to 4 back in game 2 against Callum Highland, and Callum, having missed the lift, Joe is now embarking on his second break, having just run hoop 2, and has a chance here to take on a standard triple peel. He's just rolled, he's played a fantastic shot, just rolled partner from hoop 2 to 1 yard peeling position in front of 4 back while approaching a ball in corner 3.
So carp high, Logan, that's a good turn, 1 to peg, so we now have 4 back and peg versus tahi and tahi. So here we go, Harps has chosen to lift the kikorangi, the blue ball. He's about to take his hickey, his lift shot. He's got his beats by Harps playing in the background. He's looking for a smooth stroke, wants to make this critical roquet. Tough to focus on just the shot when there's also that hidden pressure behind it, knowing that if he misses, that's likely the match over. But he's been in this position before. He's an experienced campaigner. Played in multiple world championships. Played in the 2017 equivalent to the Croquet All Blacks, the McRobertson Shield team. So it's a big shot here for Harps.
I believe Harps is actually the current Wellington Open champion, is he not?
Hits it. Interest? No. Oh, he's got it. He was shaking his head, and I actually think he was aiming at the red ball there, Paddy. Mishit it and snicked the Croquet because he's just apologised to Logan.
Harps has a habit of doing this. He did this against me as well a couple of days ago. Missed his target by a yard and hit the other ball, and then apologised to me. Can be frustrating as the opponent, but
a hit's a hit, and he's still alive.
It's easy to feel aggrieved by that as the opponent, but is there a nicer guy in croquet than Harps?
There's a lot of nice people in the sport, Paddy, but yeah, Harps is one of my favourite players to be around.
Here.
And look at that turn of the ball. He went down the line, curved around the red ball and went back onto the original line, so that makes the pickup even harder. There's still a reasonable chance his clip might be on tahi and tahi. Pretty good cut, but he's still got to play a very good hahu wawahi croquet stroke to get the rush to one. We've got Joe Hogan, 1989, going for the triple on lawn 5 to seal the match. I'm very intrigued to see where these clips will finish up. So here we go, important rush for Harps now. Really wants to get this pungo as close to hoop 1 as he can. The pakuru, the mallet looking smooth. I actually think that's a pretty good cut considering where he is. Still a very difficult approach to hoop tahi. And interesting, Paddy, with the distance that he's got between red and yellow, are you playing this conservatively, rolling black back towards corner 1, or are you just playing the takeoff saying, I'm backing myself from here? Like, what's the distance where you wouldn't back yourself and you'd have that conservative approach?
Well, it's a good question. I think it probably depends on a number of factors, Jared. But I think from here the sensible approach is the takeoff, because look where he's got yellow over on the east boundary there. So if he plays a good takeoff here and runs the hoop nicely, he should be able to rush black across to the east boundary and have a good chance of picking up a break.
And that to me looks like a very tough hoop 1 still, similar to one of his first attempts.
He's lining up a jump shot, so it's not going to be an easy one.
So you can see his hands have moved down the mallet. He wants to get the ball in the air up towards the top of the hoop.
I've got to say that was a good effort from where he was. I didn't expect it even to finish in the jaws.
So it is, as Paddy's mentioned, it's a good finishing position where if red or yellow misses, I'd be confident that blue is getting off hoop 1. And just, we're going to keep giving you some updates on lawn 5 as well. We've got Joe Hogan versus Callum Highland. Joe is 1 successful peel of the triple, remembering that triple peel is 3 peels, as he approaches hoop 5 and he's in control. And I would say in these conditions, that would be a phenomenal turn by Joe to finish this triple. Logan walks onto the lawn. few options. He really wants to play with the red ball. Yellow's scored all of its points, so he wants to play Ferrol. Doesn't actually give a lot away. And you'd be shooting at Pangor here, Paddy?
Again, an interesting question, because red hitting black means,
Doesn't
of course,
guarantee a finish.
Of course, it gets him the innings back, which is fantastic. But it's nigh on impossible to actually finish the game by hitting black. I just don't know if he has really any of blue to shoot at there.
Hits it smoothly, likes it. Just trickles down the left-hand side. So here we go. Harps will be on the board. He'll play Kikorangi.
Or will he? Will he play black?
It is an interesting option to play Pangor. Take on your 8-yarder for the break versus taking your one hoop with a lot of work to do. So as we mentioned earlier, 21-0 sounds like a big lead with Logan being fullback and Peg. But it only takes 2 good turns for Harps to be equal or have game advantage.
Harps with a big decision to make here.
He's just come back from a hydration break and he wanders onto the lawn. And I think he's just going to play blue here. He's just going to try and play a couple of easy shots at the start of the turn to settle the nerves.
Yeah, I don't think he's even considered playing black, to be honest.
What can the man from Wainuiamata produce in this turn? That's what the viewers want to know. We love Croquet when it gets to an exciting, critical finish. He's taking a good option. He's off the hoop. Kapai, Harps, you're underway. He's got his rush to Kawhai, yellow. Joe Hogan on lawn 5 is continuing with his triple. Just got a bit confused about which ball he was peeling, so just needed clarification from Callum, which he gave back straight away. So Hogan approaching hoop 6, in control on the triple here.
And how good is it to be part of a sport where you can win the World Championship in 1989 and still be competing at the top level in 2024?
Well, also interesting, speaking of age gap, Paddy, we mentioned earlier that Roger Murfitt came back to play the doubles. Now, the last time Roger won the New Zealand Open was actually in 1974. So it's been over 50 years since he took that national title, and he came back. And Roger and Joe actually only lost to the eventual winners of the tournament by 1 point. So they were still competitive, and as we sort of said, us younger is maybe the wrong word, but less experienced generation, we really love having the campaigners back. We love hearing the stories. There were references to tension in the twilight, and the goal is to get some of the crew on the commentary team over the next day and a half and see if we can share some of those stories with our viewers over the remaining screening on the Whakaata Māori platform.
And to those wondering what tension in the twilight actually refers to, that's a full chapter at the end of the book entitled The World of Croquet by Stephen Mulliner and John McCulloch. One of my croquet Bibles. As a kid, I spent many hours reading and rereading these sections. Tension in the Twilight is a play-by-play summary of one of the deciding matches of the 1986 McRobertson Shield between Joe Hogan and Roger Murfitt and Nigel Aspinall and Colin Irwin.
Some of the game's greats.
four of the game's all-time greats listed right there. And actually, just while we're on it, big shout out to Mark Avery, who was the beaten World Championship finalist in 1989. He won the Open Championship of England in 1987, the year that I was born, and is now the current English Open champion once again.
And am I right, Paddy, thinking that, you know, as far as all the national opens go, that the English would be renowned as being the hardest to win due to just the depth of quality that they've got over in the UK?
Absolutely. It's been a bit of a duopoly in recent years between Bamford and Fulford. But I mean, they've got routinely most of the world's top 10 players playing in their Open Championship.
And some people, Paddy, wouldn't be aware, but you actually had an experience living over in the UK with your wife Miranda and son Ollie and daughter Tilly. How many years was the whānau based over in, I believe it was Nottingham, Beeston?
Yeah, that's correct. So we moved over there in 2010, and so we were based in the UK for 11 years for work reasons. But it was just a happy coincidence that it's one of the best places in the world to play croquet.
And, you know, after returning home to Aotearoa, I know there's a lot of New Zealand croquet players who are very happy that yourself and the rest of the Chapman whānau are back living in New Zealand. And how's it feel having, I guess, arrived home?
Oh, there's no place like home, right? It's just, we're very lucky in New Zealand. It's the best country in the world. I'm a little bit biased in that regard, but it is the best country in the world.
I'd agree with that one, and it was interesting. So Paddy, for people who aren't aware, is based up near Hamilton, just looking to move into a new home that's nearly finished in Morrinsville, which is quite exciting. And the Morrinsville Open, the weekend tournament, I believe was the significantly the strongest tournament that's been played in New Zealand this year, and without meaning any disrespect to the players at the New Zealand Open, I would say it had a stronger caliber field than players in the New Zealand Open, and I know you're a modest human, Paddy, but I think you were a big reason for why people wanted to go and play in that. So what can you expect from the Morrinsville Open in 2024?
I'm expecting great things. I'm hoping that our combined efforts will return AC to where it was 15 to 20 years ago, where we've got strong weekend tournaments with good players playing many weekends of the year. And I think the Morrinsville Open could be key to that. I know we've already had interest expressed from Logan and Toby Garrison and yourself, your good self.
Yep, second weekend in November. Joe Hogan.
Pencil it in. Joe Hogan, yep. And it's just fantastic to see everyone out there having fun, enjoying AC, and we had, I think, AC can develop an unfair reputation of being slow, but we did a lot of work on publicity to try and get people coming along down to the club and having a look and see what it's all about. And we had dozens and dozens of spectators turn up and spend all day watching and travelling from a long way just to come and see what it's all about. And I had a chat with a few people, and they're actually really keen to actually start playing the sport themselves now.
And that's fantastic, because I think one of the things that we've talked about is, how can we make AC great again? And I think there is a pretty exciting couple of years on the horizon for croquet in Aotearoa, especially with the 2026 McRobertson Shields, so the next World Cup. It's going to be I think a very tough selection for the AC selectors, and we'll probably touch on that. But let's get back to Harbs, because he's in the action here, and he's got a chance at a break. Needs to play a good rush to hoop 2, so he's going to roquet the Whero or the Kowhai first, take one of those up to hoop hoop 2. Rua, sorry. I thought he was up to hoop 3 for a second there, but no, I've just confirmed the clip is on hoop 2. The wind is picking up a little bit in moments, but still a lovely day in Otuatahi. We've got a bit of overcast. We're hoping for more blue skies as the day goes on.
And when the lawns are this fast, the wind can make a significant difference. When you're playing a cross-court takeoff, and the lawn itself provides very little surface tension to the ball, then it can swing.
Just gone.
It can swing 3 or 4 yards sometimes with a crosswind. So that was one of the things I found very challenging playing yesterday in the afternoon sun. It was very windy and very fast.
And so, Paddy, you're obviously one of the only decided semi-finalist at this stage. So you're still in contention. Can you just give us a bit of history into your success in the New Zealand Open Championships? I know you don't like talking yourself up, but it's I think it's very proud to be a previous winner. And if we rewound the clock back to your debut title, Wanganui.
I remember it well, yes.
Against Stephen Mulliner from memory in the final.
2010. I remember that event very well, not least of which because I should have been knocked out far earlier by Aaron Westerby. I survived a Rover Peel attempt that went wrong and took my chance and came back, which I think was in the quarterfinals, and then had a nice match against Paul Skinley in the semis, and then it was Stephen Mulliner versus Robert Fletcher in the other semi-final, and Stephen Mulliner actually took that match.
Yep.
So Stephen and I had a really high quality final. I think there was 4 games and 21 turns.
Wow.
Including a 6th turn 6-tuple by Stephen, a couple of 5th turn triples by myself.
Karpai halves, it's a great hoop too. Didn't get the rush, but he's kept the innings. And then I think from memory, Paddy, that was a very special experience having your mentor and dear friend John flew up from Christchurch to watch the final to see you claim your first title.
That's right. It was a very special day. I'll remember it forever. And our McRobertson Shield selections were announced immediately after play as well. So that was a good day in a couple of ways.
And just while we're on the subject of the Mac, there might be some people who are viewing who, thinking, well, they keep talking about this McRobertson Shield, but what the hell does that mean? I've got no idea. And do you want to give a brief overview, Paddy, of the history of the Mac while we've got Harps playing this turn?
Sure, I'll do my best. Apologies for any factual errors. But I believe the McRobertson Shield was first held in 1925 as a test match between England and Australia. Just 2 teams. And it gets its name from the Australian philanthropist Macpherson Robertson, who founded a confectionery company, which I believe has since been bought by Cadbury's. Over the next decade or 2, I can't remember exactly which year, New Zealand was added as a 3rd country to the McRobertson Shield, so it became a triangular series, and it's a team event. So 6 players, the top 6 available players from each country, representing their country against the other teams. It's since developed into a quadrangular series, so 4 teams. I believe the USA was added to the mix in 1993.
And New Zealand, I guess, has a rich history of competing in the MAC. As we mentioned earlier, we're fortunate to have had two, the sole two living New Zealand players who have won multiple McRobertson Shields. So Roger Murfitt and Joe Hogan braced the presence or on the lawn. So they were, from memory, winning McRobertson Shield team players in both 1979 and 1986. And then there was a few gaps between wins for New Zealand, and it wasn't until 2014 that New Zealand claimed the Shield, and that was great to have people like John, Joe and Roger supporting, and the 2014 team was incredibly strong and anchored by yourself and Chris Clark, with Greg Bryant, Toby Garrison, Aaron Westerby and Jenny Clark filling out the team. So it was very successful, and New Zealand is hoping to have success again in 2026.
Absolutely. So 2013-14 was very special. New Zealand probably fielded one of the strongest ever MAC teams by any country, probably on a par with Great Britain in 2006 or 2010, which were also very, very strong teams. And things just went our way in that series. I think the conditions played a part. We had home ground advantage, and we had a great team dynamic.
And speaking of things going their way, that's what Harps is hoping to happen in this turn. You'll see that Logan's taken a slightly defensive option where he's decided not to shoot, and that's been great to see Logan, develop that part of his game. He used to be a very aggressive player who would just shoot at everything because he was so confident at hitting, and now he's, I would say developed. He's prepared to dig in, so to speak, and play the long game. He's got a comfortable lead. He doesn't need to give away lots. He's near enough by that if Harp's a mistake, he'll be pretty confident of hitting to get the innings back. But also, Harps has still got work to do. So, Harps is mahi this turn, looking to make hoop 3, ideally with a rush down, but in these conditions, I think you're just happy making the hoop and sacrificing trying to play for rushes, unless you're in really good control. And that's Kapai Harps. That is a beautiful hoop 3 stroke. And he's got the rush. So Harps with a half a chance for a break here. Joe Hogan, 2 peels of the triple complete and looking to attempt the third. He's going to have to play a very good turn because he's going to have to rush the Rover ball into position from about 6 yards north of Rover. Oh, Harps unlucky on his rush. He can't believe that it hit the hoop. Still got the innings. The disadvantage of that hitting into hoop 5 means that his following shots are a lot tougher.
Shout out to Jamie Birch, who's tuned in. One of our very favourite international players. We miss you, Jamie.
And currently ranked number 3 in the world, I believe, Jamie Birch. Also known as one of the best shots in the world, Solomon grip player. Just amazing how straight he can hit a ball. I believe he's dabbling in a little bit of golf croquet at the moment as well, so that'll be interesting just to see how good he can be.
Yes, I don't follow golf croquet closely, but when Jamie's playing, I do tend to tune in, and from what I've seen, he pretty much dominates it.
So I think this is a reasonable option from Harps. He's taking a defensive approach, knowing that Logan wants to play the red ball, so he's chosen not to go anywhere near it. He's sent partner, the Pungo, back towards the boundary. So playing for a leave here, in fact. He is going over towards red. Wanting to dig the yellow ball on lawn. And then he can have a long range approach to hoop 4. I'd give it a less than 5% chance for success, but the priority would be that he will keep the innings. So here we go, digging yellow and lawn. Also gives him the option of a reverse rush and to play his hoop 1 ball. Do you think, Paddy, you would have sent yellow a little bit closer towards hoop 1, maybe playing for a yard west of it, so you've almost got a double leave where you could play for either blue or black? Or do you just want to maximise distance on the yellow?
I think I'm pretty happy with yellow there, but yes, maximising distance is good. So I assume red's going to be sent to the vicinity of hoop 3/corner 3 now. Having yellow closer to the boundary just means that any future break pickup from harps is going to require a lot more difficult strokes. So this just gives him a little bit more flexibility in his future turns. Just a little update on Lawn 5, Joe Hogan versus Callum Highland. 4 balls are around Rover and the clips are on. Joe's red ball is on Rover and yellow is on the peg, so I think we've just had a straight Rover peel gone wrong. Callum's clips are now on 1 and 1, so it would be a very good comeback from here, but not unheard of. The lawn that they're playing on, Lawn 5, has not had the hoops moved to fresh holes as yet, so the hoops are a bit more forgiving than what we're seeing on Lawn 2 at the moment. And back to Lawn 2. You see Harps is just going to leave himself a rush for blue to hoop 4. Just been rejoined by Jared here. Jared, I've just been giving our avid viewers a rundown of Joe's coming to grief at Rover on his triple peel.
It's a shame. He'll be disappointed that he couldn't finish the campaign, and that gives Callum a chance. Now, Callum won't take long to get to fullback, is my belief. He's a fast player. Very dangerous. Hits the ball, can cut a ball incredibly well. The mallet that he plays with, not ideal for stop shots, just with the sheer weight of it, but it suits his game.
Shout out to James Death, who's tuning in from Nottingham, former clubmate of mine.
G'day Jimbo, nice to have you on board, mate. And also another positive comment coming through. Thank you for your message, Alison. We hope that things are going well on the hit in. And great to see a UK Croquet whānau joining in. We might even look at doing a bit of a few Croquet trivia questions later on. And any other comments or messages you want to feed through, jared.coots@gmail.com, jarood.coots@gmail.com. So here we go. Harps didn't quite get the lag right that he wanted to. So he's played his hoop 1 ball, and I think because he didn't have that good rush, it was a pretty reasonable option for Logan to shoot through at that. Harps now playing the hoop 4 ball instead, and you're thinking, oh, but there's, opposition's only 5 yards apart. That's just a gimme of a break. But hoop 4 is a tough hoop, and so yes, he's got the opportunity to dig a break out, but still a lot of work to do.
I think you'll certainly want to get black in lawn a bit here. It's okay. He probably would have liked it a bit further in.
And
just given the absolute difficulty of digging out breaks.
Agreed. Now we've just had another update on the adjacent lawn to Harps and Logan. John Versey has triumphed in Game 3 against Luke Rythe. So congratulations to John. He's a New Zealand Open semi-finalist and will be versing Paddy Chapman on this lawn. So that will be the live stream. Good shot, Harps. Ka pai, mate. Those 6-7 yarders are never a fun one to take on. So congratulations to John. But I also want to put a big ka pai out to Luke, who, debut New Zealand Open, 4 seed, qualified, beat one of the top 4 seeds in the round of 16, and then took John Versey to 3. So though Luke will be disappointed, I think that's a phenomenal performance for his debut in the New Zealand Open singles. And just another shout out to Jamie. That's great to hear that you're in discussion with the whānau about looking to do a trip over to New Zealand. So we would love to have you come over to especially play at United. We know you were here in 2014 as part of the Mick Robertson Shield team, but anytime you're wanting to come back to New Zealand, you'd be greatly welcomed. So, kept the innings, nice control, reasonable leave there from Harps. He's got the Federer, the 4-back ball at 4-back, and the ball that Logan doesn't want to play, a qualifier, the yellow is near hoop 1 or useful as a possible hoop 1 pioneer. So it's really putting pressure on Logan to play the peg ball, and that's a critical element for Harps.
Yeah, I see Harps is really taking the advice of some of our younger players here and using the 2 key acronyms, the KTI, which is keep the innings, and the LITLIC, which is the leave the lawn under control.
And we've just had another question come through. I don't know if I can answer this one. It says, can you tell us about the prophecy? Now, I don't have the details, Paddy. Have you got any reference to what that could mean?
Has that come from Josh Freeth by any chance?
I'll just check. Yes, it has come from Josh. Shout out to brother Josh. So, Josh, a New Zealand croquet player, currently based over in America. And Josh, we hope things are going really well for you over there, mate. We're looking forward to when you come home to Aotearoa. We know that might not be for a while, but yeah, one hell of a player is Josh.
But no, going back to the prophecy, Jared, I am sworn to secrecy on that. It'll all come to fruition in a couple of years.
All
so
right.
You just watch this space.
Watch this space. I like the sound of that. Reminder, next streaming, post-2026, talk about the prophecy. Right, so Logan torn here. Taking the defensive option, going into a corner. And I think that's a pretty reasonable response given that Harps has set for the hoop 4 ball. So here we go, Harps got the rush to hoop 4. Ideally needs a rush back out of it, but that's a nice little cut, so he's going to be playing a good approach here. Wanting to run the whitu under control. I think he's played a really nice shot there. Now looking for a smooth hoop stroke. Plays it well, and that'll be a rush to hoop 5. So still lots of work to do for the break, but just those nice couple of shots where he looks like he's in control, that's good. And just we're getting a little bit more interaction with the viewing audience, which is fantastic. So another shout out here to, previously I would have just called him Felix, but now he has a different title. So I'd like to say a big Karpai Dr. Felix Webby, who's just recently graduated. We're very, very fortunate to have you involved in the game in New Zealand, an incredibly high-level player at both GC and Croquet, and we're looking forward to seeing what you can do over the years, and we hope that the early campaign of your career as a doctor is going really well. So a few other requests wanting to get updates about how the 1989 World Champion's going. And so just a brief summary. So Hogan is on Peg and Rover, playing against Callum, Break and 1. Callum is approaching 3-back as we speak. So I think this match has potential to go to 3. Though Joe's in a big lead, Callum's done possibly the 3rd highest amount of peeling turns behind Paddy and Logan in this event. So he's going to have a clip-on 4-back, and that means that there is every chance that this one could go to a decider. Meanwhile, on our main viewing screen, we've got Harps just deciding what leave he's going to set here. So I think that to me this is a sign of an experienced player who knows the realities. You'll get a lot of beginner players who will think that every turn they have to try and score points, and they'll try and roll up to hoops from a distance when they've got next to no chance of being successful. Harps is saying, all right, I'm happy scoring 1 point, resetting the court, so in the next turn if my opposition misses, I can play a full turn and score 5, 6, 7, 8 points in a row, compared with thinking, oh, I'm going to be really aggressive and try and get that 1 point this turn. Karpai Harps, that is a fantastic Hahu Wawahi, fantastic croquet stroke there. He's going to be able to leave a nice single ball target at yellow. And it'll be interesting to see who he sets this for here, because you could play for either the hoop 5 ball or the hoop 1 ball. So interesting moments in matches where you get a critical turning position, and I'm going to be really intrigued if Logan shoots at this. It's not a double.
I think for most players that would be a double.
For his level of accuracy, he's looking at it. He's lining it straight up, and we're in direct line of sight for this shot, so we're going to be able to have a pretty good outcome as soon as it's come off the mallet. So you'll see the casting. Short, shuffly steps in the stalk. Good at stalking the ball, he is. Powerful overcast. Waits until he feels like he's got 3 or 4 lined up in a row. Eyes up, eyes stay down, bang. Middled it. Good shot from Logan, and that gets him back the innings, and Harps might have one remaining shot in the game. I also think Logan is apologising because he's just done the same thing that Harps did earlier, where he was aiming for the blue ball but accidentally hit the black. So that's showing great sportsmanship between these two lads. So Chapman, you're renowned as being a bit of a tactical guru. What would be your ideal leave here at the end of this turn? Well, I was intrigued to see if he would have rushed blue short and left it just south of 4-back. Playing for a wire through hoop 3?
Yeah, I quite like that. I quite like that option. He can still achieve that, and either take red to corner 3 or corner 2.
Yep.
I think he actually has a spot in corner 2 that's wired from black via hoop 5, if he wanted it. So he could hear Croquet blue southeast of 4-back and then rush red to corner 2. He's elected just again for pure distance, which is absolutely fine. So blue's very deep on the west boundary. Black is on the south boundary. So even if Harps was to hit this shot, it would be a very difficult break pickup. And I expect we'll probably see Logan lay up quite tight in corner 3 here, electing probably to give himself a really good rush to penult. But laying up tight in the corner also means that if Harps hits, it makes his job of digging out a break all that more difficult.
And speaking of hitting, we've just got Hogan lining up his lift shot against Callum. So, reminder, Hogan is Peg and Rover versus 1 and 4-back. He's got his hickey, his lift shot. He's lining it up from A-walk. He's interested. It just sails past, so that gives Callum the chance now. Callum can play for a standard triple peel to equalise at 1-1 and take this quarterfinal to a deciding third game. Harps also looking to get back in control. He knows he gives away a lot if he shoots and misses, but he also knows if he goes into a corner and plays defensive, he may not get another shot in the game if Logan plays a good turn. So I think... I actually don't know what to think here, Paddy. What do you think about his option? You don't want your last shot of a match to be going into a corner.
No, it's a difficult one, isn't it? He's probably...
In fact, he's gone
playing
onto a ball corner is a good option.
He's playing the probabilities, I think.
Yep.
Given the lawn conditions and the hoops, red finishing from here is probably less than 50%. But it's never nice to corner and then not get another shot.
Agreed.
It's a risk you sometimes have to take, unfortunately.
So Logan starts the turn. It's a pretty good rush. It's just a really big ask to play for that approach, even from that distance, to guarantee control out of the hoop. It's not going to surprise me if Logan just plays a stop shot, regardless of where yellow lands, just buries it through. Especially...
Yeah, I think probably what he'll be looking at doing here is trying to rush to Penalt and play a stop shot approach, and then probably run Penalt to the south boundary and pick up black.
And that hasn't helped the situation. He had a suboptimal positioning of the Croquet ball, which means that as he's run the hoop, as he's scored the fite, he has actually roquet, and now he's going to have to play some good shots to get a good leave out of this.
Well, it vindicates Harp's decision to play to the balk line. The nice thing about playing on lawns like these, though, is you can play these big croquet strokes. So for example, rolling yellow to the west boundary, going to black.
So do you think here he's playing to go down to black? Or do you
I think he is. I think I'd probably be aiming yellow at corner 4, going down to black.
Big hahua wawahi.
Oh.
And is that going off the lawn?
That is going off the lawn.
Bang! And he's rolled that off the lawn, so he's mishit his hahua wahi. And he's left Harps with a pretty interesting option.
Well, he's not given away a break, but Harps does have access to all the balls.
Is blue in the corner? Because if he can rush blue to red,
blue is in the corner, I do believe, but Harps does have a lift, so he should be able to lift blue. Oh no, it's going the other way.
Still very tough to get a break from here. And it looks like he's got a rush. Yeah, he's got a rush out of the corner. So that ended up being a good decision how he played for the blue. Took the defensive shot earlier in the turn. And he can't believe it. He's just rushed onto the red ball, wicked off it, which has made his next shot a little bit harder. But we're still backing him to get a good rush to 1.
Yeah, that was a bit of a disaster. Beautiful shot by Harps.
Carp high Harps. He wants that to sit up. Just being on that south side of the hoop, north side of the hoop, sorry, that makes that approach pretty tough. Interesting fact here, if Harps can run hoop 1, that would have meant that he's scored more hoops than I've eaten muffins during this game. beautiful takeoff. I thought it was pulling up short, but just in that heat now. And a lovely controlled hoop stroke. So that's a number of good shots by Harps, and this is now, I would say, his best chance at establishing a break for the game so far, Paddy.
Yeah, this is apart from the first couple of turns of the game, this is really his only significant chance, I think. His only chance where he's had access essentially to all 4 balls.
Speaking of all 4 balls, on lawn 5, the one that the crowd wants to know about, Highland is in complete control in his equalising triple. He's got 1 peel done. He's running hoop 5 from 3 inches with PLE set up a penultimate. So my money is on Highland to finish the turn and force it aside. Now, that's what Joe said he wanted earlier in the day. He wants the 3 games. He wants to go to time. He wants to dry it up. He wants a campaign. And at this stage, he's going to get one. So just while Harps is in control, Paddy, I think we'll go back to the knockout phase and just carry on talking through those matches. So we'd covered the first 2. In the third match, I had a bit of a tussle against Dennis. Both games could have gone either way, but was fortunate to get through. In the fourth match, the scores made it look like you made pretty light work of Reese. So playing well in the event with a 26-2 and a 26-0 with a triple against Reese. And it's this next match that I want to spend a bit of time talking about, because we had a bit of an upset with Bonnie qualifying for the knockout, and then we nearly had a major boil over. So let's just have a look at the game scores. In the first round of the knockout, it was Joe Hogan versus Bonnie Johnston. Bonnie took the first, 21-14. Hogan came back with a barnstorming triple to take the second, 26 TP1. So a comprehensive victory in the second. And then in the third, Paddy, we had a final score of 17-11. But there was a bit of drama near the end of the game. With about 20 minutes remaining, here's the situation. Hogan, one back and rover with the innings, laid up in corner 1, versus Bonnie, laid up in corner 2, versus Bonnie, 3 back and hoop 4, balls in either corner 1 and 3, just outside of balk, so they could get a rush somewhere beneficial. Time started ticking. It got closer and closer, and it was almost at an impasse phase without either players requesting for an impasse. I was a little bit surprised. If you were the player that was down 17-10, Paddy, and you're down to 15 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, would you keep playing the same shot in and out of corner 1 and 3, or have you done something differently?
Yeah, no, I don't think I would have done that, Jared. I think as the player behind, you need to try and force something to happen instead of just waiting for an opportunity, particularly if there's only a few minutes left. So, yeah, I probably, on balance, I probably would have taken a shot at something.
And said, Joe, come at me. Hoping for the error.
Yeah, or trying to make your own luck by actually hitting in. But everyone sees the game differently, of course.
And there was also, the players both, I think, handled it really well. There was a bit of drama where, as Joe's gotten a little bit older, his hearing isn't what it always was, and Bonnie called time, but Joe actually didn't realise and would have played a different shot if he had have known that time was called, despite it being both players' responsibility to keep track of time. So it ended up being the referee was called, there was a bit of discussion, and then Joe got to replay the final shot because he wasn't aware. At that point, Bonnie then had to shoot. She'd waited until time was gone, and instead of having a wide jawn and maybe giving herself a 15-yarder, leaving Joe nothing, she instead had a corner-to-corner shot, which she then missed. So I think it's a ka-pai to Joe for playing that long game, having that resiliency. His harp's just pulled up a little bit short here. We're going to watch the stroke, taking on the whitte, hits it, casting smooth, and he is gutted because that will very likely be match over as he sticks in the middle, and we'll just have a replay of that shot. Smooths it through. Casting looked good. And then bang, jams in front. So Logan, how much of that black ball do you think is showing, Paddy?
From here, it's hard to tell, but it looks like it's in the middle of the hoop to me.
So at what point do you have to not see black before you're taking yellow at blue instead of red and black? Remembering, Logan wants to play the red ball.
I guess there's a point at which if red has to actually run hoop 3,
then you're aborting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even if black's in the front of the jaws of the hoop, where red hitting the middle of the hoop would see it roqueing black, I think I would probably still play with red. But I think he's got most of black here. I don't think it's actually too difficult a shot.
So he's called the referee. So doubled up as one of our cameramen. That's Morris from South Canterbury, one of the many volunteers at the event. And what he's doing standing on the lawn is he's confirming if Logan makes a roquet with fiddle, hitting pungo. And that one's a pretty easy decision for Morris. He gives him the thumbs up. And I think Logan would have been in shock if he gave him the thumbs down. So thanks, Morris, for your time volunteering.
I've seen it done before, though, where those kind of shots have been thumbs down.
So what we've got Logan playing his last couple of shots, we're just going to run through the final couple of rounds of the knockout. So we had Callum playing against James, so our international duel in the round of 16. And Callum had that was actually a really high quality match where not many errors made by either player. James had balls around in both games, but Callum came out on top. 1 triple and 1 plus 17. Harps beat Philby, we've mentioned. Harps had the 2-0 win over Philby. And we've also talked about Levi and Logan, how that went to 3 as well. So Levi played really, really well. That got us down to our pool of 8. We've now had 2 quarterfinals completed so far. So we had Luke versus John, with Luke getting there in the second game and John pegging back the third game to progress. And then Paddy had a comprehensive victory against myself, 26-0, 26-0 with 1 triple. So we've got 1 semi-final, Paddy versus John, and then the other semi-final is yet to be determined. It's looking very likely to be Logan through to one of the semis, and the other semi is looking to be Joe or Callum, which is still 50-50 and too hard to call at this stage.
A little bit of drama has just occurred on lawn 5. Callum looking in fairly good control with 1 peel done, has just misapproached 4 back.
He might be playing it as a jump stroke, Paddy.
I think he is, you know. Oh, what a shot. He has jumped through to the boundary. And he's continuing on his merry way.
And speaking of being on his merry way, this is a critical shot for Logan. Wants to play a really good rush to Pinault. He's got to move the Kikorangi a significant distance, and that looks really good to me. or is it travelling? The cut was perfect.
I don't think you'd have that one back again.
Ka pai, Logan. That was just nice. Here we go. He lines up the approach. And Paddy and I have got our eyes going in both directions because we're watching the game that you're viewing as well with Logan at this critical penultimate hoop. But we've also got eyes on Callum as he's starting to attempt a straight double peel finish. Callum's still got plenty of options. If he doesn't finish the peels himself, he could take one of Joe's balls off the lawn if he wants and be probably Rover and Peg v Rover alone. But I don't know if that's the best tactical option. Logan smooths the penultimate hoop, and I think he'll want to put blue down as a deep reception ball beyond Rover. Sends it down. Logan approaching his final hoop. In control. Well, at the same time, Callum's got the double peel. Well, he's got the penult peel, sorry. He's travelled about 2 yards, 3 yards southwest of the peg, so still a bit of work to do. He's going to have to play a great rush on black to get that into position. Logan approaching his final hoop. And he's run the hoop, so just the peg out to go. He's made the roquet, and it's into a great position. So for Logan to seal the match, he's just going to have to rush yellow up towards the peg and then do what we call the peg out in croquet. At the same time, Callum is playing his critical shot, his rush to get the PLE in front of Rover. And that is a very interesting position. Do you think you'd be attempting that, Paddy? He's rolled at what? 4 feet?
I think I would, Jared, but he's already seen Joe fail to finish from this same position a couple of turns ago. I'm sure that'll be playing on his mind, that the red clips on Rover and the red ball's right there beside him.
So here we go, Logan lining up the peg out.
Ooh. So Callum has just attempted to peel partner through Rover. The peel has failed and bounced back about an inch from the striker's ball. So the striker's ball is about 12 inches in front of Rover.
Ka pai, Logan. Ko te toa o te tene kia muo Logan. So Logan McCorkindale with a 2-0 victory over Harps Tahurangi. So paki, well done Logan. A shame for Harps, he'll be disappointed with a few of those turns. But Logan played a superior game. And after the victory, you're now going to see we're going to go to another thank you, which is to some of our sponsors. So first and foremost, we've mentioned that before, Whakaata Māori. They are our major broadcast sponsor. They're helping us be part of the kaupapa at Aotearoa's home of series, news, sports and entertainment. So big shout out to Whakaata Māori. But this streaming also wouldn't be possible without the support of Bailey's, Caltex, New Zealand Carbon Farming and Apollo Projects. So Bailey's, for those of you who are unfamiliar, they're New Zealand's largest full-service real estate brokerage. And one of the good things about Bailey's is they're altogether better. Caltex, we know that they've been fueling our journeys for 80 years. From fuels and lubricants to deals and rewards, Caltex always has you covered. I know they're a favourite of mine. Coming from the agricultural background, where I live in mid-Canterbury, Methven, we can definitely relate to New Zealand carbon farming. So establishing permanent forests to mitigate climate change with over 9.5 million trees planted across the Motu in 2023. And Apollo Projects, your experts in design and build, supporting businesses and communities across Aotearoa, based right here in Otautahi. So again, Kāpai to Logan, a 2-0 victory, becomes our first semi-finalist. We're going to go to an ad break now, and the next match that's going to be on the stream will be the semi-final of Paddy Chapman versus John Bursey. Thanks very much, Paddy, for joining me in the commentary box. We look forward to rotating the commentators this afternoon, and we wish you all the best for your match.
Thank you, Jared. It's been a pleasure to be here.
This is an opportunity that we can't pass on.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving. Feels good.
So sponsorship from New Zealand Carbon Farming has been fantastic for our sports teams actually who went away to tournament week. We're a community who's driven by sport, but often money and the cost of travel, accommodation and uniform can be a barrier for some of our students. And to come out with a new uniform for a number of sports, particularly our basketball teams who've been away at nationals, has been uplifting for the students and for our community. The support from Carbon Farming has been wonderful.
Without them, then we wouldn't look like this.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
E te iwi no mai haere mai, ki tēnei papahotanga whakaata Māori. Ka mihi ki ngā maunga, nā wai mi ngā ahika o tēnei rohi, tēnā koutou katoa. Ki ngā ka whakahaere mai ngā ki whakateitei hi mihi mahana hoke ki a koutou. A very warm welcome to you all as we tune in to the semi-final of the New Zealand Open. We are based here at United Croquet Club in the mighty Hagley Park in Ōtautahi, Christchurch. Speaking is Jared Coots, and joining me in the commentary for the semi-final is Luke Rive from Auckland. Kia ora, Luke. Welcome to the broadcast.
Kia ora, Jared. Really nice to be sitting alongside you for this game.
So there's probably a lot of viewers, Luke, who might be thinking, who the hell is Luke Rive? Now, we're obviously familiar with you since you've come on the scene in the last 12 months and had a really rapid rise to form. But just before we get into the opening and the a bit of a memo about who our semi-finalists are, can you just give us a bit of a whirlwind life update about you and your croquet history?
Yeah, sure thing, Jared. So, yeah, who the hell is Luke Rive? I sometimes ask myself the same question. But yeah, so I'm pretty new to the game, to be honest. I've been playing 2 years now. So first game on my card was, I think, January 2 years ago. So it's been a bit of a whirlwind. Got introduced to the game through my wife's family. My wife plays as well, and she played as a teenager. Had a lot of time off the game for about 20 odd years and then went back to it. So my background in sport's been pretty traditional, rugby, cricket, golf, and fair to say got sick of hearing about croquet and hearing it talked about around me without being involved. So pestering a few people, went along, had a go. My wife's auntie Pixie, really heavily involved in croquet up at the Orewa Club where I'm based. Gave me a few lessons, and fair to say I was hooked after that.
Nice, and it can be a very addictive sport. And speaking of addictive, we better give a bit of a rundown on our semi-finalists and who they are and their sort of background through the event. So playing the Croquet and Whero colours, dressed in the white with the aqua-based lining on the t-shirt, that is John Versey. Now, John's just come back from a bit of a break in the game, but he's been a pretty successful player on the New Zealand scene. He was the men's champion in 1998. He's won the mixed doubles championship in 1999. He's won the Heenan Plate in 2003 and 2005. He's been an international representative for New Zealand playing against Australia in an event called the Trans-Tasman in 2006. And it's not his first rodeo into the semi-finals. This is actually his third semi-final of the New Zealand Open, having previously made them in 2006 and 1988. And playing against John is a name anyone in croquet would be familiar with. And that's Paddy Chapman, who's just hit the first shot of the game. Now, to be honest, if I was going to cover every single one of Paddy's results and give you an update on who he was, we'd probably be here till darkness. So we're going to try and just give you a brief summary. So Paddy is a New Zealand champion on multiple occasions. He is a individual world champion, winning the 2018 World Champs in Wellington. And Paddy's croquet highlight was being a New Zealand team member of the McRobertson Shield in the winning series in 2014. And I believe Paddy has played in 5 McRobertson Shields. He's our New Zealand number 1. He is our world number 4. And he is the strong favourite for this match. But anything can happen. As we've seen during the event, there's been some big upsets. So it doesn't matter compared with some other sports how much of a favourite someone is. Croquet can be a relatively neutral game. So Luke, you've just we know it's unfortunate that you're on the runner-up position in your quarterfinal against John, but to even make the quarterfinal cup, brother, like that's a pretty impressive achievement in your first New Zealand Open. Can you just give the viewers a bit of a rundown on what that felt like playing, well, first of all qualifying, and then playing in the first round of the knockout, and then going into that third game?
Yeah, fair to say I'd rather not be sitting beside you at the moment because I'd like to be on the lawn in front of us. But, yeah, I'm definitely really, really happy with how it's gone. You know, obviously my first New Zealand Open, coming down to Christchurch, playing at United, The lawns are like nothing like I've experienced before. So I got a bit of a shock when I got down here, sort of coming off lawns up at O. We were running at sort of 9.5 through to, I think these were about 11 to 11.5. Definitely a massive change. So the block play was really interesting, but I made the knockout by qualifying fourth in my block. And then in the player's choice, ended up with my first knockout game being Chris Schilling. So no expectations on that one. So I went out and played as good as I have. Kind of got used to the lawns and got 2 wins in that one. So that was fantastic. So really, really happy with that. And then into the quarterfinal, managed to get the second game and take it to a decider, which was fantastic. But can't help but be disappointed when you know you're in something, despite being really, really happy with how far I've come in this tournament.
And I think one of the key things that I'm taking away straight away is you've gone from not having played the game 2 years ago to being a quarter-finalist in the top New Zealand event in the country. Like, how many sports could that occur? There's been some rapid progression. What would you say? You mentioned that croquet you found almost addictive, when you start getting used to the patterns and the progress that you can make. So for people who are thinking about giving croquet a go, what would your advice to them be?
I think it's interesting, right? You got to find it first, and that seems to be the difficult part. But once you're playing, I can only speak from my experience. Those who know me know that I'm super competitive. Both kind of individually for myself and also against others. It's a game that really plays into kind of a more strategic thinking element, which is really, really cool. And then also too, once you get into it and really start to understand the way the game's played and what it requires to improve, it really challenges you to kind of become slightly obsessive and really think things through. And that's before you even get to all the actual shot making, which is another element. So I think there's all sorts of components to it, and that combination, I guess, has really kind of interested me. And it's really hard to explain how it does hook you, but it tends to.
I think it's just the draw card. It's it's something that you can progress in so quickly, and for those of you not familiar with croquet, you might start off where you might score 1 point, maybe 2 in a turn, and then when you played for a little bit longer, you might get to a point where, similar to snooker and you're playing a break, you can score 3, 4, maybe even 5 points at a turn, to the elite level, where out of the total of 26, the aim is to just be scoring a set of 9, letting your opposition have a long shot and hoping that they miss, and then finishing the game with a break that scores a sequence of 17. So I think that progression is a key part, and we've got 2 forms of croquet in New Zealand. One is called golf croquet, and the traditional croquet can be referred to sometimes association croquet, similar to comparing pool versus snooker, or maybe snap versus bridge in cards, where you've got some different chess and checkers is another good comparison. So if you're thinking, actually I want to have a crack at one of those forms of croquet, make your way down to your local club. Normally there's club days that are on a weekend and some weekdays, or there's a person to contact in your local region. We've got approximately 4,000 people playing croquet across the Motu, from deep down in Invercargill all the way to Northland. And it's just a great game for anyone that wants to learn how to have a go. So we'll settle into the crux of the semi-final. So context for the viewers, we've got a best of 3 match, so the first player to win 2 games. Now, I would like to assume that in the semi-final, both of those games that are won will get to 26 points. However, we do have a time limit associated with the match as well. So the first game has a time limit of 3.5 hours plus extra time. So the score would be decided if the clock went, and then the time would be adjusted to 3 hours for the second game. If that was all used up, the final and deciding game would be 2.5 hours. So I would buckle in, because you're potentially here for the ride today. We're just approaching midday, and there is potentially 9 hours of play remaining. So this is the crux. This is the pinnacle of croquet right here, people.
Doesn't get much better than that, right? It's interesting looking at what's in front of us at the moment. Paddy did hit that first shot onto the lawn and has control. His 2 balls are together up in corner 2. John playing against Paddy, he knows how dangerous Paddy is, so he won't be wanting to give him anything. So, resisting the urge to shoot at a ball at the moment. playing down into corner 3. So Paddy's now on the lawn, and see what he can achieve here with a pickup. It's interesting, no matter what level of croquet you're at, watching these guys play, it's absolutely a level beyond where I definitely am at the moment, but seeing how they work their way around the lawn, you can definitely learn a lot in terms of the ball movement, their decision making, and where they're putting balls at each time, just to make sure they maintain control and then take their opportunity when it comes. So Paddy's taken the rush across to the east boundary. Looks like he's leaving the ball on corner 3. And he's just tucking him behind the yellow ball there to play across to hoop 1. And he'll be looking to get that break going. And I'd say see if he can make that break round to fullback. It has been interesting across the week how the pace of the lawns here at United has changed. We did turn up on the first day and it was exceptionally hot. I think it was around 30 degrees, and the lawns were definitely quite quick. Earlier in the week we had a bit of rain, overnight rain, which definitely slowed things down a little bit, made things a little bit more manageable for those of us newer to the game. And then as the week has progressed from there, they've started to speed up again. And we're a bit overcast here today, so they're not as quick as they have been, but with a bit of sun coming out hopefully, as this match progresses, we might see things speed up a little bit.
So Paddy's got the innings, which is a key thing to maintain. And for the crowd, I'm going to give you a short break from my vocal cords and hand over to the capable hands to join Luke in the commentary for the next half an hour or so. Is going to be our friend Nelson Morrow from up in Auckland. So Nelson, a very experienced player in both New Zealand and the UK, has played at a high level for association croquet and golf croquet and competed in many national and international championships. So kia ora, Nelson. Welcome to the broadcast team, and I'll look forward to joining you again soon, Luke.
Thanks, Jared. You do a great job. Okay, hi, Luke.
Welcome, Nelson.
Nice to see you.
Yeah, nice to see you too.
Congratulations on your progress in this event.
Yeah, thank you very much.
So we are seeing one of the best players in the world playing here. As Jared said, ranked number 4 in the world, a previous world champion, and a real precision player, taught by one of the greats, John Prince, who sadly died last year. I first played Paddy when he was 15, and I did beat him then, but I realised it was probably going to be the only time I'd ever beat him,
When you say that, Nelson, I'm trying to figure out how old Paddy is or how old you are. I'm not sure which.
So I think Paddy is now 36. So it was 21 years ago, but I was still, even then, still 20 years older than him.
Yeah, it is really interesting, the game, as to the different age groups it brings together. I'm looking across the lawn. We've got Levi over there. People come to the game in sort of middle age. I guess that's where I'm at the moment. And it's a game for everyone. People can play right through to retirement years, and there's all sorts here. It's fantastic the way it brings everyone together.
So Paddy's making a leave. He has got opponent ball up north of hoop 2, and red is, I think, down towards corner 1, isn't it? Can't see it from
it is. He's got a ball at 1 and a ball at 2, so he's looking. John's going to need to move one of those balls, and likely to be the one at hoop 1.
Yeah, it's what we call a squeeze. Basically, he's set the rush to the yellow ball, which is the ball at 2. If he decides to move the red ball, he'll rush up to yellow. If he decides to move the yellow ball, then he's got a ball at Pioneer at his hoop.
Yes, I guess at this point for John, it's the decision on making it as good as Paddy is, as difficult as possible for him to get started. So moving that ball at hoop 1's probably going to be the decision he takes.
I should think that'll be a way to move.
Forcing Paddy to bring that ball from hoop 2.
It's always a decision at this stage. If you run away and make a defensive shot, and then Paddy goes round on it, so you feel like you haven't really taken the bull by the horns.
And
but again, if you actually shoot and miss, you're making it so much easier for Paddy.
And it looks like John is taking the ball by the horns. He's shooting,
when you're playing
shooting across the lawn.
I think when you're playing someone who... and a great shot. That's a great shot hit in by John.
Yeah, when you are playing those better players, you've got to take your chance,
Absolutely.
really. You almost need to be more aggressive than less.
Yeah, I mean, you know, his chance of beating Paddy, you know, probably, you know, in a best of three, what would I put it at? 10% would probably be about the highest I would go, you know. And if it was a best of 5, I would say it was about 1%.
Yeah.
But this is a best of 3.
And that's not talking John down. He's a very consistent player.
Absolutely.
You know, in the game, you know, 3 games of the match, I played with him yesterday and today. Particularly in the last game, he made 2 really nicely controlled breaks.
Yep.
So you can definitely get a ball around. It's just doing that under pressure against someone like Paddy.
That's right.
Will be the difficult part.
Yeah. And, you know, with this game, you know, when you're on the lawn, you're really playing yourself. You know, Paddy has no influence on what's happening on the lawn except in John's head. You know, that's the only thing that perhaps will get in the way. Knowing I'm playing an ex-world champion, and you try to remove that from your subconscious and say, well, you know, I've done this many times before. I'm quite capable of playing a 4-ball break. But unfortunately, your subconscious can be very, very strong, and trying to remove the person you're playing out of it is sometimes not that easy.
Yeah, and I think, you know, the person you're playing does have an influence because it depends on what they give you to play with. But once you're on the lawn and you've got the balls in front of you, it really does not matter in the slightest.
No.
But yeah, I find anyway, it's the pressure you put on yourself, which is often the hardest part.
Yep.
So calming that mind and kind of just doing what you know you need to do, what you might have done in practice 100 times over.
That's right.
Easier said than done, though.
Yeah, that's the big difference between association croquet and golf croquet, really, is your opponent doesn't have that much influence on your play. But of course in golf croquet, because you're only playing a single ball shot, it has a lot more impact.
So that takeoff from John across the top of the lawn there has gone slightly far. He would have liked to have had the rush directly south. But he'll play on to his partner ball.
Yep. He's not going to really get anything off this in this turn, so he'll be looking at making a leave, like Paddy did before, trying to put pressure on Paddy to either hit him or to, again, play a defensive shot. Yeah, it's got a bit chilly now, isn't it?
It has.
It's really dropped about.
The breeze is starting to come through.
The wind yesterday was really quite unpleasant, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it definitely dries things out, makes things a bit quicker.
And if you're a caster too, it certainly has an impact on your mallet.
Yeah. So it's interesting the shot that John played across the top there that went slightly too far for both Paddy and John. Getting used to the pace of the lawns and getting that touch right is going to be crucial. And those are really the chances John needs to get right nice and early in this match. You know, he did have the chance to get that rush south if he had got that takeoff right. But as Nelson said, he's setting a leave. Probably not ideal because the blue ball is right in the middle of the lawn.
Yeah, he tried to get a wiring, obviously. A wiring being that you would have a hoop or a peg between the balls that you're setting and the opponent ball. I don't think he's achieved that here. I don't think the yellow ball is far south enough. What he doesn't want to do is give a Paddy a double. He's set it so he's got the rush back to black, like before, exactly the way that Paddy, he has the rush to the ball that the opponent probably won't move.
And setting leaves is a real balancing act, and it does take a fair bit of learning to get it right. You're looking to maximise the distance between the balls to make sure that Croquet shot is as long as it can possibly be, but then also think about leaving those balls in useful positions.
Yeah. And it does not surprise me that Paddy is actually shooting here. I thought that's what he would do. He is he's not one for playing a defensive shot at this stage in the game. You do get to know players' line of play. And a beautiful hit in again. You know, he has such a rhythmical swing. It's very measured and very smooth.
Yeah, and that distance we talked about, he didn't quite get that wiring, so Paddy did have a clear shot.
Yeah.
And he was shooting across half the lawn, so it's a little bit too close to leave for Paddy.
Yeah, it's probably about about a 15-yard, would you say?
Yeah, about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, too close at this stage of the game, and Paddy's taken that opportunity. He's hit the red ball into the corner, and let's see what he can do in terms of getting something started.
So he'll probably be stop shotting red into the lawn, getting his rush on yellow, probably up to black, sending yellow to 2, and getting his rush on black to hoop 1.
And for those of us that are newer to the game, it's a steep learning curve, but I think what you see by watching these really high-level players is the way they use all of the balls on the lawn before they go to their first hoop. When you're starting the game, your focus can tend to be on hoop making, but then what we really become to understand that is it's much more about that. It's more about break play.
Absolutely.
So what Paddy's looking to do here is to put all the balls into the lawn in accessible positions before he heads down to make that first hoop. So you can see there that was almost hit onto red, but he has got that up to the north boundary.
Yep.
And as Nelson touched on, he'll look to put that yellow across to hoop 2, seeing what he can do to get him behind black.
Yeah, he's given himself. And I think he probably would have been a little bit closer to black to ensure that he gets the rush on black. I think he probably would have been happy to have been 50% closer at this stage to black, but it's still workable. But that distance takes a little bit more time to adjust to getting that rush on black. If he'd been a bit closer, it would have made it easier, as we saw earlier when John went way past his ball.
Yeah.
So let's see what Paddy can achieve here in getting his rush on black to hoop 1. It's looking pretty good, but it's going past again. Yep.
And that's that same thing that John saw 5 or 10 minutes ago, just maybe it's slightly quicker than they were expecting. I know they were slow in the morning.
Yeah, but they're quickening up now.
But they're quickening up. Nelson, you've played at United a lot over the years, and what I'm learning here is we've got 6 lawns, and they all have their little individual personalities, shall we say?
They certainly do.
Is there anything you can tell us about lawn 2 that we're watching Paddy and John play on at the moment?
The 2 trickiest lawns here, I think, are lawns 1 and 2. I've played on these lawns when they were getting up towards, over 13, towards 14 seconds, and they were just dynamite to play on. I mean, just so difficult, you just touch the ball. In fact, trying to actually do a stop shot and the balls remaining on the lawn was very, very difficult, especially over on lawn 1. But this lawn also has its little tricky places, and also some little runaways at the hoops. And as the lawn gets faster, that's where you're playing some little small stroke around the hoop, and all of a sudden the ball is nowhere where it should be.
Yeah.
But you need a little bit of hold on the lawn, and at the moment it still has got that hold, but as it gets faster, it'll get more tricky. So anyway, he looks like he's making a leave again. This time it'll be a leave near hoop 1.
Yeah, he's just rolled that ball down past hoop 1. It is potentially runnable from the angle I'm looking at, but he has put black into the corner, so it'll be interesting to see what options he takes here.
Yeah.
Hey, it might just pay, Nelson might take the time to explain what we mean by when we measure the lawns in seconds. So basically when Nelson says that we talk about 11.5 or up to 13, the way we measure that is that we hit a ball from one end of the lawn to the other, and it's a lag shot really, so it has to land on the other end line, and we time that time it takes to make that distance. So interestingly, the less time it takes, the slower
the faster the lawn. Sorry.
The more time it takes, the faster the lawn is.
Yes.
And the less time it takes, the slower the lawn is. So the logic there is if it's a slower lawn with slightly longer grass, maybe a fair bit greener, you need to hit the ball harder to get at that distance, and therefore it covers that distance a lot faster.
That's right.
And gets there quicker.
Yeah.
So when we talk about 11.5 or up to 13 in the case that Nelson talked about, it's essentially you have to hit the ball not as hard, so it goes slower across the lawn and takes a lot longer to get there. So the higher the number, the faster the lawn.
And in most club lawns you're playing on are usually probably between 9 and 10 seconds, perhaps You know, they might, some clubs you might get up to 11, but it's only really on these sort of tournaments where they reduce the height of the mower. These have been mowed at 3.5 mil. It's rare to find clubs mowing at that sort of level, but they do it for this event. You know, once they go back into club play, they'll probably go back to sort of 4.5, 5. You know.
Yeah, we had our Orua tournament the weekend before we came down to Christchurch, and they were definitely a lot slower than this. We would like to have them a bit quicker, but they were sitting at around the 9.5 seconds. So it's a very different experience to be playing on those lawns versus here. It means your touch needs to be that much better, and we've already seen 2 examples, one from each player in this match, where they've slightly over-rolled, and that's just getting used to the pace of the lawn.
Okay, John has shot at his own ball, and if Paddy gets going, the balls are certainly in a good position for him to make a 4-ball break, I would think. Has he got a Russian corner 1?
Paddy's black ball, I just had to stand up to have a look, is quite deep into corner 1.
Yeah.
And he failed hoop 1 with his blue ball. So the blue ball is sitting just up by hoop 1. So he's got a little bit of a roquet to make. But again, at a distance, Paddy, I don't know if he'd be comfortable with. I think they're knee knockers for everyone, but it's potentially one would suggest he probably should make. And I think he's actually choosing to shoot back into the corner, playing the blue ball onto black.
Yep. It's that sort of length that anyone can miss, and it would be giving away a lot for him to miss the black coming out on the blue. This way he'll probably go back into the corner and he'll come do a takeoff and come and use these 2 balls over here, come and use red and yellow.
Now we have a little shed in our way and it's blocking off corner 1. So I'll just have a quick look to see, viewers before we do.
Luke's just having a look to see what's happening. Unfortunately, we have got a little shed in the way, so we can't.
Yeah, he made that roquet.
Made the roquet.
So he's now playing out of corner 1.
And he will do a takeoff. It's not worth taking the risk of rolling to hoop 1 and not getting position or failing the hoop, because then you would be handing John an easy 4-ball break.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Paddy chooses to advance his partner ball up the lawn towards 2, coming across to the 2 opposition balls on the east boundary.
And that's the beauty of having a faster lawn. To actually do the shot you're talking about becomes a lot easier, because you're not having to put too much strength into the shot.
Yeah, I found in the first couple of days of doubles, I don't think I'm exaggerating here to say I'm probably hitting the ball half as hard as I was on lawns playing just the previous weekend, and it's quite a bit to get your head around.
Anyway, he's taken the safer option. He's just doing a takeoff. So he will hit the yellow, and then he will send that in field, trying to get the rush on the red ball to hoop 1.
And just while Paddy's doing that, we're just looking behind us. We still have one quarterfinal in play. So Joe Hogan playing Callum Highland.
And 1 all?
Yeah, 1 all. Callum took that last game. It was a close one.
26-24.
Very close. And that is underway at the moment. Joe's in play, but not much progress at this stage. So Joe has control. So we'll keep you updated as to how that one plays out.
Yep, because I don't know how much time they still had left on their clocks, but I wouldn't think a lot. So that game would be, if they've used up all their previous time, they would have 2.5 hours. Yes, we're going to be struggling to get the semi-finals finished today. We'd like them finished today, because we'd like to be able to have a best-of-5 final tomorrow. But if one of the semi-finals does have to go into tomorrow, that's not going to be possible.
So that's a nice hoop approach from Paddy. Maybe a slight angle, but he's approaching and playing hoop 1. Catches some wire going through, but has made the hoop. He would like to run on a little bit to get to that, past that red ball.
He's going to shoot his partner ball, I think.
He is looking
so much
back into the corner.
He's weighing it up. By shooting at his partner ball, he's then able to send his black ball to hoop 3 and get his rush on red, either to hoop 2 or to yellow, and then use yellow to go to hoop 2. So he's got two options there. Yes, John Versey actually played in the qualifier for the Worlds in 2002, and he actually won the qualifier, and I did qualify, but only in 6th place.
Yeah, John has been around. There's a lot of experience there, and I kind of felt that this morning. He was very calm on the lawn, very steady, and made 2 really lovely breaks in that last game. So he'll be looking for that opportunity to get back on the lawn here, and see if he can put that into play again.
Yes. I think Jared was saying earlier that John had actually, this was his 3rd semi-final. Is that what he said? I can't remember.
Yeah,
now.
3rd semi-final, I think.
But it's a few years since. He was in the quarterfinals last year, but didn't reach the semi. He was in the quarters.
So Paddy's hit that roke on his partner ball. He's rolled up past red.
So now he's cutting it towards corner 4. He's only got a little way down. What would you be doing here? What would you? I know what shot I would play, but that also depends on what your strength is.
Yeah, I'd say
my strength would be a takeoff.
Yeah, and he is playing that takeoff. So, red is in a good position down by hoop 4.
Yep.
He's got black up by hoop 3. He'll be looking to get a nice tight rush in behind yellow, taking that up to hoop 2. And if he can achieve that, player like Paddy, he's underway.
So
As you see him play that.
This very nice.
Yeah, that's lovely, lovely. So it's about 1.5 to 2 yards, pointing directly up towards hoop 2. So with a nice rush here, he has a start of a break.
I mean, that looks like an easy shot to play, but that knowing how hard to hit that ball is all about muscle memory, and the more you play, the more muscle memory you have. Sadly, he slightly overcut the yellow ball, so now he's got to do another, probably either a takeoff or a pass roll to get in front of hoop 2. I imagine he'll probably do the takeoff again. Yes.
You've done this before, Nelson.
I have.
You seem to be in Paddy's head. In my mind, I'm thinking you're a little bit close to black there to leave it there, but Paddy is confident.
Yes, well,
he will start to get the feel of the pace of the lawn, so he's comfortable to get this in front of hoop 2.
Yes, I played Paddy in the quarterfinals of the New Zealand Open last year. He sadly beat me, but I did get 2 9s against him, so I lost 26-9, 26-9, which I didn't feel...
So that's a nice little takeoff there. He's giving himself a yard or so in front of hoop 2. So let's see if Paddy can make this second hoop.
No, a reject.
No, that's rejected, and it's popped right across to hoop 6.
And that gives John an opportunity to hit in with yellow.
Yeah, and ball's reasonably accessible at this stage.
Absolutely. And one down on the south boundary makes it very easy to get a rush on red to hoop 1. So we are getting an interactive game. That's what we want.
Yeah, and the start of these games can tend to be a bit cat and mouse until someone gets control and gets a break underway.
But again, the reason he failed in that break really was that his rush on yellow, he overcut, and that made then a difficult takeoff and then a difficult hoop. So it's often not the last shot that you play has been the issue. It's usually been 2 or 3 shots before that.
Yeah, and it was a big learning experience for myself, as it's the cumulative impact of shot after shot that can tend to get looser and looser.
Nice hit in by John.
Yeah, so it's not the shot that you get wrong that ends your turn. It's probably 2 or 3 before that has started a process.
Yep.
So John took an interesting option there to play across.
I think he had to do that because
slightly longer. Okay.
Yeah, his reason for taking that was basically if he had missed, he was taking yellow out of the play. If he'd shot through on blue and missed and came down to red, he was giving the black ball 2 balls to use to make for black to make hoop 1 off, and so he was giving black and blue a better chance of getting a break going.
And those two balls have run on quite some way. Definitely didn't need black over there. And
they really, I mean, he overshot that by about 5 yards.
Yeah, hasn't had the rush on blue, so John's just getting used to the lawns, and he'll need to make some adjustments pretty quickly.
Yep. So now he'll be a take off down to red, see if he can get his rush to hoop 1. He's unfortunately put black probably only a couple of yards off the line. He'd rather have had that ball at hoop 2.
And Nelson, while we've been here across the week, you hear a lot of people talking about the lawns at United, and that they are some of the toughest around. You know, what does the United club mean to you, and how do you compare it to lawns you've played all around the world?
It's certainly in the top 4 clubs I've ever played in terms of difficulty. You know, one, they can get the hoops rigid in the ground; they're absolutely rock solid, and also the lawns can become quite fast. The texture of the grass allows for that. So probably one of the toughest conditions you can play in worldwide. I mean, I've played 1 or 2 other very tough conditions, Surbiton in the UK, in Jersey, but this certainly is up there with some of the toughest conditions.
And we've seen John, he played that takeoff down to the red ball and has rushed it across to hoop 1. He's ended slightly north of hoop 1, but he does have a nice little takeoff back to make hoop running position.
These are the kind of shots you don't want to be playing on fast lawns, is takeoffs back to the hoop. You want to be approaching the hoop. It's so much easier to control the balls. And on fast lawns, that ball can just trickle anywhere.
Yeah, and it's that last roll or roll and a half that gives you the slightly angled hoop that we can see John taking here. So it makes such a difference to be straight in front versus that very slight angle. Let's see how John
Especially
goes.
With these quad away hoops, they can be very unkind if you're not
and there we see it. It's that extra roll and a half that just put him off that centre line and makes that hoop a little bit more challenging. So he was making hoop 1 with his partner ball, so he hasn't given Paddy anything easy, but he does have 2 balls together. So Paddy will have a decision to make.
I don't think he'll shoot at red and yellow. It gives it too much away, because basically if he was to miss and have a ball on the south boundary, it gives John a chance of actually doing a stop shot approach to hoop 1. This way he'll shoot across his partner ball and basically force John to come and make use of his balls. If Paddy hits here, he's got, you know, he inherits a lot. 2 balls at his hoop. And
there we are. He's just clipped it on the left-hand side.
That's all he needed to do.
That's all it needs. Doesn't matter how much it hits by or how much it misses by. It's one or the other.
And so now he really has a much easier break, because he can basically send 1 ball to the south boundary, stop shot that back to 2, and get his rush on the other ball to the hoop.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Paddy thinks this way. I'm not inside his head, but you'd suggest at the moment that he's looking at the balls on the lawn with the black ball in hand, thinking that this is a break to fall back.
Yep. So he can now put blue to 2, do a split shot, going to the 2 balls. And he may even just here again put one of those balls as a pivot ball into the centre of the lawn, because he can do a split here, sending blue to 2 and going to the 2 balls at 1.
I think one thing watching Paddy play, I've had the chance to watch him a little bit over the last year or so, is just how relaxed he looks on the lawn.
Absolutely.
It's all sorts of things you learn watching these players, you know, break plays, shots, decisions, leaves, all of those things. But also too, just watching someone on the lawn is really interesting, and quite often the really top players are nice and relaxed.
Yep.
Doesn't look like he's putting in too much effort, and the shots he's making is just nice and smooth.
It was amazing. I mean, and I could see the potential Paddy had when he was 15 years of age. I mean, that was the amazing thing. You know, he just straight away he could just see that there was a future world champion. He just always had that potential right from the word go.
Yeah, I think anyone listening who knows me, and the next comment they might find amusing, you know, the big thing is temperament in this game. Paddy has it. He's a very calm, measured individual. Those of us who are a little bit more hot-headed, shall we say, it's a constant battle to remain calm and composed on the lawn.
Nice little cut right in front of one there, you know, give himself a very, very easy start. It's always nice to have an easy start on hoop one. It relaxes you. You've got through that first hoop. It just mentally sets you up so much better, I think. If you're having to have to play a first difficult hoop like John just had back there, it's so much more difficult. You know, if you run a first hoop, your confidence goes up.
Yeah, interesting. I had a conversation with Paddy the other day, and we're seeing it play out right here as he talked about on these fast, difficult lawns, making sure that pivot ball, he tends to like to put it in line between hoop 1 and 2. So in the scenario we've just seen where you do run it a bit cleaner than you might otherwise, the ball runs on and you've got a really easy access to that red ball, which is a little bit further up. So I thought that was an interesting learning there. We can tend to get taught to put our pivot closer to the middle of the lawn and almost go in and out from that pivot. But I thought it was really interesting learning to go on the quick lawns.
No, I'm not a huge fan of the ball at the peg. I think as Paddy has pointed out, having it between the hoops is a lot more use.
Yeah, it's funny on these really difficult hoops. We can guarantee the ball does fit. No matter how many times you might get rejected.
For a little bit of control, and unfortunately it'll just stay in the hoop. You can only touch the merest bit of wire.
And you might make 4 or 5 hoops sort of grabbing wire and coming through by a yard or two, and then you'll get one clean and it'll run halfway up the lawn and suddenly you're in trouble. So having that ball between the hoops further up the lawn is definitely, as Paddy's just shown, a really nice option.
Yeah, and on very, very, very fast lawns, often having 2 balls at each hoop is a good tactic, because basically if you've got 2 there, you can guarantee yourself getting a really good position in front of the hoop. If you've only got one ball there and you slightly hit it away from the hoop, you're then having to do a roll or a takeoff in front of the hoop, and that's sometimes difficult to achieve.
So Paddy's starting to bring this break together. I think interestingly also too, early in that break building process, if you do need to leave a ball behind and come back to it, that's not too much of a drama.
Yeah, but he's also placed blue so that when he runs the hoop, he can rush it straight back to red. So that's where ball placement is so important so that now he can rush blue back towards red, and then he can send the blue to 4 and get his rush on red back to yellow.
Yeah, and you can see there with the pace of the lawns, a nice delicate hoop stroke runs almost through to the boundary, and he's got that return. Okay, he cuts it into the hoop.
Yeah. Yes, you can never depend what's going to happen.
No, and just that the speed of the lawns and that ball running on a yard or 2 more than he would have liked. It just meant that rush wasn't guaranteed, and he's just clipped it on the side.
Now we have to do a split. Sending both balls sort of a similar distance.
And he's looking to come down and pick up that red ball with that split shot.
They really are starting to speed up. You can see how far the blue ball went past the hoop 4. So already, you know, you can see there's since they first started this morning, they've change of speed.
Absolutely. I think it's also interesting watching these players on the lawn. The body language or body English is different. You can quite often see a reaction from a player as to what they were expecting to happen, and Paddy definitely was asking that blue ball to ease up a little.
Lovely rush there. Beautiful. Just well judged.
So now we'll likely see Paddy pop that red ball down the lawn, probably that similar position between hoops 3 and 4, getting that rush back to the north on the yellow ball to make hoop 3. And apart from the blue being slightly further than he would have liked, we're starting to see all 4 balls come together in the positions where he would like them. And again, he's played that slightly fast, so you'll have a cut coming back. Interesting for Paddy is that his quarterfinal was over quite quickly. I think Jared said Jared got a couple of lessons. So Paddy has actually been sitting around for quite some time.
He must have since lunchtime yesterday, I would say.
Yeah, so he's been off the lawns for a decent period of time.
Yeah,
so
24 hours, really.
Yeah, even someone as good as Paddy, it does take a little bit of getting used to. And what we might be seeing here is just a little bit of that coming through, where just getting the feel for the lawns is just taking that little bit of time.
Well, he's got the balls, pretty nice now. Obviously he would have preferred blue in front of hoop 4, but I'm sure with Paddy's experience he'll deal with this quite well. The day is sort of still quite overcast. A little bit of blue sky behind me. The day is supposed to get a little bit more windy, I think, this afternoon. There's not much wind at the moment. Temperatures are probably about 21, would you say, 22?
Yeah, it'll be about that. It's comfortable without being too hot at the moment. Earlier in the week, we were definitely getting a fair bit of heat coming through.
33 last Saturday. It certainly was a scorcher.
Yeah, 21 degrees at the moment. Bit of a breeze, which makes it nice.
Yeah. Actually, probably perfect conditions at the moment.
And being able to live stream these events is fantastic. So big thank you to Māori TV. I think those watching it live, fantastic, but also too, as far as learning the game, having these games on YouTube, to be able to go and have a look and see how the players are moving the balls around, and I think one thing for me is watching them and almost trying to get yourself to predict where the balls are going to go.
Yep.
Fantastic learning tool for getting up to speed with AC.
It's really a good coaching tool we've got now, having these streaming, and it also remains there, so it's on often on Māori TV, and over in the UK it's on YouTube, and so you can then refer to these at a later stage, and as a teaching tool they're fantastic.
Yeah, and find it quite useful if you are watching the games and you are learning the game of AC, is just to try and predict where you think the balls are going to be going. For example, how Paddy from here is going to get that red ball into play, where he's going to be approaching or sending his Pioneer to hoop 6, and how he's going to access that Pioneer at 5, which is a little bit further north than he would have liked, but he needs to bring that in nice and tight. So being able to think ahead as to how he might be doing that, there are always a number of options, a number of different ways to do it.
And also, each player sees things in a different way, and you also have different strengths. Some people are very good single ball players. Great, rushing is your strength. But if you're not a great rusher and you depend on your croquet strokes, you play a game in a slightly different way.
So Paddy's come through and rotated the red ball. Looks like the red ball head up to hoop 6, accessing the blue ball to try and bring that hoop 5 Pioneer into line.
It's important. I mean, it's nice to get obviously the red nicely, the Pioneer at 6, but the most important part of that shot was to get the rush on blue to yellow. That was the most vital bit of that shot. And he's done that very nicely.
Just skimmed past hoop 4 there.
Yeah, was getting very close.
A bit closer than he might have liked.
Yes, I mean, what we call the hoops and the peg, the furniture on the lawn, and sometimes they seem to be awfully big, and yet when you actually look at the lawn and how much space they actually take, it's quite a very small percentage of the lawn.
So as Paddy comes through hoop 4 there, he's got all 4 balls in the middle of the lawn. Nice control at this point.
Yep.
Bringing that slightly loose hoop 5 Pioneer into line, with a cut down to the hoop, and with the balls all in the middle of the lawn. Paddy's objective here will be to get that break to fullback.
So after 5, what is your normal line of play?
Well, there are a couple of options. Obviously, down at hoop 5, you do have the opportunity to load 2-back, because you are quite close to 2-back at that point. So it's a nice, easy load if you do have the balls where you need them. Otherwise, you can come through hoop 5, sending a ball up to 1-back and getting that rush on blue down to the ball at hoop 6.
Yes, I must admit I'm one for trying to load 2-back at this stage, and also you want to be loading it with your partner ball, because you don't want to be making your last hoop off your partner ball, because when you're setting your leave. So you really want to be using an opponent ball to make 3-back off. So that's what he's thinking about, which balls are going to be at which hoops. So even though he's still 1, 2, 3, 4 hoops away from doing that, you have to start planning your break.
And as we see Paddy running hoop 5, the balls are slightly looser than he probably would have liked.
Absolutely.
So that early load of 2-back might not quite be possible, because he's now going to be playing onto the opposition yellow ball.
Yeah, so he's going to change his line of play. He'll now probably send yellow to 1-back.
That's lucky or unlucky. He just rushed that into hoop 5.
Yeah, probably actually not bad. Really
popped
there.
out to the side. He still is in good position.
To get a rush on the blue, up to red. So he's changed his line of play. So he'll take blue up to 6. So he'll have 2 balls around hoop 6. So that after he has made 6, he'll be able to use his partner ball and send that back to 2-back.
And Nelson, you touched on it there briefly, but do you want to talk to us about why it is important or preferred to have your partner ball as the pioneer at 2-back?
Because then you're not making your last hoop, which is 3-back, off your partner ball. You really want to be making it off an opponent ball. So,
and that just makes it that much easier to set that leave.
Set your leave, yeah, exactly.
So after you come through 3-back and you're setting the leave, which let's not jinx it, but hopefully we'll see Paddy do, you want your own ball to be the last one you play, to be able to set that leave nicely and create that nice tight rush to where you need.
Yep. So he's put blue north of the hoop, so that when he runs hoop 6, he can hit his partner ball first, and that allows him then to get the his partner ball 2-2-back, going to red. So red's now going to become the pivot ball. So swapping over your pivot, when your break doesn't quite go the way you intended, is always a good line of play.
So you can see here what Nelson was talking to us about. Sorry, before I get there, he's got a slightly angled hoop 6, which is fine. But we talked about getting that partner ball down to 2-back, and that's really what he's done here. Is he's set himself a slightly deep reception ball, being the blue. He's tapping onto that now, and he'll be able to send that all the way down to 2-back. Getting onto the red ball.
He wants to come beyond the red so he can then rush it back to the yellow again.
I think another really interesting thing about the game, Nelson, is that no 2 breaks are ever the same.
No.
So you can look at the game of croquet, and yes, it is patterns and process, and you're playing similar shots, but no 2 breaks are ever the same. They all bring their individual challenges.
And you have to be prepared to adapt to what happens in a break. You know? So the more you play, the more adaptable you become, I think.
So you might get slightly loose in the middle of a break, and you might need to bring it back in. So we talked, Paddy's made a couple of adjustments in this break already, but you can see very calm, very measured, and he's got balls back exactly where he needs them. So interesting position we're coming to now, Nelson, is that Paddy, a few hoops ahead, will be starting to think about the leave that he wants to make. As you're learning the game, you've got a couple that are slightly easier to learn and execute. So the diagonal spread, for example, is where I'm at. but there are a number of different variations, and players like Paddy have a number of options up their sleeve. So what are your thoughts in terms of what Paddy might choose to do here?
I think he might be looking at a new standard leave, so I don't know. I just have to see. It's a bit early to tell what he's going to do.
Yeah.
He's sending yellow to the peg, I think. Or is he sending it to 3-back? No, I think he's sending it 3-back. I think he's got enough room to actually manoeuvre this and get this rush on red down to blue.
So it does help with that really tight pioneer at 2-back.
Yeah, he had enough room to manoeuvre that shot, so that he got a good pioneer at 3-back, and was able to also get his rush on red. If he'd been closer to it, I think he would have played a different line of play. But because he had that distance to achieve that, he's gone for that line of play.
So the other interesting thing here, Nelson, is that having just run 1-back, there is a lift in play. Do you want to touch on for us what that means and what options that gives?
Well, if you in this turn, Paddy has run 1-back, which is the first lift shot, lift hoop, I should say. So when he finishes his turn, he'll probably be on 4-back. So the opponent then has a lift, which he can take it to A-balk. A-balk runs from corner 1 to the middle of the field, in line with basically hoop 5, and B-balk runs from level with hoop 6 on the boundary out to corner 3. So those are the two, what we call balks, and basically the opponent can pick up their ball and place it a yard in and take a shorter shot. If Paddy had gone through 1-back and 4-back in the first turn, the opponent would be entitled to a contact. So therefore he could pick up one of his balls and put it in contact with one of the other 3 balls. He's probably not going to do that because that gives the opponent a much easier start. So he's only going to go to 4-back, so therefore only giving the opponent a lift. He's got a nice position at hoop 1, at 2-back.
So now we talked earlier on about that lift that he might be making, and we've got a few clues in front of us on the lawn now. There's no ball up by the peg, which suggests that the diagonal spread is off the table.
Yep, and a new standard leave, I should think.
Yep. So bringing those 2 balls down to 3-back.
So he'll have basically...
So let's test me here, Nelson. So the new standard leave is 1 ball on the wire of 3-back.
So not on the wire. You don't want on the wire.
Just
it wants to be able to be rushable to hoop 1. So it's not hittable from A-balk.
Yeah.
And also there'll be 2 balls out from it that basically it'll have no swing on those 2 balls.
Well, interestingly, he has put that ball up towards the peg.
He has put it quite deep there.
So he may well be sending this back up to the peg.
Maybe, yes. Otherwise, he would have blew over here. No, I think he's going for a diagonal spread.
So we touched on it earlier on, there's so many different ways to get the balls around the lawn and get them in the position you need to. Depending on what Paddy sees at any point in time, he'll adjust his decisions. So that ball is going up to the peg in a good spot there. So we're looking like a diagonal spread.
And a diagonal spread is basically having the 2 opponent balls cross wide at the peg, one close to the peg and one out on the far line beyond hoop 2, and basically his other 2 balls on the, never remember my east and wests, on the
east boundary.
East boundary, thank you. And they basically will have a rush infield, but the ball that's at the peg will have no swing on those 2 balls. But as we said earlier, the opponent can pick up one of his balls and take it to one of the balk lines, therefore giving him a shorter shot, really.
So the lift shot that John is going to get ready for shortly, after Paddy has set his leave, this will be the last hoop that he's making on this turn. As Nelson mentioned, he doesn't want to go through 4-back for not wanting to give the contact lift. So the shot that John is going to be taking is going to be a pretty critical shot, really. Paddy will be looking to give him maximum distance on that shot. And if John goes on to miss that shot, Paddy then has a chance to finish, which we'll talk about a little bit later on if we get to that point. Or just scoots past the red ball. So with a miss of the lift shot, which John will be hoping to hit, obviously, Paddy then has a chance to probably attempt a triple peel.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see what shot John decides to do. Often the safest shot is from B-Book down on the two balls that Paddy set a rush with. But at the same time, he might take the attitude, I'm playing a much better player, I'm going to take the shorter shot and make sure I hit. So sometimes taking the longer shot and your chances of hitting are smaller. Sometimes when you're playing a better player, you take the shorter shot and perhaps guarantee a hit.
Yeah, it's a real risk and reward type decision-making process.
Reward, absolutely.
So Paddy looks to be happy with that red position, wide on the peg to the yellow ball. And now he's coming out to the east boundary to set the rush. If he gets this right, there'll be a straight line drawn between all four balls on the lawn, meaning that John can't shoot either the yellow or the red at Paddy. The yellow because he can't see them through the peg, and the red because the backswing is hampered by the peg, which is the idea with the diagonal spread leave. So you can see now why when the game was getting underway and John had a couple of chances perhaps to get down to hoop one. Those are critical opportunities when you're playing someone like Paddy, because very quickly the game can be taken away from you. Paddy has made the break to fall back. John will have the lift shot, but it's really about taking chances.
And as you can see, Paddy is setting that rush towards the red and the yellow balls. So whichever ball John decides to move, Paddy will have a rush towards it. And also the red ball, as we said earlier, has no swing at the blue and black. So he's now going to weigh up his options. So he's studying the field. I mean, in the situation, sometimes depending on whether I'm playing on a quick lawn or a fast lawn, depends on which ball I will pick up here, because basically both balls are of use to Paddy. So I don't think this lawn is fast enough so that whether he picks up, whether he moves red or yellow, Paddy's still got a rush to either. I think it's easier sometimes to achieve your next break off the yellow ball. With the red, you're usually sending that to two back and guaranteeing your rush on the red ball, which can be sometimes a little more difficult to achieve. Whereas if you're rushing to a line, it's often easier just to stop shot and get the rush on the yellow. But with Paddy's experience, he would be capable of doing either.
So we see John walking the lawn. He's assessing his options. He was just looking from the end of A balk across at Paddy's balls. He's gone and he's picked up the yellow ball, and he is coming back to that point. So we touched on it earlier. When you're playing someone of Paddy's quality, you can't die wondering. So I think what it looks like John's doing is he's taking the shortest possible shot on the lawn, which is that shot from the end of A balk across to Paddy's balls.
Yep. And that's all, yes, we said earlier, calculated risk, but he's giving himself his best option of hitting. So probably hitting here, he's probably increased his chances to more like 80%. If he was hitting from B balk, it'd be at 50%.
And the risk here is, it does make the pickup and the finish easier percentage-wise from Paddy's perspective. But John is just giving himself the best opportunity to make this lift for OK. having played John in the previous round, he is very calm and measured. He takes his time over these roquets, quite often has a few practice swings. He won't be hurried in this. This is a critical shot, so he'll take his time and give himself the best opportunity. And he hits it. That is fantastic from John.
Yep. So now we may see a repeat of what we've just seen in another football
break.
Yeah,
we talked about risk and reward, and he took the risk and he got the reward.
Absolutely.
Interesting.
He's still got a bit of work to do, but the balls are now in a much easier position to get a break going. That is the problem with when you set a diagonal spread like this. If they do hit in, it's much easier to establish a break.
One thing watching John take that shot, and I saw him close hand in the last round, is the way he keeps his head down right the way through the shot. He doesn't look up. He's almost listening for the hit. He holds that position for a couple of seconds, and I know that because I'm constantly being told that I'm lifting my head.
We all want to see the result.
I'm too eager to know what's happening.
We're all guilty in a way.
But if you're watching John take those shots, it's a fantastic model to follow.
Yeah.
The head stays down and the follow through, and he lets the process take care of it.
Yeah.
The quicker you look up isn't going to impact whether it hits or not.
Absolutely, as much as you tell yourself that, it's still you want to know what the result of your hit was.
So John's rushed that ball into the middle. He's given himself a little bit of an awkward position here because he would like to get this ball up to hoop 2, but he has the peg and the red ball in the way, so he's going to get it there or thereabouts and try and get that rush on red down to hoop 1. So not ideal, but should be manageable if he can get that hoop 1 rush. And that is quite away from hoop 2 as far as a Pioneer goes. And like I say, it was just not quite getting that rush right to the peg and the red ball.
So that's where Black ended up there.
Yeah, he was.
Not great.
He had the peg and the red in the way of the rush to 2.
At least he's got his rush on the red. He's hit it a bit hard. I think it's going to go all the way to the boundary.
He has, and this is the impact of being off the lawn for a period of time. First few shots, it is always hard. So he's rushed that down south of hoop 1. It is almost out near the boundary towards the corner with a difficult approach.
Yeah. Okay, well, look, I'm going to hand back, I should say, to Jared. And it's been great talking with you, Luke.
Thank you, Nelson.
And it would be interesting to see Jared's impressions of this second break.
Kia ora, Nelson. Thanks for your mahi. Good to be back in the box. And
it's a box. We're sitting under a marquee here in the middle of a croquet lawn. So just bring you up to speed here, Jared. So John had a really nice lift shot from the end of A-book, took the aggressive option, playing at Paddy out on the east boundary. Paddy had made a reasonably tidy break around to fullback.
Yep.
We talked about risk and reward, and John took that risk and got the reward. And he's made a nice hoop 1, but we talked about the lawns again, and it has run a long way through.
No man's land where he's landed. So,
and this is interesting because we talked about the hoop 2 Pioneer. He couldn't get it to hoop 2 because he was doing it from behind the peg and the red ball. So if that hoop 2 Pioneer had been in position, he would be able to access that now, having run the hoop quite some way up the lawn.
So we've got a great line of sight here for Burzy shooting Croquet at Whiro. He's just run hoop 1. Karpai John, middles it.
Yeah, another lovely roquet, and we talked about that head down follow through, and does the job again.
Ha-ho Pai, very good shot. Very good shot from John. And critical here that he gets that rush on blue. If he doesn't get the rush on blue to black, his chances of a break go slipping away, because that's a tricky approach. There's quite a fast patch around hoop 2.
That's running on close to the boundary. Pulls up just inside the yard line. He does have a rush on blue, but it is across the lawn, so it will still be difficult to get up to that black ball.
Yeah, this core kitty is quite a critical one. So we'll see where it lands. Hit it in the middle. Not exactly where he wanted to. And just a quick scan around the grounds. We've got one other quarterfinal still in play at the moment. Got Joe Hogan, 1989 world champion, against Callum Hyland of Australia. Pretty early on, to be fair, in game 3, the decider. We've got Hogan as 1 and 4 back versus 1 and 2. Sorry, it's 2 and 4 back versus 1 and 1, I think. And Hogan has the innings, so could be a significant turn coming up.
And as you've given us that update, John has just made a lovely croquet stroke. He's sent the ball across 2-3, and he's achieved that rush back on black.
So I wasn't really on the scene when John was playing at his strongest in the late 90s and early 2000s. So it's pretty cool that he's back in the game, and looking forward to seeing him and Paddy have another good battle up in Whakatu, Nelson, for the invitations in March. And Luke, you'll be looking forward to heading to your first Second 8 invitation.
Yeah, really looking forward to that. Everything seems new at this point in my croquet career, but yeah, making the Second 8 invitation in Nelson, really happy with that. So it's another chance to get some good quality matches in.
For sure. And Ha-Ho Pai, another good shot from John.
Hey Jared, I was just wondering too, that you've been around the croquet scene for a little while now, and people come and go, but there'll be some interesting younger players playing at this tournament. And what are your thoughts on how it's kind of developing in terms of the players coming through and the players who have been here for some time?
I think it's pretty incredible, really, to think about that. You've got, if you look at your range of players at a national championships, I think they go from the likes of yourself, who have been playing the sport for 2 years, through to Nelson, who was just commentating, or Dennis or Joe, who have been playing the sport for over 50 years. And for them to still be competing at a high level, I just find it hard to compare how many other sports we can do that in. Some people would view that as a negative, but I see that as a positive, that if you really enjoy the game, providing your mental fitness and you maintain a little bit of physical fitness, you can compete in this for a long duration. Some people have that time of their lives where family might interrupt things and they go away for a decade, but it's something that once you've learned how to play, that doesn't mean you have to play it for life. You can always come back to it. The young players in particular, they're really dominating the nationals, the other croquet variant, the golf croquet, and it would be awesome to see that starting to happen in AC as well. But I think in croquet, having that experience can always be an advantage. They just got a few extra tricks up their sleeve, just from years of match play, watching it, doing it to other people. So yeah, it's a pretty cool balance, and the fact we're getting more and more younger players, and when I'm saying younger, I'm talking about anyone under 50, despite the fact that we've got 3 or 4 just good teenagers, young adults coming through. It's an exciting time for the game.
Yeah, and speaking of young, Levi and Reese, both acquitted themselves really well in this tournament. Definitely at the younger end of the field, but real potential. And like you say, there's if they stay with the game, there's many years to come.
And you've just seen a unfortunate error from John. He'd done all the hard work, and what'll be even more frustrating for him is that he's made the error off Paddy's, I believe that is his Piti Rua ball, his hoop 2 ball. So that's the ball that Paddy wants to play. So I think we're about to see a clutch turn from Chapman after a couple of, I would almost say, uncharacteristic errors early in the game from him. Very, very difficult hoops to run, but I've just watched Paddy play so often. He's my favourite player in the world to watch, just so smooth and just classy. I'm just used to seeing him hit and then just expecting perfection. So it's almost nice to see he is human after all.
And it is unfortunate for John on that shot, but it does go back to what we touched on with these lawns being as quick as they are, the hoops being as firm as they are. It was that slight overroll of the approach shot which just gave him a little angle on his hoop shot. We touched on it earlier, just being right in front is where you need to be. And the margin for error is small. And I think we might have seen Paddy miss that rush. Or miss that Roquet, sorry.
We have.
I don't know how much of the yellow ball he could see, but that is quite uncharacteristic.
We would have to assume that he couldn't see the full ball, because if he could, that's his sort of bread and butter level. But again, it just goes to show, regardless of how highly I think of him, a bit of a fanboy to be fair, he is human, and you've still got to make the shots. So interesting option for John to see what he's going to do from here. And kia ora to all the potentially new listeners to Croquet. We haven't spent much time on it, but we thought we'd spend a few minutes giving a little bit of an overview to people who have never watched the sport before, because you might be thinking, what the hell are they doing? What do they do? Why are they going there? What's going on? And so, Luke, do you want to start just with a little bit of an overview about the equipment that's used on the lawn, and then I'll get into a bit of the sequence of how things work.
Yeah, sure. So getting used to the terminology is the first start. So, we do have 6 hoops on the lawn. So 6 fiti on the lawn, and 4 of the balls. So the balls we have on the lawn are the yellow, red, black and blue. So blue kikarangi, red whero, black pango and yellow kowhai. So the way the game's played is that each player has 2 balls each. So the yellow and the red go together and the black and the blue go together. So the idea with the game is that we need to hit one ball onto the other, being a roquet. And if that roquet is made, one ball successfully hit onto the other, we then move to a croquet stroke, which is when we put the 2 balls in contact, playing the striker's ball, and then manipulate those balls into positions to then make another roquet or tutuki. From there, you can then go on to use all 3 of the other balls on the lawn before making your next hoop. If you don't successfully do that, then it's end of turn, and the idea then is to set a leave, making it difficult for your opposition to get back into play, and maintaining control or maintaining the innings.
So interesting here that Paddy is going for a slightly more defensive line of play, so he's not even aiming for a tutuku. He is just hitting his ball off the boundary, and for anyone that's new, you might see that on the majority of shots, when a ball is hit off the lawn, you bring it back inside the lawn by 1 yard. We call that the yard line. And the reason he's gone there is just to put a bit of pressure on this next shot between whero and kowhai. It's a distance that Paddy is expecting John to be able to make the tutuku, make the roquet. And if he does, it's harder for John to get going if Paddy's a little bit separated. Kapai, John, good shot. So John's just made the tutuku, the roquet, and now he has to do a croquet stroke, haho wā wahi, and the ball that he hit first at the start of the turn is the same ball that he will continue hitting. Like Luke's mentioned, you can use any of the other 3 to advantage yourself. And a little bit of the catch is that you can only use each of them once until you have scored a fitty, scored a hoop. When you've scored a hoop, all 3 become alive again. Otherwise, once you've used them once, you can't use them again in that turn unless you have scored a hoop.
So it looks like John has played the federal ball, red ball. He's down on the south boundary and he's considering an approach directly to hoop 1. No, he's just actually set the rush. So Paddy, by going to the north boundary, set a very wide join. John has left Paddy's balls there, hit onto his partner ball and has set a nice tight rush from the south boundary to hoop 1.
So here we go, he's got that rush, that core kitty, all set. Basically advantage to John at the moment. Paddy now has to try and make his 2 tuki. And
So
if he makes that roki, makes that 2 tuki, then Paddy will get to play the croquet stroke, the haho wawahi.
So Paddy's decision here, hitting across the top of the lawn, doesn't want to leave 2 balls together if he misses. It's on its way. And he makes the kokiri.
So haho pai Paddy, very, very good shot. Hit it in the middle, nice and smooth. And one of the things I think, in my mind anyway, makes Paddy stand out compared with some of the other younger high-level players. It never looks like he's just thrashing the ball. So he's not renowned to be one of the hardest hitters in the game, but he just strikes the ball really, really well, and it just always looks so smooth. Certainly something I know I'm a little bit envious of. So here we go. He's coming down the lawn to Kowhai and Fedro. Needs to utilise them. It's a good shot.
So that's the risk that John took, leaving those 2 balls together in that tight rush to 1. That if Paddy did hit, he'd have those balls to come down and work with. So he'll be looking to advance yellow into the lawn, Kowhai, and then play on Fedor up to the hoop 2 area, where he has his black ball, pango, waiting as the reception ball at hoop 2. What are your thoughts here, Jared, in terms of how he's going to send a pioneer to hoop 3?
I think he'll predominantly be focused on just having that really good core kitty, that really good rush to hoop 2. Where he's hit it, he'd be pretty happy with, and he won't fall into the trap of thinking, oh, I've got to try and get red as close to hoop 3 as I can. He'll just be focusing, all right, I'm going to dig red in a little bit. I'm going to get in good position at hoop 2. I'm going to run the fitty. I'm going to hit pango, and then he'll be able to just dig the break out. So he'll go into a break building phase rather than some people would choose to approach the hoop from a lot further away. But he said, actually, my hoop 3 pioneer doesn't matter. It's only critical that I land in front of the hoop, and he's just like you were about to say.
Seen it just roll off. I've seen that a number of times over the last few days. In front of that particular hoop, it's just got a slight roll off to the side. So he's now got quite an angled hoop too.
And we would love to get a replay on this shot, because this looks like a very, very difficult hoop. All sorts of stuff could happen from here. That is a fantastic hoop, Paddy. Ka pai, Paddy. Great hoop 2. And providing he gets a good rush to hoop 3, I think his break will be well underway.
I think what you were touching on earlier, Jared, is a conversation you and I actually had, which I've tried to hold on to, is to, when you're building that break, just to not go for too much too early. Temptation is, as you touched on, trying to kind of punt red across the lawn, trying to get that pioneer in too early. Paddy's shown us exactly that be a bit more patient, play the shots that are a bit tighter, a bit more controlled, prioritise the next hoop. So Paddy's playing onto the black ball now. He's got plenty of room there to get black across the lawn. Ever so close, perhaps, maybe not all the way down to hoop 4, maybe. Not too sure how much space he's got. He's ignoring Croquet at the moment, and he'll take the fiddle ball across to hoop 3.
Whiti Toru is next hoop that he needs to run.
And again, it's a really good example of not getting too greedy, not trying to get that black ball too far down the lawn. I think some people look and kind of go, oh, that's not a great pioneer, but
it's irrelevant.
It's exactly what Paddy's trying to achieve. You'll see it over the next few hoops. If he's successful, it'll just get closer and closer and tighter, and it's a great learning for any stage of the game, really, to watch someone like Paddy see how he starts to pull this together. He's ignoring the yellow ball down on the boundary. He'll pick that up probably after hoop 4. At this point in time, he's prioritising the break one hoop at a time.
And I think one thing that's very interesting about croquet compared with a lot of other sports is that as you get better, especially as a turn becomes established, the game actually gets easier. So at the elite level, you are running shorter hoops, so you don't have to approach the whiti from as far away. Your length of rushes, your kokiri, that gets shorter and easier. And when you've got the balls on a string, there's no difficult shots. You're just playing lots of stop shots, lots of easy kokiris, lots of easy whiti running hoops, and the game becomes quite simple. Whereas when you're learning, you have to do a lot bigger haho wā wahi, a lot bigger croquet strokes, especially when you're trying to get in front of a whiti, and the game can actually be a lot more challenging. So I don't think I've ever come across a sport where the better you get at it, the easier the sport actually becomes.
And that's why for people like myself who are reasonably new to the game, it can be quite punishing to watch someone like Paddy who just makes it look so easy. When as we're learning the game, we're definitely not feeling that.
He's fallen short on that one, so he's going to need to play a very, very good kokiri from here. Wants to rush the pango all the way down to Croquet.
That's a lovely cut rush. Lovely kokiri there. It's heading right down towards yellow. We thought he might leave that alone for a little while, but given that he didn't quite get a ball near hoop 3, he's going to see if he can access the yellow ball, Croquet, to bring that across. So given you've seen Paddy play a number of times over the years, has his game developed and evolved over that time, or how do you see someone like this progress?
That's a good question. So for people who probably weren't familiar with Paddy, if I say he's been a top 5 player in the world for the last 10 years, how do you get better from there? I think his break play and his croquet strokes have just always been phenomenal. For him to go to the next level, to get to number 1, it's probably his shooting. I would say the top 10 players in the world are a significant step up above the rest. They're just error count is so much lower. And Paddy, when he's playing at his best, I think it's when his shooting, his rokeing, his tutuking is on point the most. And we saw that in 2018 when he won the individual world champs, and during the knockout phases, he had some close matches, but when the pressure came on and he needed to hit, he would just hit.
So that was a lovely touch, getting that Croquet ball across to hoop 4. Yeah, managing the pace of the lawns to get that in position was a fantastic shot.
And you might have seen him after the hoop just doing a wee check of his pārkuru. So he just wanted to check the mallet. He's possibly taken a wee chip out of the end face, which is something we want to avoid when the mallet came into contact with the whiti. Very fortunate that we're playing with quad-way hoops. So they are quad-way whiti is the name of them.
with those footy, Jared, at the United Club here, people talk about the ground being so firm. Do you want to just tell us a little bit around what that means for the hoops?
Yeah,
and then when you are hoop running, what are we experiencing?
So, for anyone who hasn't experienced playing at United, the soil has a higher percentage of clay in it compared with a lot of croquet courts that are built more on sand. And if you imagine a hoop that's stuck in concrete, which is closer to that clay substrate, compared with almost a hoop that's, let's just say, stuck in sand instead, the hoops in sand are a lot more forgiving. So if you hit a shot towards the hoop and it hits one of the uprights, so the sides of the hoops, if the hoop moves, there is a chance that the ball will still go through the hoop. Whereas on that hoop that's set in concrete, if the ball hits the upright and there is just no give with it, you're just going to get a rejection in comparison. So the longer the hoop, the more angly the hoop, the more impossible they become playing on really firm hoops that are set in concrete compared with playing on the really easy, forgiving hoops that are set in a sandy, loamy. Even the material that the hoops are made out of, we used to play with an iron cast hoop. Now the quadways, which are used by the majority of clubs in New Zealand and starting to become around the world as well, they're made of stainless steel, so they're less forgiving as well.
Yeah, and I guess just talking to my experience here, coming from other lawns, other hoops that are a bit more forgiving, you can almost, if you get in a little bit of trouble with some angle, almost bully them through. That might sound a little bit funny, but the same shot here, it almost gets
different outcome.
It almost gets spat back at you. So you learn very, very quickly that that's not possible, and you need to really focus on your positioning, your hoop approaches, and then when you are playing those shots, just really controlled, nice and smooth, and really focus on getting right in front with a nice controlled, easy running hoop. Easier said than done, though.
Completely agree, mate. We've he got a bit of a kicker there. He just tickled into the upright, and he's landed in a very fortunate position. And even though that looks pretty straightforward, I still think that's a very challenging hoop. There's just that little bit of angle, so he needs to give it that extra 20% than what he normally would. If he didn't give it that extra 20%, he's just jamming in the middle.
And how lucky that he has that red ball there. In a standard break, it might not be there, but as he's pulling the break together, the red ball is in the perfect escape ball position. He could not play onto the black ball, being hampered, but very lucky as he was pulling the break together that the federal ball was off to the side, so he can carry on his merry way.
Agreed, and I think, considering we've got the number one New Zealand player and one of the best players in the world, we're about to see playing to the conditions in perfect. Perfect example of that. And what I mean is, on most lawns, Paddy would be going for what we call the triple peel, regardless of where the clips are at. It wouldn't matter how delayed it would get. But from this position, I'm going to be very surprised if we see anything but just a controlled 4-ball break to the peg. Putting John under pressure, he's got a little bit of a lead. He's going to be 2 breaks up, so it could be 4 back and peg, playing 1-1 at the end of this turn. And for Paddy to turn down a peeling opportunity at his calibre of play, that means things are pretty tough out there.
Yeah, we touched on it when we were talking with Nelson earlier. It's the constant assessment of the conditions, the lawns, the hoops, how you're feeling. There's constant decisions being made, and you can almost see Paddy adjusting as he goes.
Agreed. So I'd be, now that he's got the break under control, I'd be surprised if we see an error. And when Paddy's playing well, you'll see his rushes, his core kitties, they'll always be very short. His fitties, his hoops that he needs to run, they will be from a straight and a close distance. And it should be very rare that he has to play a big hahu wawahi, a big croquet stroke. Basically, if he's doing that, it means something has gone wrong earlier in the turn.
So we touched on it earlier when he was making his first break, Jared, that we talked about lift shots, lift going through one back, and then also too the reason why he stopped before full back, that if he progressed past that point he had to give a contact lift. So it's a different situation with the second ball around. He doesn't give the contact if he goes through one back and full back in the same turn. So that allows him to go all the way around to the peg, just giving a straight lift shot to either A balk or B balk, and therefore it's not as important which ball is at hoop 2 back, which is what we were talking about earlier. We talked about partner ball being to 2 back. Not so in this case. He's happy to have either ball because he's under control, just focusing on keeping the break together.
Agreed, and the only, especially if you're an intermediate player progressing through the A grade that you might be listening in, when we're going to 4 back, Luke was thinking about, deliberately having a certain ball at 2 back, and he's absolutely right. And the reason that on just a standard break to 4 back that you want to have your partner ball at 2 back, if it's at 2 back, it guarantees having your opposition or enemy ball at 3 back, which is your final hoop. So Paddy will have a similar instance in this. The final hoop, the rover hoop, that's what he wants to be making off an enemy ball. So he's got options. One way he can guarantee that is sending his partner ball to penultimate, the second to last hoop. Because if it's there as its pioneer, it guarantees that it shouldn't be there for rover. So Paddy's got chances to swap those around during the turn, and we'll wait and see where he does that. I'm intrigued to see what his leave will be against hoop 1 and hoop 3. I think it'll probably be just a spread still to maximise the distance. As a fullback, a spread is never a bad option, but with Paddy's ability, he might go for something that makes life a little bit more difficult, even if John hit. Like yesterday, when I was for 1-1, Paddy went to fullback and peg, and he had a vertical spread with a ball in the jaws of Penalt and Rover, so that even if I did make a Croquet, I couldn't rush one of my partner ball to hoop 1. So we could possibly have another vertical spread from Paddy.
Do you want to talk to us a little bit, Jared? I know you're copped a toweling from Paddy, but maybe put us into the headspace of John. How do you approach a game from a mindset perspective when you know you're playing Paddy Chapman, you know he's going to do what he does, you don't want to be defeatist, and I'm sure you weren't, but what's your thinking going into the game? What are you looking to do?
Yeah, I think it's a really good question, Luke, and it was a strange one. If I touch on it personally before I try and put myself in John's head, against Paddy, I almost felt more relaxed because there was zero expectation. Taking a ball round, let alone playing for a winning turn, it just wasn't expected, so there was no pressure on me. I think you want to, regardless of your opposition, you want to just make sure you're getting the fundamentals right. And if you can do that, you can go a long way. So little things like when you're playing the break against Paddy, you need to be able to keep your mind calm and just focus on the things that you have control of, focusing on one shot at a time, thinking about how do I make life easy for myself and hard for the opposition, compared with the trap that a lot of people fall into of, I'm versing Paddy, I'm playing a break against Paddy, if I mistake, it's just gone, the match is over. So you need to almost just try and make things as simple as possible. For instance, when I was playing him, I never got off hoop 1, only took Croquet once. Paddy just played really well and was just a deserved 26-0 winner. But if I did get in, my plan was to keep things simple, try and go to fullback, and then go to the peg to try and put a little bit more pressure on him. If Paddy had first break, if I got the first break, I was going to treat things a little bit differently, and I was always planning to go around and give contact to just say, hey, bit of pressure on you, you're probably going to go around and peg me off and just win, but if you don't, that gives me a chance at a full ball break to try and win, rather than to rely on doing peeling or anything like that. So I think if you're in John's mind, you're just thinking, what are the skills that I've got, what bullets have I got in the chamber, and I'm going to play to my strengths. Keep things simple, and I'm going to focus on my own performance, not focus on my opposition.
I think you said something really interesting earlier in that around expectation. And it's a real interesting thing, right? Because we do put pressure on ourselves and expectation, and I think I experienced it yesterday playing Chris. No one expected me, and I shouldn't, I don't know if I shouldn't have won that game, but I came into that really relaxed, really calm. I was really pleased with what I'd done to get there, and I was just going to enjoy it, which is really powerful, right? So how do you actually achieve that mindset normally? I don't know the answer to that question, but I know how well I played feeling that way. I'm really interested to kind of go, how do you get your head in that space in a normal game of croquet?
100%. And I think if I look at all of the elite players, the difference in their physical ability is so minimal. Even if you're looking at the top 20 players in the world, between number 1 and 20, yes, number 1's better physically, but number 20 can still do all the same turns. They can still do triples. They can still hit lift shots. I think the higher up you get, the more of a difference there is just between the years. How you can manage the old mahunga and keep your head together, that goes a long, long way in the game. Even talking to Paddy yesterday, it was fascinating just hearing how basically everyone's out to get him. He's just always the favourite, and everyone would always love to have a victory against him. And even that would be a different mindset challenge. So, big part of this game is just the mental side of things, and it's how well can you manage it.
So I think what we can see here, not wanting to put any pressure on, but as the last few hoops have been made, I think what we're seeing is Paddy really start to get a feel for the pace of the lawn. The first break round was a little bit looser than the second, just getting into that right position, getting that touch right. A couple of those shots there just coming through three back just looked really nice and tidy. He's really starting to feel the lawn. And as we touched on, he's going to approach four back and go through and head all the way to the peg, which really does pile pressure on John. He's going to need to make something happen, but like Jared said, keeping the process really simple. He knows how to make a good solid break, and that's what he's going to need to do.
I think if you look at a judge of how well a player is playing is how far the striker's ball is moving during a haho wawahi, so during a croquet stroke. If you're having to do big rolls the length of the lawn and it's travelling a long way, as a general guide, that means you don't have much control. Whereas if we look at Paddy's next shot, he's playing the haho wawahi, the croquet stroke, and his striker's ball, the kikorangi, the blue, it doesn't have to go very far, it doesn't have to travel much distance to get towards yellow. Same thing, if he's on his hoop approaches and he's got a really good pioneer at his hoop, the striker's ball won't have to move very far in the hoop approach, so he's got more control.
What are your thoughts there, Jared, on why he chose to play the takeoff from red and not bring it back into the lawn?
So I think because he couldn't dig red in far enough that he wanted to, whilst holding on yellow to get the good rush to four back, he's probably just saying, actually, I'm happy just running my hoop. The other alternative is that he's putting it here for a leave, and that after he makes hoop 3, he's going to put yellow in the jaws of four back, so yellow's going to be for his own hoop possibly. Plenty of room now to go with red.
So we'll rewind a little bit. Jared talked about making sure in this scenario that the partner ball is at penult.
Yep.
Paddy got that there nice and early. He's now playing with two opposition balls, and he'll put one of those up to the rover hoop. But yeah, really nice and controlled. The ball's in the right position. He's played that red ball back into the lawn. He'll just get that rush across north of the Pangor ball, and then put that forward as his pioneer.
And I think that's another really good example of what we'd call swapping the pivot ball over, where originally yellow was the pivot ball and red would have been the pioneer, but he said actually if I in the previous shot had sent red down and got that perfect pioneer at Rover, he wouldn't have had a rush with yellow to black or yellow to pungo, kōwhai to pungo, and if he doesn't have that, then he's less likely to have a good kōkiri, a good rush to, oh, that's not what he wanted there. He's had a bit of a shocker there where the kōwhai has hit the tia, hit the peg on the way down to its final hoop, so that's just made things a little bit harder for Paddy. He's going to have to play a very good kōkiri down to Rover now because he's rushing it away from such a distance. That might possibly change the leave.
And I guess someone like Paddy, the ability to think on your feet when you're on the lawn, yes, it wasn't ideal, but that's now forgotten.
Yep.
He's now going, what do I do with the balls in the position they are? And the ability to not think about where it should have been,
Oh, for
which
sure.
I think I can definitely fall into the trap of. It is what it is. You move on.
Yeah, you can't dwell on the past in this game. You got to focus on the present. You know, every shot has a new purpose to the turn, and even now, because the yellow is the kōwhai is so far away from Rover, his main priority is getting a 3 or a 4 inch rush, a 3 or 4 inch kōkiri down to Rover. So Whiro and Pango become less critical, and the main priority is about where can I land behind kōwhai to make it incredibly easy.
So as we see Paddy working towards the last hoop, being the Rover hoop, maybe just ask you a question, Jared. Around, you've been around the croquet scene for a little while now. There's some very good friends been made over those years. There's a lot of banter. There's a lot of chat. I'm just kind of coming into the scene. Talk to us about the social side of croquet as a sport. The people that allowed you to meet, and different walks of life.
Oh, for sure. So, I guess I've been involved in the sport for a long time, nearly 20 years now. So started when I was at intermediate school. Just sort of played socially then, and then during high school was incredibly fortunate to get involved in some junior New Zealand stuff as World Croquet was establishing the first ever under-21 World Championships. Got to do a lot of travel, so I've been very privileged to go all over the world with the sport. And Paddy again, he's not happy about that one. Some of my closest friends have come from people who were playing the game. I was best man at Jared Keeman's wedding, met him through croquet, otherwise we would have never had a connection. Shout out to his wife Amy, putting up with him, great human. I'm just kidding. Keeman's a good man, and just celebrated the birthday of his daughter Maya. So having milestones like that, where you're just seeing your best mates progress in life, the connections that I've made from all over the world. We had listeners from the UK flicking us messages before. Very, very fortunate. The actual social side of things, back in the day, we were probably a little bit looser and would have some later evenings and probably feeling not as productive the next day as we could have been. But then just that getting a little bit older, you grow up a little bit, and so our social gatherings are a little bit different, and it's to the point now that there's probably a core group of us in croquet that try and catch up for a holiday once a year that's got nothing to do with croquet. And we'll go mountain biking, we'll go tramping, we'll go rock climbing, we'll just try and do something fun. Very, very fortunate with some of the lifelong friends that we've developed in the sport, and playing doubles with Toby, that was a really good example of that. I'm just friends with his family now as well. There's some of the very important people in our life that we can lean on a lot. So, privileged to have got to know people, and it's, I think, a very welcoming sport. I remember coming down to watch the World Championships that were held in Christchurch in 2008. I'd only been learning about proper croquet for, 6 weeks or something, and the 5 times world champion just came and sat down beside me and talked through exactly what was happening and why, and just how many other sports do you get that social connection in where the level of support is there.
Yeah, we can carry on that conversation in a second, Jared, but what are your thoughts here? Paddy has just managed to run. He got a nice cut rush down to Rover, ran through to the boundary and has brought that ball up, and he has all 4 balls around the peg. It's looking like a diagonal spread at this point to me.
I think so, and it wouldn't surprise me if yellow is still going reasonably tight to the boundary here. As a general rule, the better the player you are, the more defensive you can make your leaves, so that even if your opposition does hit, but he's gone for a pretty horizontal spread here, partly because of the position of the red ball. And he's basically saying to John, hey John, if you hit, yep, you can have your break and you can equalise because you've got an easy start. But if you miss, I'm finishing and I'm game up. So keeping things simple, he's not going to have quite maximum distance, but I think the fact that John took the short shot, where he shot from A-balk last time, that's probably why the spread's gone a little bit further north, thinking that he'll do the same thing and just wanting to increase that distance by another yard or 2 on the lift shot.
So back to the social side, I guess from my experience, my first New Zealand Open, geez, how long we've been down here now? We had 3 days of doubles starting last Saturday.
Day 7.
We're day 7, going to go into day 8. It's a lot of time. There's some croquet being played, which is fantastic, more than I've ever played in a week, which is something to get used to. But there's a lot of time to chat to people, interact.
Yep.
People from all sorts of different walks of life. We've got someone from the UK,
characters.
someone from Australia. People have been around the game for a very, very long time. All sorts of different backgrounds, and it's been a fantastic experience for me this week, is to get amongst everyone, get to know people. My first time meeting the legend that is Joe Hogan. What a wonderful man.
One of our faves.
What a wonderful man. The experience he's had, the willingness to chat and share
on the wisdom,
stories and tips.
He loves his pūrākau, does Joe?
Yeah. It's just such a welcoming event and community, and that's another reason why I'm really enjoying kind of the croquet experience. So Paddy set that diagonal spread. Be interested to see the decision John takes here. Playing against Paddy, the aggressive option probably is the way to go. There's very little point in John being defensive at this stage. Paddy made that break, as we said, round to the peg. No attempt at a triple peel. So Paddy is now 4 back and peg, playing 1 and 3. John really has to focus on his best opportunity to hit, and therefore chance to make a break.
And just while John's thinking about which lift he's going to take, a little bit of an update back to Court 5, which some of the viewers have been desperate for results on, and that is the deciding game between Callum and Joe. And Joe Hogan is 4 back and peg against 1 and 2, and he's just approaching 4 back with no Penalt at no Pioneer at Penalt, but Callum has joined up, so every chance that Joe could finish this turn and seal the match with a 2-1 victory.
Yeah, does he 2-ball through to Penalt, or does he go and get the the opposition balls down from corner 4?
I think he can. If his rush was directly pointing at Penalt, I think he'd take it. But because it's pointing at Rover, I think he'll rush it down, go to the enemy balls and use those to rush back.
And you're wrong.
He's an incredible cut.
He's cut rush that right across, being in front of Penalt. So thanks for that, Jared. So looking back onto the lawn that we're seeing in front of us, interesting shot here John's taking. He must be able to see something in that spread, looking to not take the lift but play the yellow ball, the core 5 ball as it lies. So let's see what he can see and if he can hit.
Interested?
Oh,
just slithers past. So that will very likely be the finishing turn for Paddy in game 1.
Yeah, having taken that shot, which he did need to, I'd suggest it was a good decision. He needed to be aggressive, but the ball's quite literally couldn't be better placed to finish from fullback at this point. Another interesting learning for me this week, Jared, is although we are talking about John and Paddy Chapman, the game of croquet is never finished. It does not matter how far behind you are until the balls are off the lawn and they've been pegged out. Funny things can happen. So what are a couple of the stories you've got over the years of maybe share us one of a game that was gone and lost and you've seen someone pull a miracle out?
One we snip it, and apologies if I get this one slightly wrong. I think it was the 2011 British Open doubles where one of the greatest players of all time, Reg Bamford, was teamed up with a cool dude, Tony Lemoynier, nicknamed the Lemon. They were 25-0 ahead, and unfortunately for Tony, he missed the final shot, which was about an inch long to peg out. So the opposition 25-0 down in a game that's first to 26. They lose 26-25. And that sums it up that you can just, it's never over till it's over. We've seen some absolute corkers, even in this event, where in the first game of the doubles, Toby and myself are looking pretty comfortable. Chris Schilling played an incredible turn, 12-hoop break in overtime to win. It just, you're never done in an untimed game. Both balls have to hit the peg, or you can be a chance still from 25-0 down. In a timed game, you've still got that overtime turn to win. So we've been involved in some thrillers, and one thing we're really hoping to do is get Joe on the commentary booth, and we've got a fascinating story which we'll save till later, and that was a game, a doubles match in fact, with him and Chris Schilling over in America in 2017, where normally a match will finish, if it's 3 games, it might be between 4 and 7 hours sort of thing, and this particular doubles match went into its 3rd day. So witnessed some incredible ones over the years. I know that Dave Morm's comeback in the 2000 MAC to win the final game has been regarded as one of the best comebacks in history of croquet, or one of the best turns, possibly not the best comeback. And it's not over till it's over. So even though Paddy has a commanding 4-back and peg leave, you think game 1's done, but until he's pegged both balls out, John's still in with a chance.
And I think just coming off the back of that, it's the really interesting part about learning the game. You can feel like you're behind, and sometimes that can influence the way you play, the pressure you're feeling. But like no other game I've really experienced, the ability to actually come back from that is always there.
Agreed.
If you can make a break off an opening, 9-hoop break to 4-back, and perhaps even your second ball 12-hoop break to the peg, if you can make that from the start, then why can't you make that when you're under pressure and the opponent's ahead? So it's a really tricky thing to get your head around, but getting yourself in the headspace of being able to play that break no matter the situation is a real art.
Yeah, and I think for a lot of people not familiar with croquet, one comparison that I would use is putting in golf. You might have a 3-foot putt that you expect to make, and if you're just on a practice by yourself, that's never in doubt. You're just sinking it more times than not. But if that's to win a major championship and there's $20 million on the line, even though it's the identical putt, it's a very, very different putt with the mental stress. And just before Paddy goes around, we're just watching the final couple of shots, and the 1989 world champion, who's won multiple New Zealand titles, I'll try and figure out how many, is just about to peg off to beat Callum Hyland. So commiserations to Callum. I think he's been an incredibly strong performer in this event. Like I said, multiple triples, looked dangerous every time that he's been on the lawn. But that puts Joe through, and that guarantees an all New Zealand semi-final. So Ko te toa o te tene kiaumu o Joe Hogan over Callum Highland. So the winner of the match is Joe Hogan, 2-1 over Callum Highland. So ka pai, Joe, you'll hear the round of applause.
So Joe will go on to face Logan McCorkindale in the other semi-final, which should get underway not too far away. I think Joe will want a little bit of a rest after that one.
Yeah. Joe's matches have had a tendency to go to time in both the doubles and the singles. Like he said, he likes to get his value. He doesn't want to win too quickly. He wants to draw it out. And he even said after he was game up, no, I want this one to go to 3. So you just...
What a character. So back in front of us here, we can see Paddy, as we touched on, he made the penultimate hoop off his partner ball. He took that out to the boundary, put that back in by the peg, has brought yellow in closer to Rover, and has the perfect pioneer being the federal ball to make the final hoop. And we'll head back up to the blue ball for the peg out. And highly likely, do I call it, do I not? Highly likely take game 1.
So a good final 2 turns from Paddy. I know a couple of errors early doors, but you could see when he got that break established just the amount of control that he had. His hoops were always short. His 50 he had to run was always close. And it's going to be a new game at the start of game 2. But the clear favourite is about to go game up. The players may stop for lunch as we approach 2 o'clock. But they also may just want to continue playing.
So John did get a little bit of lawn time early on. I think he will be a little bit disappointed he didn't take a couple of the chances. Perhaps it was just not quite getting used to the speed of the lawn early doors. But he will need to put that behind him, not worry about that game at all, and he has another game against Paddy Chapman to play.
Agreed. So ngā mihi nui Paddy. So Paddy takes the first game, 26-2, and though it sounds like a comprehensive victory, it was reasonably interactive, and John had a few chances. So just while the players have a break, we'd like to go back and make sure we're doing a thanks to our sponsors. Without them, this streaming couldn't be happening. And if we make a comparison to 10 years ago, I remember being incredibly excited getting some written text updates about commentary. So for the quality of the broadcast that we can be producing now, people from all over the world watching, just a record of these matches, it's a pretty exciting place to be. One of the major sponsors that couldn't happen without is Whakaata Māori, so ka pai to you. As for those of you who are new to the platform, Whakaata Māori is our major sponsor, and you can be part of the kaupapa at Aotearoa's home of series, news, sports and entertainment. Though we've got the Croquet on today, don't be afraid to check out their platform and see what else is advertised in future. Also to Apollo Projects, so they are your experts in design and build, supporting businesses and communities across Aotearoa, and they are based right here in Otautahi. New Zealand Carbon Farming, they establish permanent forests to mitigate climate change. During 2023, they planted over 9.5 million trees, which is a phenomenal effort. I'm very intrigued to see if they can crack the 10 million mark during 2024. Caltex, who are proudly fueling your journeys for over 80 years. I know they've certainly got me from Methven to Otautahi multiple times, and from a mixture of fuels and lubricants to deals and rewards, Caltex has always got you covered. And finally to Bailey's, one of our remaining major sponsors, New Zealand's largest full-service real estate brokerage. With Bailey's, you're always altogether better. So we'll go and have a short ad break now. We'll find out what the players are going to do, and we look forward to Luke and I bringing you the action from Game 2 of the semi-final between Paddy Chapman and John Versey during the 2024 New Zealand Open. Kia ora, Luke.
Thanks, Jared.
This is an opportunity that we can't pass on.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving. Feels good.
So sponsorship from New Zealand Carbon Farming has been fantastic for our sports teams actually who went away to tournament week. We're a community who's driven by sport, but often money and the cost of travel, accommodation and uniform can be a barrier for some of our students. And to come out with a new uniform for a number of sports, particularly our basketball teams who've been away at nationals, has been uplifting for the students and for our community. The support from Carbon Farming has been wonderful.
Without them, then we wouldn't look like this.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
It's iwi no mai haere mai ki tēnei papahotanga a whakaata Māori. Ka mihi kāna maunga, nā waimina ahi ka o tēnei rohi. Tēnā koutou katoa. Ki nā kai whakahaere mai, nā kai whakateitei, hi mihi mahana hoki ki a koutou. So, kia ora tātou. Welcome back to the viewers from previously, and welcome to any new viewers as we enter Game 2 of the semi-final of the New Zealand Open between Paddy Chapman and John Versey here at United Croquet Club in the mighty Ōtautahi. So Paddy took the first game, 26-2, and is looking to seal his place in the final, whereas John is looking to equalise and force a deciding third game. I've got the privilege to be joined in the commentary desk now by another one of my favourite players and just another good person, and that is Greg Bryant. So welcome, Greg, to the crew.
Cool, Jared.
So we know, Greg, that you've been busy behind the scenes just setting up the streaming process, and we've made reference to a lot of our sponsors so far and their support of the program. In particular, Whakaata Māori, Bailey's, Caltex, New Zealand Carbon Farming and Apollo projects. But you're a player who's been around, Greg, and there didn't even used to be text commentary. So to think of the progression from there to now, what's your thoughts on the setup, the viewing experience for people? It's phenomenal, really, isn't it?
Oh, it's great to see some live coverage of croquet. Finally, we can sit at home comfortably on the couch and watch a few good games. Here in the semi-finals of 2024 New Zealand Open. Watching some couple of class players out there, in particular Paddy Chapman with what looks like, from this position, typically a fairly hard pickup, especially in these conditions. Off an odd standard opening. You don't see those very often these days, Jared.
Not at all, mate. And if there's someone who can get going off this, I'd say it's going to be Paddy. It's not going to surprise me if he rolls the Kikorangi into position at hoop 2 and just... Oh, actually, sorry, my bad, Greg. I thought Red had a shot up the line. So, no, it is a standard opening. So it'll be interesting to see how Paddy tries to play for this. Because it's unless you've got a rush to hoop 1 and a good approach at hoop 1, I'm sorry, your clip's staying on hoop 1.
Yeah, probably will be. Typically, in these conditions, I'd expect to see a reset on this. Unless you can pick up a rush on that red off yellow down the west boundary. But it's notoriously difficult, as some of us will know, on lawn 2 at United. And the lawn speeds look like they're getting up there this afternoon, Jared. It's pretty fine and hot. The ground's solid. New hoop holes today in lawn 2. It'll be quite a challenge for him to get started from here.
Agreed, mate. And speaking of getting started, I'm going to be heading off to playing the mighty 5 to 8 playoff. Got the first round against another good friend, Harps. So you're going to have a mixture of non-playing people over the next hour or two. So it'll be myself and Luke sort of interacting with you most of the time. So I'll leave you to carry on with this while we go have a wee knock, and then Luke or myself, or possibly even Callum, will come and join you shortly.
Good fun. Thank you, Jared, and best of luck, mate. Have a good game. So Paddy's headed over to corner 2, collecting yellow, which he'll bring in field by the looks of this. Midfield is fairly aggressive option to roll up that west boundary towards red. He'll be looking just to get somewhere handy to it where he can knock it further south and perhaps get himself a hoop approach. It's when the lawns get quick here on lawn 2, the approach into lawn 1 is very difficult, given that there is quite a hill just in front of it. But he's got an option here for a stop and load. If he can rush red down to the south boundary, give him a chance to promote red back into the lawn and perhaps stop for a decent running position on hoop 1 to get this break underway. And he hasn't managed to find the south boundary there. He's about 1 yard north of hoop 1 on the west boundary. Red will probably come across the lawn to the east. Yellow is right in the line of where he wants black to travel for a hoop approach, so he may just head back to partner up behind hoop 2 for a reset. Which in fact he is doing. Let's put the pressure on the opponent to play Ko-Fi, the yellow ball, away from hoop 1, just to make the pickup a little bit more difficult for Paddy in the next shot. Yellow may well be faced with having to try to hit in here to get the initiative back in this game and get the innings back, being able to manipulate where the balls end up at the end of his turn. So he just played retired back to the north boundary behind the blue ball, his partner ball, with a rush towards red, sitting halfway between hoops 3 and 4, out here on the east side of the lawn. But the pressure really is for yellow to move and deny Paddy the opportunity of having a nice pioneer ball at hoop 1. I'm not sure what the target looks like for red. The aggressive option here for red to shoot at black and blue, if it's a nice looking double, would be the easiest to pick up for a break. Yeah, but John's taking a second look at where yellow might end up if he shoots red and misses that onto the east boundary. So if he's going to shoot, he's got a couple of options here. Is the shot through on partner, the advantage of that being that if he does hit, black and blue are close together where you should be able to pick up a good rush to 1. However, he's decided for neither of those, and he's playing defensive out to corner 4 to make the break pickup for Paddy a lot more difficult. Paddy does have a rush out towards the red ball. He could pick up a rush on that, perhaps to hoop 1 or out to corner 4 to the yellow, to then rush that to hoop 1. See blue's travelling on a little bit there, but he's fairly handy to either red or yellow. Coming to yellow first, he'd be able to then croquet that, and the croquet stroke send it to 2, but he's opting for the red first, perhaps looking to pick up the rush to hoop 1 on the red ball. Quite a cut on this ball back into 1. And again, he's gone a little bit west on it. It's not a trivial approach from that position, especially given the hill just in front of hoop 1 that tends to run downhill west to east. So he a particularly good shot here to get a good hoop running position. And the black has caught that hill, and it's travelled to leave a fairly angly shot. It is possible. It'll require a good shot here, and he's looking like he's going to take it on. And that is a great hoop. This lovely smooth shot through the ball. Stays adjacent to red. Blue is a pioneer for hoop 2, is still quite wide of the hoop. It's a good 5 or 6 yards east of the hoop. You play a long roll shot here, trying to load hoop 3 for red as a pioneer, going to the blue ball. And he's fallen short with the striker's ball on blue for that rush to 2. Probably still have a speculative approach at it, given that he is playing off partner ball blue with red and yellow, good 28 yards apart. Be another takeoff to this hoop position. 6 yards from where he is to the hoop running position. And we've just, the other semi-finals just commenced on lawn 1 next door.
Joe Hogan.
Joe Hogan, 1989 world champion, multiple New Zealand Open winner.
Playing against South Canterbury's Logan McCorkindale.
Current New Zealand Open champion, Jared.
Current New Zealand Open champion. So looking to defend. Now, while I've got you on here, Greg, Luke asked a really interesting question earlier, and I think you'd have a really good insight into this. Someone like Paddy, who's as good as he is, how have you seen him progress as a player, say, in the last 10 years? Like, you've been involved in a lot of teams with him. Is it three McRobs with him now?
Played 3 McDrobs with Paddy previously.
A lot of doubles together?
A lot of doubles together. We've not, as a doubles partnership, we've not had a lot of success in that regard. But, well, Paddy obviously has matured into one of the world's best, which of course he still is. You know, the highlight being his world championship title. And he's maintained such consistency. He's a very difficult player to beat.
Yep. Yeah. And do you think at his level, you know, there's only going to be marginal physical improvements? It's just the mental aspect? Because we were talking earlier how there's not a heck of a lot actually that separates the top 20 in terms of physical playing ability. And if you put them all on the practice court, most of them could do the same turns as each other. It's just that, yeah, that top 6 inches.
It certainly comes into play. Paddy always looks very composed as a player. That might not mean that he is, you know, as relaxed as it might look inside. I mean, there's just misses with red on yellow. Very close shot. But Paddy is at his very best when he's shooting well as well, I think. In break play, he's very consistent, rarely makes mistakes. We might, see one or two here on these, increasingly difficult conditions. But typically, you can expect once Paddy is amongst the balls, he's going around.
Yeah, agreed. Just not breaking down after his first 2 hoops. He's got the break. He's just completing the turn.
So John is very close on that long shot onto partner, has just slipped past it and now has both balls in the corner 4 region. Paddy's got a testing little sort of an 80-yarder here to pick up, but needs to take it on.
Here we go. Looking for the smooth string. One thing that's interesting I've noticed about Paddy is he seems to cast a little bit less than what he used to. But one thing he has maintained, and it's a good shot, cup high Paddy, is just the smoothness of his swing. It looks like, to me, whatever shot he's taking, whether it's a position, whether it's a lift shot, whether it's putting a ball first on, the swing doesn't change.
No.
I think that's the sign of true class.
Absolutely. It's very, very consistent, very smooth. The thing that stands out to me with Paddy's play is just simply his timing on the ball. It always looks effortless. It's usually very accurate. And it takes a lot to get him flustered.
He loves playing in these tricky conditions. So we're both very much hoping that, providing Paddy can stay motivated, he'll be a key anchor going to the next Mick Robertson Shield campaign for New Zealand.
I think he's certainly a shoe-in at this stage.
And that's something, Greg, that a lot of people wouldn't have realised the level of commitment and time and in your life that went into winning your first Mick Rob in 2014. Do you want to give the listeners who might be wondering, who Greg Bryant is, 5 times New Zealand Open champion, 5 Mick Robbers you played in now? 4.
I've lost count. 5 or 6.
Yeah.
It is a few. It's playing for New Zealand in the McRob. I think I've got Roger Murfitt to blame for that, actually. At this venue somewhere in the late 80s, having won the New Zealand Junior Championship, and Roger presenting that trophy suggested that one day I might actually represent New Zealand in a McRob, and that was the beginnings of my aspirations in the game.
Yep.
It was some years before that came to fruition, 1993.
Yep. And then I think also, for being in the last decade, 15 years, you've had your names on the New Zealand Open more times than anybody else. It was sort of a breakthrough period for you, wasn't it?
It was. It came along mostly with a change of mallets from a little 9-inch wooden mallet to when Pidcock came along, made a significant difference to just my consistency, particularly on hoop running shots and things. I could get more weight through the ball on hoop shots, and it just improved my game quite significantly, just with a change of equipment.
And I think there's also, other people might not be aware that, yes, you're a croquet player, but also currently that's a career pathway for you as New Zealand's Sporting Development Officer. And we've talked a little bit about how if there's new listeners or viewers out there who might want to be giving croquet a go, we've sort of talked about making contact with their local club member, finding out when games are. Is there any different advice that you'd give to that?
Well, I think it's just a matter of having a go, Jared.
Yep.
In whatever form that might be. If there's an opportunity to just visit a club, hit a few balls around, see enjoy that and see where you go with it. But there's all sorts of levels through, from just social play, different codes that you can play, and just the interaction with other club members. There's a lot of clubs around the country that can be accessed.
Because am I right, then we're about 4,000 members across the Motu?
Well, around about 5 now.
Yep.
Closer to 5, and at all ages. I think we still see a lot of the retirement age coming into croquet. I thought myself it was a game for Mum when I started. She stayed for 2 weeks. But now we have a secondary schools competition running through the country each year, culminating in the secondary schools championships, which is played in early September during tournament week. This year's version will be in Auckland.
Exciting.
Looking forward to that. And of course, a lot of regions hold regional secondary schools golf croquet competitions during the summer tournament week or thereabouts.
And there's been some fantastic success of people who have entered those secondary schools championships. They've then gone on to represent New Zealand. They've then gone on to become individual world champions. And now some of them are playing in our non-age group based international teams. So it's a pretty special platform that, especially teenagers who might not have been into the mainstream sports as necessarily. It's a game that anyone can have a go. And if you like it, you carry on with it. And if you don't, you haven't lost much in the meantime. So we'd highly recommend that people, lay down that widow. Here's the challenge. Go and find your new club. Have a go. See what you think. And it's amazing what this hidden sport, where it can take you in both New Zealand and the world, but just the personal satisfaction, the social challenges, the enjoyments that you get out of it. It's a brilliant game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's good to see some of them here competing in this event, actually, Jared. Current New Zealand Open AC champion playing a semi-final over there on Lawn 1 came through that process and won the New Zealand Secondary Schools Championship with a partner from South Canterbury. We've got Levi Franks here coming through the secondary schools program out of Canterbury.
Had a couple of major upsets.
Had a few major upsets and got himself through to the knockout stages of the event. Two others coming through that secondary schools environment, and Felix Webby and Edmund Fordyce were a part of the six-man team for the most recent Robertson Shield in Australia.
So there's clear pathways for progression, and then we're meeting players like Luke, who's in that intermediary phase of life where he's not at retirement level, he's not a teenager either. He's taken up the game, and he was, one win away from being a semi-finalist within 2 years of started playing.
Absolutely, it's fabulous. Very exciting watching Luke coming through that quickly. I know he does have a little bit of a background in the past of playing locally now and again, but to get involved in tournaments at a national level, it's pretty exciting to see him getting the sort of results that he is. And he's just talking to me a short time ago, actually, how enthusiastic he is to progress his game from here, having visited the New Zealand Open for the first time, and the number of games that he's played during the week. Something that's quite a new environment for him, and he's like a duck to water.
Agreed, mate. It's the more of those sort of people we can get involved in the sport, the better that's going to make everyone. So good to have him on board. But back to the action now. So Paddy, still a bit of work to do here. So needs a good core kitty here. Looks like it's rushed to hoop 3.
He still doesn't have much of a break in front of him here, Jared. The other two balls, blue and red, sitting on sidelines. And that's not an ideal outcome for his rush to 3, to be fair.
So I think we'll be seeing a clip go on a hoop shortly, and it'll be interesting to see if Paddy plays for a leave to just generate good distance, or if he will take on a slightly more aggressive approach as he comes down to the Whero near corner 4.
We've got a good line on this. Again, another one of these notorious boundaries. I'm sure several players will be familiar with this one, being the long lift shot down the east boundary on lawn 2. It slopes both outwards and later on slopes back inwards, Jared. Hard to tell where this might end up.
So, and I would say, compared with when we started this morning, that sort of overcast that's disappeared. We're starting to get a little bit more blue sky. Temperature's increasing. We're in the early to mid-20s now. And lawn's just starting to get that little bit more of a roll on, where that touch element comes even more into play.
Which is plays right into Paddy's strengths, I think. His timing and touch is impeccable. And it reminds me a lot, given his background, of John Prince's influence on Paddy's game.
Agreed, and we've mentioned John earlier today, but for those of you who might not be aware, Paddy started at the Cashmere Croquet Club in Christchurch, was mentored by one of New Zealand's greatest ever players, John Prince, who was known for his precision and just being able to put a ball basically where he wanted in a croquet stroke, taking off to get rushes on boundaries, not necessarily regarded as one of the best shots in the world, but just could complete turn after turn, and just a really precise, classy player that didn't have to thrash through hoops and just got rushes out of hoops. And yeah, I think that's a big difference between Paddy and some of the other younger players at the moment. That's why I think he's still a step above them.
And that's an excellent approach to hoop 4, out of the corner. He's a couple of feet, a bit angly, but I think he might be tempted to have a crack at this one.
Ooh,
but no.
It's possibly a sign of respect towards both his opponent and towards the hoop. The distance looks good. I think it's just that angle that's just showing how firm these hoops are for him to not even think about taking it on. I think the interesting thing, if he aborts here, especially if he leaves a rush towards, if he can leave a rush towards corner 3, that will mean that he's ended up with a pretty good leave, great distance, and good chance to get going in the following turn, compared with risking it now and potentially giving the innings away.
Yeah, he's only given John, a couple of shots so far in this game too. Both of them have been in excess of 25 yards. So he's clearly quite intent on leaving these longer shots for John with much less of a chance of hitting in at all, and just maintaining the innings at this stage. It's a reasonable decision given these conditions. The few prospects of an ongoing break, even if he did run that hoop.
And do you think, Greg, it has much impact whether you are game up or game down, for when you're in those 50-50 calls, whether you keep the innings if your opposition hasn't had much play versus if you take the hoop on? Like, what's your thoughts on that aspect?
Well, something that a previous New Zealand captain and Aaron Westerby said sticks with me in these conditions. And as Aaron's approach generally, when he's wanting to find out, the quality of his opponent, getting some sort of authority over the game, he would say, I'll generally take a defensive approach. A lot of us, having done that and then being one game up, might be tempted to take on a few risks here and there. However, Aaron's response was, well, in game 2, I'll be even more defensive.
And that I think is a very good summary of Aaron. He's currently enjoying some time in the Northern Hemisphere, so all the best to him and his whānau, as we've got a great angle to see John take on the red at black and blue. Looks like he'll be aiming for Kikorangi, blue.
It's a fair decision, this. It's not an easy pickup. He's playing the ball that is likely pioneer for Paddy's black ball at hoop 4. Even if John slips by this one, it'll still be a difficult pickup for Paddy to get started off.
Good smooth swing, but it's hit the gap.
It's going for the gap. He split those.
So, Greg, you would have had a few. Obviously we weren't all around in the 90s. You would have had a few good tussles with John in the 90s and the early 2000s.
No doubt we have had some over time. I don't recall when it was we last played, actually, Jared. It would be some time ago now.
Yep.
Of course, he was a semi-finalist here, I think, last in 2006.
Yep, that's correct.
And a previous semi-finalist in
98.
98.
Yep.
Or the late 90s anyway. So it is going back a bit. It's great to see him come back into the game. He's enjoying an upgrade of Mallet as well, and it's obviously playing very well to have made his way through to a semi-final of the New Zealand Open again for the third time. So having started this turn with the 3 balls on the west boundary side of the lawn, Paddy's opted to play his hoop 1 ball, the blue ball, which is an easier start for him. If he can hold for that rush to hoop 1, in that the tricky ground around hoop 1 here, we want to be rushing this right on top of hoop 1 as close as possible. And that's travelling beautifully. That is a nice shot. He's stopped level with hoop 1, about 1 foot away from it, and this time he is playing up into that hill, which will assist him a little with the super approach, with a much better chance of being able to hold that blue ball for position to run the hoop. And that's a comfortable position to run from half a foot. Slightly off centre, but shouldn't pose too much of a problem here. Smoothly through. He's now got red as a pioneer for hoop 2. He's also got yellow in the vicinity of hoop 3, so there's a good chance for him here to get a break well established and get control of all of these balls for a nice 4-ball break around the 4-back. So double loading the hoop 3 region. Yellow is about 3 yards back from hoop 3, so he's just double loading that to make getting in a position to run hoop 3 later on a lot easier, and is held for a nice rush on red to hoop 2. He's cut it slightly to the side. See if he can cope with the hoop approach here. But again, he's held nicely to within a foot in front of the hoop, almost straight. He'd be confident of running this through to red. one more difficult croquet stroke coming up to load 4, going to the 2 balls at hoop 3, and he'll be away with his 4-ball break, expecting to go around on this. This is the last of the difficult shots really to get this break going, playing a split rolled shot across the lawn, loading hoop 4 with red for a pioneer for 4, and getting on to black so that he can then rush that out behind yellow, get a nice rush on the yellow to hoop 3 for another tight hoop running position. Now he's clipped the hoop. He's not so happy with that. Still manageable. Not too much of a problem from there, but not as ideal as he would have liked. He caught a little bit of wire on that shot, but it's come through fine. He's got an easy pickup now to get all of these balls well into the break and has established Paddy will be expecting a clip on 4 back at the end of this turn. Nice takeoff behind black to promote that back down the lawn. Behind red, waiting for him at hoop 4 is a nice pioneer. Or he might just stop it about halfway up between the two and just an easy split. Loading hoop 5 pioneer with the black. Just taking off over to red to get himself a nice hoop running position again at hoop 4. Can be a little bit tricky, these take-off strokes, by comparison perhaps to being a bit more behind the red to load 5 with a drive or a stop shot. But he's coped well with that. Black is still handy on this eastern side of the hoop 5 to be able to rush that towards his hoop running position at 5 later on. You'll want to head back up the lawn at this stage, perhaps to pick up yellow and bring that a bit closer into the break. It's a slightly wayward pivot ball, so not quite ideal yet, but accessible enough. Let's see if he ends up with a rush back north up the lawn after this hoop. Two options here. He could go up and chase yellow now. You could just tap red and perhaps send red up to hoop 6, going to black if he feels like he's got the room to do it. But That he has not, so now he's going to go and retrieve that pivot ball yellow and incorporate that into the 4-ball break. Again, another takeoff shot from the blue, about 10 yards or so to a nice rush position on yellow, back towards the black, waiting for him at hoop 5. And that's landed beautifully. Nice rush directly towards the black ball. There's nothing particularly scary in front of him right now, other than just managing these increasingly difficult lawn conditions, which are probably travelling at a little over 11 seconds at this point. The real challenge on these lawn conditions at United is how firm these quadway hoops are in the ground. They're very unforgiving. You have to be very accurate on the hoop shots. And more particularly accurate on the approaches to them so that you're in a good running position in the first place. Anything slightly off centre or of a bit of distance is extremely challenging under these conditions. Kowhai Yellow is sent to 1 back, the lift hoop 1 back as a pioneer, holding nice rushes now on his pioneer balls to very handy approach positions, in this case for hoop 6. You want to come back and get a tighter pioneer for 2 back after this hoop, I would think. He's placed black earlier on after making hoop 5 into a position where, having loaded 2 back after this hoop, he'll be able to rush, or intending to rush black back up to the yellow ball. Kowhai waiting there at 1 back. Beautiful to watch. This last 5 hoops now, all within a foot, almost dead in front. And he's got good control of all 4 balls now, without anything too scary. to have to deal with. John, at this point, I'll be thinking about that lift shot that will be coming up potentially in the near future. As to what his approach will be, whether it'll be an aggressive short shot perhaps, or a long defensive shot, hoping for that error from Paddy and trying to dig out a second break for his second ball around. For the out player at this stage, it's often a time of the game where we're just reminding ourselves of those basics of being able to hit the ball in the middle and as accurately as possible. Just going through those mental processes in preparation for that shot coming up for John. Of course, if there is an error by Paddy in the meantime, it's all of a bonus, but at this point it looks very likely we're heading for a lift shot, and John will be starting to think a lot about how he's going to approach and play that shot. So once again, Paddy's approaching his hoop from an ideal position, just a foot or so, almost dead in front. Just sending that reception ball a little past the hoop and just taking up a nice easy hoop position within a foot, dead in front. And through one back, the lift hoop. So John now does have the option of taking a lift at the start of his next turn. And a lift being where he can opt to pick up one of his balls and play his shot from any vacant position on either A or B balk. Two invisible lines, 1 yard in at the southern or northern end of the lawn. Well, there might be a chance here to be looking at an NSL, do you think, mate, with that clip of his on hoop 4 and sending partner ball to the pioneer position at 3 back?
Hey, Greg. Yeah, I guess with that, you're suggesting leaving opposition ball at his hoop.
Yes.
With that for hoop 4.
It's a possibility.
There's 2 balls nearby. Wide from the end of A-balk.
Yeah, I think it could be a viable option from here. I don't think he would have deliberately sent partner ball into that 3-back pioneer position otherwise, or it'd be a bit more difficult to manage a diagonal spread from the current lay of the land.
Yeah, having just sat down, Greg, what was with the clip on hoop 4?
Well, he wasn't really offered a break early on. It was just a hoop at a time. John had a couple of very long shots to have a crack at, missed both of those, but played into a position where Paddy had an opportunity to pick up a 4-ball break with the second ball. Therefore, we're seeing this clip still on hoop 4, and Blue steadily progressing towards 4-back.
Yeah, it was interesting in the first game, not even a look at a triple peel. The conditions suggest that might be a bit difficult, so he might be thinking the same thing here, is just getting a ball all the way around to 4-back,
I think
where the other clip sits.
I think so, mate. The conditions are clearly quite tricky. They're getting pretty quick. We're on firmly set hoops. There's not a lot of room for error there, so he's just making sure he's getting that ball around. And, chances of picking up a triple from here in this game, I would say, are remote. I don't think he'll be thinking of, looking at playing a delayed triple, starting from 4 at this point. I think it's just a big ask, and perhaps doesn't need to either at this stage. He's a game up in a best of 3 match. If he can maintain the innings here and force John to have to pick up a long shot by not making any errors and handing him a break, then potentially the difficulty of or the option of playing a more difficult turn to complete a triple peel just isn't necessary.
Yeah, and I think at this point in time, it's whatever it takes to get to that final, right? Even if you are Paddy Chapman, it doesn't really matter at this point. It's getting the wins here, and then get yourself to the final and see what you can do there.
Absolutely. I mean, this at this point of the tournament, finding yourself in the semi-final is just all about doing what you possibly can to get to the final, with the best chance of doing that. And if that is just simply maintaining control of the game and holding the innings, and not making those errors that give your opponents an opportunity, well, that is the priority.
And someone like Paddy, he does have a target on his back, right? Not everyone wants to have a crack, but he's the one that everyone's aiming at. So if he can get through these matches without too many mistakes, keeping it nice and tight, I think he'd be more than happy.
Oh, absolutely. He's a tough nut to crack, from this position. I mean, he'd be very intent. It's a great opportunity for John, but everybody likes to, as you say, everybody likes to have a go at the top dog.
You would have had a few cracks over the years.
We have. Pleased to report that Pidcock days, the record is quite good.
Yeah, good on you.
Not playing perhaps quite as much as Paddy is just at the moment. So I'd imagine his form would see him through anyway. But
we were chatting earlier on about the really interesting thing about croquet. Look, you can go out there and say you're playing Paddy or you're playing Greg or you're playing Logan, but at the end of the day, you're just playing the balls in front of you on the lawn, and as you're coming through, it's a really hard thing to get your head around, but it's worth thinking about.
It certainly is. That is a part of the game, isn't it, really? It is a big part of the game that, regardless of who you are playing, when you are in your turn, your opponent actually has nothing to do with that. It is all about you and the balls, and in this case, as Paddy's showing, maintaining the breaks without error. It's as I think the thought of who your opponent is and what their capabilities are is perhaps a thing that makes us feel a little more nervous before the game actually starts. But once we're in the game,
maybe when you're setting leaves and knowing what they're good at and what shots they like to take, and maybe that does influence at that point. But yeah, I don't think there's a huge amount that can be done by the opposition when they're sitting down.
No, dead right. John will be well focused now on the technique of playing a good lift shot.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on the leave here, Greg? He's got his partner ball down in corner 4. Is he looking to just spread the balls and come back to the corner?
Yeah, I think yellow will be heading somewhere in the vicinity of peg high on the west boundary, and leaving a very dry option. Even if John does hit, it's going to be very difficult for him to do much more than get a leave. If you can pick up a fortunate rush to hoop one to get started, possibly, but this is a very dry leave, quite defensive, and again is just forcing John to have to play some remarkable croquet to get into the game.
And it's just a bit more of that low risk, keep control.
So John's going through his routines here on the sidelines. A bit of swing practice before he gets his turn.
He tends to do that. I saw a fair bit of that earlier on today. But to be fair to him, he hits more often than not. He hit a really nice lift shot halfway through the first game. We took risk and reward. He took the short shot at Paddy's 2 balls and hit. So he has done it before, and I guess that's something for him to take a little bit of confidence in.
Yeah, definitely.
Because there's no point die wondering. He's going to have to hit something here.
Yeah, and I get a feeling he'll be eyeing up the short shot again as he did in the first game to give himself best chance of hitting and getting himself into this match. It's at a pretty critical stage in that Paddy's got a chance following John's lift, if that does not hit, of getting a very substantial lead game up and into game 2.
What have been your thoughts generally, Greg? I know you played the doubles and then you've seen a lot of the players into the singles. What have been your thoughts on the way people have kind of adapted to the conditions at United and the way it's played out across the week?
Well, I think experience is certainly starting to show here. We've got top players, last year's finalists, both back into the semi-finals in Logan and Paddy, and both of their opponents are long-time players that have they've experienced the wider range of conditions and how to deal with them and how to manage that pressure at the latter stages of a tournament. And so I think that is starting to show through. We've seen some exciting play up to this point, and the likes of yourself and some of the younger players coming on that are experiencing these sort of conditions and these sort of pressures perhaps for the first time.
Yeah, definitely felt that. I think watching these guys and the way they can maintain it day after day, it's one thing to have a couple of good games, but if you can't keep that going and you let the errors creep in, it can become a bit of a challenge. But watching these guys who've been playing for quite some time and understand the conditions and how they can change and how they adapt to them, I was quite surprised. Yesterday's a good example across the course of the day, how the lawns changed quite significantly.
They have. Thanks for that, Luke. Best of luck in your turn. Luke's busy and a game adjacent, actually, so thanks for calling in. So John now has this lift shop opportunity. He's decided to lift the red ball, and he's marching on over to A balk in corner 1 area, eyeing up his partner down the west boundary with a shot in the corner 2. The advantage of this is that it does give him a shot at a ball, but it is one of the more defensive options on the lawn. Should he miss, partner ball would then likely end up somewhere near hoop 2 or perhaps north boundary, close to it, which is the most difficult situation for Paddy's black ball, which is for hoop 4 on the opposite corner of the lawn. So it does give him a shot at a ball, but should he miss, it also makes it a little more difficult for Paddy to pick up a break again in the next turn for his second ball around. John's got himself lined up on that yellow ball. Hits it very smoothly. It's a fabulous follow through to John. He's watching it and he's hit it. It's a great shot. So now's an opportunity for John to take an initiative in this game, potentially get a hold of the innings here and give himself the best chance of getting a break around himself. First of the shots will be to head on over to black and blue and try and separate them, get some distance, and at least at the end of this turn have himself a leave. But as black and blue are very close together, he may well look to try and get a rush on one of those towards his hoop 1 and get a few points on the board. He's got a bit of furniture to contend with here as well. He's got to get past hoop 5 and hoop 4 on the way over to the black and blue. Paddy's 2 balls. He struck that nicely, but red is travelling. Red is still travelling. Red is still travelling. And it stopped within a foot of the boundary. He's okay. He's still in. So it allows him to continue. He can't send either of these too far, but he'll just tap one of those and then take a look at his options, whether or not he can pick himself up a rush to hoop 1 perhaps. Or as we mentioned, at the very least, get himself some sort of a leave with distance between black and blue opponent balls. It's a tricky little takeoff back into the boundary ball there, Jared.
They are heating up, mate. I reckon they're 12.5, pushing 13 in patches.
Really?
Yep.
Really?
Yep.
And you're over here adjacent on lawn 4,
which I
in a
think
match?
is even slower.
Yep.
So we're sort of, oh, there it goes, and it's gone.
He's gone. That is, yeah, very tricky, and pretty disappointing outcome for John, having hit that lift shot. He'd be very disappointed in that outcome. And I don't think Paddy would have expected this opportunity to land on his plate at this stage. Is he sporting Whakatane top there?
Well,
teams champs.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Greg, because some of the viewers may not be familiar with the purpose behind what that top that Paddy's wearing is. So 4 years ago now, Croquet New Zealand introduced an event called the AC Club Teams Championships. For the last 3 years, that's involved the last 4 years involved a South Island team, one Canterbury team in the first year, and then 3 additions from Waireka, Ashburton. There's been one team from Wellington, there's been one team from Whakatane, and there's been one team from Auckland as well. Now, Whakatane had their debut win this year after picking up the wooden spoon in the first 3 events. So not only was it their first win of a test match against the other 3 teams, it was the first overall win.
And Paddy's first time on that team, I believe.
I think it's probably a bit of a correlation there. And one thing that was really cool for the event was that's meant that over the 4 years, there's been 4 different winning club teams, which is a pretty cool feature of the tournament. So the next edition will be the first team that's vying for the second win, the lead, to go 2-1. It's been a fabulous development event for players as well, and that's where we've seen the likes of Luke come along. A young guy called Callum McKinnon, who's now studying out of Wellington. I'm expecting big things from him. So it's been a fantastic event for the AC calendar. That's been a draw card to attract the top players at the start of the season as well, which is fantastic.
Yeah, it's good to see. It's a great event. I've certainly enjoyed my time playing in it, as you have as well, I'm sure. So Paddy's now got himself... he's played the hoop 4 ball adjacent to where these ones ended up at the start of his turn. He's got a fairly tricky cut into the hoop, but he's played that really well. And almost to the spot of death, but he's got just enough room there, I think, to take off from the red to get past the hoop into a hoop running position. It's an opportunity. There's still quite a bit to do to get established in this turn if he's to make more hoops. Just see how he goes on this hoop approach. So I don't think we'll be seeing a triple pedal here, Jared. I know Paddy's watching the numbers on triple peels and has Bob Jackson's record in mind.
I think he's only about 40 away as well, isn't he?
It is getting close, yeah.
And I think you're third ranked. Is that right? It would go Bob, Paddy, Greg. This is for we're talking about the total triple peels by any New Zealand player, and the figures are scary.
That might be about right, Jared. I'm not sure actually, but I think given the length of time played, that's very likely. Paddy's made his hoop 4. Has Red to come on to perhaps for hoop 5, so he's got a chance here to get established with this second ball around, Jared, with a good croquet stroke here, a rush to hoop 5.
Yeah, and even it's crazy to think that on a standard lawn you're just thinking, Paddy's picking up a delayed triple peel. He's still got to play a couple of good shots if he makes hoop 5 to get the turn. I think it's still 2, possibly 3 hoops away from just being genuinely established. I think he'll do it, but still needs to play a really good rush to hoop 6. That's not going to help things.
It's very challenging from here. Now, that is not a trivial approach to hoop 5 from there. Given that he's fielded blue where it is,
he'll attack it, I think.
If he's going on this, he's really got to attack it.
He's all in. Yep.
That is what he's looking to do. So Red will also be fielded in the direction of hoop 6. Blue quite adjacent, but he's still a good 4 yards from a good hoop running position. Challenging shot.
When you're playing this, Greg, would you ever think about being a little bit more defensive with Red, almost like he was then, or are you just putting all of your emphasis into this is the croquet stroke I like playing the most? It needs to focus on landing me in front of hoop 5. I don't really care about where blue and red go at this stage.
Yeah, I do, but then I'm thinking, well, if I'm going all in for that, I want to make it as, and he's failed the hoop. Not surprising given the distance that he was approaching that from, but I think in that situation, I am looking to put Red somewhere that if I'm going for this, all out for this break, that it's going to be as easy as possible, as soon as possible afterwards. And so I would want it, as Paddy has put it, fairly adjacent to hoop 6.
And even now, John's got the shorter shot at blue, but if he hits that, there's just no guarantee of a break, despite there being 2 balls currently just middle of the lawn.
Yeah, once again, it is, it's a high percentage shot, this one. John will feel like this is a good opportunity to hit
Get
in.
the innings back.
But I think, he might be looking, well, I've got to get into this match somehow at this point. And that might well be to get himself a good leave that will make his next turn a little easier for a start.
I think that's something that the Kapai, John, good shot, mate. Geez, he hit that at a nice pace. It was just smooth, wasn't it?
He did. I mean, there was even an opportunity there. If he had middled that he may well have even just picked up a rush nicely to hoop 1. Didn't occur as it happens, but he isn't a mile away from yellow to be able to do something constructive, perhaps with the next rush.
And I think you were just mentioning about making leaves at the is that going?
Well, blue's certainly going.
Yeah.
A little further than he would have liked, I would think. He has got potential to start here if this rush.
Good kikoro, good rush.
I think gets himself close down to 1, or if it cuts it slightly, he can. Oh no, he's done neither. He might look here at putting yellow somewhere that he can retire to, should he not get in position at hoop 1. But at the same time, he might look to picking up a rush on that black ball and getting the break started.
I think just that reference to making leaves, that's something that I think not just elite players in the semi-final should look at. The average club play that I see, they just try way too hard to go round when they've got next to no chance of actually establishing a break. And sometimes it's really worthwhile spending that 5, 10, maybe even 15 minutes. You might need to reset the court a couple of times, but doing so when your opposition misses gives you a chance to play a break and score more than 1 point at a turn, compared with just getting into some horrible 2-ball game where it's one hoop at a time for progression. So I think, yeah, the ability to say, all right, it's not a percentage play for a break here. I'm going to reset the court and give myself the best chance in the next turn. It's something we should all consider.
Often, yes, I think so. Especially when you're adding a little pressure into that, such as it is here in a semi-final of an Open. But also, part of the fun of the game is finding out what it is you can and can't do. So it is a fine line.
Completely agree. Well, speaking of what you can and can't do, I'm going to see what I can do as I hand over to Luke.
Yeah, welcome back, Luke.
Thank you, Greg. Given that I'm back here, it means that I failed a hoop.
So Jared was just saying that he's guessing that the lawns may well be beyond the 12-second range in places by now, which is even quicker than I thought they might have been. What did you experience in the last turn out there? What do you think they're sort of running at?
It's hard. I don't really have the experience to kind of see what they're running at. They're far quicker than anything I've played on, and that's been the biggest adjustment across the course of this week. They're not particularly patchy, but there are a couple of spots that run a bit faster, and you just got to keep an eye out, particularly around the hoops. There's some bearer patches, so it does make those hoop approaches, even the nice close ones. I just had one there, just rolled on 1 or 2 rolls too far, and then all of a sudden you're playing an angled hoop, and it's the thing you can't afford to do. I was speaking to Nelson earlier, come across, from our Orewa tournament weekend before last, lawns running at 9.5. Nice lawns, but much, much slower than this, and then making the adjustment to come here. Just a whole different story. So the process of adjusting, definitely a challenging one.
It certainly comes to the forefront of mind as opposed to thinking about your opponent, isn't it? When you're on the lawn, it's how do I manage this? How do I keep a control of things on these sort of tricky conditions? Paddy's and he slipped by that. Paddy had muscled his way through hoop 5 there, trying to get up to blue. Fell a bit short. Took on the shot on partner, but he slipped by. Left John about. What do we got up there? 9 yards or so on partner.
It's not particularly easy.
So
when you see Paddy kind of, working his way around, not making those big breaks that we're used to seeing, you know that it's pretty challenging.
Yeah, no, we're just seeing one hoop at a time at this point and taking what opportunity lies there. He didn't quite make the most of that one, but. John has a chance here if he can pick up this Croquet on his first shot.
The other interesting thing at the moment, Greg, you're talking about the lawns getting quite quick, is that wind's really starting to get up as well. Yesterday afternoon it was the same around this time. Started really blowing. And it doesn't make a huge difference, but it's just that little bit extra you don't really need.
No, it's an added challenge, isn't it? Particularly on the quicker lawns. A few were telling me the balls were quivering a little bit in the breeze yesterday.
We've just got a bit of an update coming through on the bronze medal. So Chris Schilling has beaten John Christie 22-16. So he leads that bronze medal A block with 2 wins so far.
And has anybody seen what's happened up on that second semi-final on lawn 1 at this stage? Has there been any progress at all? So John's given himself yet another opportunity here, having hit in again. Unfortunately on the last one he put a striker's ball out and ended turn, but he'll be certainly hoping for a better outcome this time. The advantage being that he's hit partner back into the corner 1 area, adjacent to his current hoop for both balls. So at the very least here he will be looking for a good lead that'll give him a good opportunity of getting a hoop scored and getting underway in this second game. So we're all tied up on the the second semi-final, game 1, and it's 1 and 3 versus 1 and 3.
Just shows just quite how hard it is to extract that first break. Let's assume the conditions are challenging up there as well, and no one's quite got things going. So it looks like John has hit in. He's hit up to Paddy's balls. He has his yellow ball, so he's still looking to make hoop 1. I think I overheard Jared saying a bit earlier the temptation to get something underway straight away versus taking control and making Paddy work for something. He is putting that black ball as his pioneer for 2, and he does seem to be looking for the rush on blue down the lawn.
Yeah, again, it's still a pretty challenging shot. He's a couple of yards apart here, so an accurate rush here is going to be difficult. To get that rush that on top of hoop 1 is going to be quite a challenge, and take a very good shot. It's not bad.
It's on its way. I think looking for
It's
the
gonna be a bit
positives, with the lawns as quick as they are, you don't really have to hit those rushes too hard.
You know, he has fallen short here on this. It's decision-making time. Are we going for the hoop approach, or are we setting ourselves a leave? John's going all in with the hoop approach.
Looks like he's run that into the north side of hoop 1.
It's
far from ideal.
It is far. It's far from ideal. It's caused him to have to dry up now, and he's playing away defensive. So, unfortunately for John, despite having taken the opportunity of hitting in, has again had to retire into a defensive position. It's easier to say in hindsight. Perhaps that leave would have been a good option.
Yeah, perhaps it would have been.
I quite liked, I quite like if I'm, if conditions are tough, I'm, a little, dragging behind in the game. I've got to find a way in. I'm really keen to find myself an opportunity for an easy start on a break, rather than chasing the bigger shots. With a low percentage.
I think the other side of that too is making Paddy have to win it. Not really giving too much back to him. You know, we talked about how challenging it is, and he still has to make the hoops. I'd rather make him work hard than hand it over.
Yeah, that's right. That's completely right. But given the situation, John has had to play off or retire into a very defensive position. Paddy's picked up the shot, is back in control of the innings, and now has the option or the luxury of not having to do very much.
And with the distance, Greg, he might just choose to lay up here. You know, there's no need to go anywhere near them. He'd have to play significant number of big shots to generate a good leave out of this. He'll be quite happy, I think, just biding his time.
Yes, you don't have to. You certainly don't have to go on the first turn after setting a leave. He's
I think one interesting thing here is which, if John shoots and there's 2 balls together, does Paddy necessarily have to play the hoop 6 ball?
I think there's a lot of pressure on John. It goes
Paddy
up
goes
another
to peg.
step.
Yeah.
If Paddy decided to play the blue there, say for example, John shot and missed, and Paddy played the blue, took that to the peg, well then Paddy is potentially 1 turn from winning the match.
Agreed. Yeah.
And that is a lot of pressure on John, who is already trying to find his way into the match.
Yeah, so Paddy was quite proud to be wearing the lime and khaki green colours of the polo. Captained by Steve Clark, Whakatane. Shout out to Steve and Cindy if you're listening. The other members of the Whakatane team this year, I believe, were Callum McKinnon, Peter Philby, and I'm scratching, apologies for the sixth player. It'll come to me very shortly. I'm sure they were a nice... actually, no, it was John Versey. So John and Paddy were teammates.
John.
Yep.
That's right,
yep.
It was.
So they had a very strong, just middle order with Philby, Steve and Versey following on from Paddy. John shoots across. It looks close. Ooh,
Oh, no, he slipped on by. So Paddy still has the initiative in this game, the second game, semi-final. He's got himself a rush to hoop 6 there. John's 2 balls together in vicinity at corner 4. I wonder if you take on that rush, take on the hoop, or come up and
use them.
And use these two, do you think? And speaking of Bay of Plenty in Whakatane area, did I see George Coulter's name in a tournament recently?
Possibly. So George is known as a very strong golf croquet player. I think possibly went into business in the supermarket industry, maybe was managing or something like that. So I haven't seen George for a number of years now, but could hit a ball phenomenally hard, and he was in the mix for one of our previous Open Shore teams, which is the Golf Croquet World Cup, effectively.
Good player, George. I've not seen him for a wee while, but yeah, shout out to you, George, if you're listening, mate, and good to see you on a lawn again sometime soon. So Paddy's opted to come over to red and yellow here, hold the innings, although he's left blue in field, so it suggests to me that he might be looking to get a rush on either red or yellow back to hoop 6 and score that, see if he can get himself a few more hoops and get black progressed further around the lawn. Ultimately, if he gets a break established, getting that all the way to the peg. Oh, nix the red. Nearly slipped between the two of them, but he's still in. Takes Croquet off red now, looking for that rush on the yellow ball back, sending Ko-Fi ball back to hoop 2, perhaps hoop 6 rather, getting that black progressed. It's got a nice rush line there on Ko-Fi up to 6. It's fairly straight, in a 1.5 foot distance. Smooth looking shot. It might be just a little bit short and fractionally wide, not too bad. Very doable from here. This might be an opportunity to get started with that black ball and a break. He's run that very nicely through the north boundary. Gets a nice return line on the yellow ball back towards blue. It's a great opportunity here to get amongst the balls, get the black around. So you'll want to send that yellow up to 2 back pioneer position. Picking up a rush on blue back to 1 back. it's nasty. Spot worse than death, directly behind the hoop on the non-playing side. It could be very tricky, although that's within inches of the hoop. It could be very difficult to get past the uprights of the hoop to get a running position from the other side. Be very careful about the lining up of this. It's very accurate on these shots to miss that upright when he shoots for a hoop running position on the opposite side. Very easily nick the wire and it can kick out to a non-running position. Also read the lawn conditions there and any slope that might come into play, particularly on faster lawns, where there's very little resistance for the ball to roll offline and again end up out of hoop running position. So in these croquet strokes, he can only strike his striker's ball with the mallet, but he also has to make the croquet ball, in this case the blue, to move. So he actually has to play on a line in towards the blue a little bit to make that happen. And he's past the hoop. Is it runnable? Yeah, he's okay with that. So he's played that well. He's got himself into a running position. He's probably kicked blue wide enough to be able to get a roll on through the hoop without blue holding it up. And he's managed to run the hoop, rotate blue in the same stroke. And with yellow waiting adjacent to 2 back, he's got a chance here to load a 3 back pioneer. That's suboptimal. Not too bad. Red is out towards corner 4. It's a couple of yards in, so after making 2 back, he can well rush the blue into corner 4 out behind red to get himself a rush to 3 back as well. So there's a chance here for Paddy to get all 4 balls into play, which then could turn into a break for black, potentially all the way to the peg, and be in a very strong position with a lot of pressure on John for his next lift shot, which he's entitled to with Paddy just having scored 1 back. Again, a penalty hoop or a lift hoop opportunity for John at the start of his next turn. Played the hoop well, a little bit of angle. Managed to get that hoop done, so we're off to 3 back. Probably looking for pick up a rush on blue here out behind red, sitting just out of corner 4. Kia ora, Nelson.
Hi, Greg. How are you?
Very good, thank you.
So, tell me the progress. I have been away for a very nice lunch, so...
Well, Paddy's been commanding this game up to this point. He's got a one-game lead.
He has, all right. What was the score on that?
I don't recall.
No.
Actually, I was busy inside at the time.
Yeah, absolutely.
However, in game 2, he's managed to maintain the innings for the most of the time.
Yep.
John has hit in a couple of times.
Yeah, when I left this morning, John had hit the leave after Paddy had made a break to 4 back.
Yes.
I don't know how far he went with that.
He didn't.
He didn't?
No, unfortunately, he's on both occasions that he has hit in, he's looked for a fairly aggressive start to getting straight into a break, and unfortunately things have come undone for him in doing so.
Yeah. Though, I mean, when I left, it was looking like, it didn't look that difficult to get a break going, but obviously he didn't quite... didn't work out in his favour.
No, and he's found that the conditions are very challenging.
Well, they certainly sped up. I mean, it was very noticeable at the beginning of the game. Both of them overhit a number of shots at the beginning of the game. I mean, not by a foot, sometimes by about 3 yards, to where they wanted to be.
And unfortunately, John came unstuck with exactly that, having hit in on the second opportunity, took off to Paddy's 2 balls in corner 4 area here.
Yeah,
and went over the line.
Yes, well, he obviously took the aggressive lift shot. He took the near shot, which I was saying. I think when you're playing a much better player, it's no good taking the defensive shot. You don't want to take the shot that you're gonna hit.
Oh no, absolutely. So he's looking for best chance, best percentage.
Yep.
Which you have to do when you're playing players like Paddy.
Absolutely. Yeah. He's not number 4 in the world for nothing, is he?
No, exactly. No, that's right.
It's gone a bit cooler too. It's sort of
it just has.
Yeah.
Just this last short while. And that wind has also picked up a little bit.
Yep.
I don't know if that's playing into the playing conditions out there or not at this stage, but it's getting a little bit stronger.
Yeah. So they probably didn't use all their time from the first game because they started it, must have been about just before 12. And so if they're into the second game, they certainly didn't use all their 3.5 hours from the first game. So
no, I don't think time is a factor in this match at this point. I think there's plenty of that. But this looks very likely. Yeah. I think Paddy will be expecting this black clip to be going on the peg at the end of this turn.
Yeah, very tidy break, isn't it?
It is. And again, I think John is going to be starting to think about his processes when he's faced with this next lift shot coming up.
Yeah. 1-3 and 1-3. Is that on the Hogan Logan? And that's still in the first game? Yes, I was saying when I left earlier, obviously John did not make much progress with that hit in.
Well, he's kicked Blue Pioneer there for Penalt a little bit far.
Yep.
He doesn't look very happy with that, actually.
It's amazing, but that's what, this morning they were just, or even lunchtime I should say, they were certainly overshooting on all those sort of shots. It's got drier out there, you can see it. And tomorrow they're predicting 29 degrees tomorrow, so it could be an interesting final.
Yes, that'll be challenging. And Lawn 5 and new hoops just set.
Yep. I remember some years ago, in fact, must have been 2013, I think, when Toby Garrison was playing Aaron Westerby on the Lawn 5 when the conditions were, the lawns were just lightning fast. And
I think probably Toby's best turn ever. In that match, the triple peel.
Yeah, on conditions that were just lethal.
Yep. No, that was top shelf. One of the best turns. Paddy's rushed that nicely back down to the red ball here, so even though that blue is a bit wayward as a Penalt Pioneer, I think he'll cope.
I think he will too, and also being able to rush that yellow right down to within a couple of feet of red means he can really guarantee a rush back up to blue with the red. it's just all this, again, making sure that all his shots are simple shots that make the break, when it's a little bit gone a bit wry like it has, this way he can bring it back. He's not worrying about not having a pioneer at Rover at the moment, because now he's being able to send red to a decent length from blue, which gives him the opportunity to stop shot red to Rover and get a nice rush on the blue.
Yes, yeah. I think when he's gets right into the balls, he had a 4-ball break earlier on. Almost every hoop was dead in front within a foot. Yeah. Looking
and that's what
really
you want with
tidy.
these kind of hoops. You do not want to be giving yourself angled and also not so much angle, but being further back. You want to be close to the hoops.
Yes.
I find that it's I'd rather have a little bit of angle close up than being 3 feet back.
That's right. Anything in that sort of range suddenly becomes extremely challenging, doesn't it?
Well, they just seem to go in and come out. They just, because you obviously just catch that merest bit of wire and it just rejects.
There is no give.
No give.
It's so solid.
So solid, yeah. And that's what makes the difference is the lack of rigidity in the hoops.
So again, he's approaching this from an ideal position, and again, nicely in front, almost straight, and very close in. So,
that was a grip.
It's a grip on the hoop a bit, and has he got a shot on blue? He's asking for a referee.
Shall I go?
So Paddy's got Mallet in the air. He's looking for a referee just to adjudicate on this next shot where he's hampered by the hoop he's just run. How does the shot look to you from where you're sitting, Jared? Has he got a good run on blue there?
I think he's going to have to play that as a sweep. So you'll just see coming into shot now Nelson Morrow to referee. Nelson from up in Auckland, a season campaigner. And he's having a good look at it.
Yeah, it's...
Maybe there's enough room for him.
Oh, no, he's playing... Yeah.
We've just had word from John Yarrell, who's been our chief hoop setter, to make life difficult for us, that this is pretty much in the middle. So as long as Paddy can get the distance, shouldn't be an issue.
Without double hitting that thing, it's a little bit of an angle. Yeah,
Clean
it looked
shot.
okay from here. Yep, it's a clean shot.
Never in doubt. So we'll be handing back over to Nelson in the commentary while I carry on.
Yeah, good luck.
Harps.
How's progress?
Progress has got a ball on 4-back, and Harps just hit the lift, and he's about to have a ball on 4-back. So for a couple of hackers, we're doing all right.
Good on you. Have fun.
Multitasking.
Looked fairly straight on, Nelson.
Yeah. It was not difficult. I mean, there was a chance of possibly beveling, but really it was pretty. I wouldn't expect Paddy to. A more inexperienced player might, but
major issue. If you're looking to set his leave here, to me, leaving partner close to the peg suggests perhaps something along the lines of a diagonal spread again.
Yep. It's funny how the Rover and Penalt leave for peg and 4-back have sort of gone out of favour, isn't it?
Yeah. I was never a fan of that in the first place, personally.
But it was sort of a bit of a standard sort of.
It was
for a while. It really was.
Yeah. Paul Skinley was a fan.
Yes, he was. Yep.
Regularly played
but
that.
Paul was always, very much that precision. He always got the balls literally, behind the hoops, or So the trouble with it is, if you weren't very precise, you could easily leave a ball hanging out, of the hoop, and that gave a much shorter shot,
Yes.
But if you were a precision player like Paul was, I think you could guarantee that, you would have the balls hidden.
Interesting thing with both of those being on the western side of the hoop there is he looking for a reverse on this?
Yes, I mean I quite like the reverse diagonal for when I'm for 4-back. I like it out by 2. I think it makes life a lot simpler.
so it has some advantages in that the other way, in the standard positioning, you really want that western side ball further in field, so you can load Penalt and still pick up a rush to fullback. Whereas this, you can get a bit more out to the boundary on the west side, which... but the other two balls already being on that eastern side, of which fullback is probably a little easier to get started on.
Yeah,
shorter
looks like
rushes.
he's going for the standard diagonal. Oh, that wind's really come up now.
It is. It's,
you
the
see it
breeze
in the
is
trees
really
are blowing quite a bit in the background. Yes, it's still 23 degrees here. But a little bit of wind, but I don't think it's going to come to much. And as say tomorrow, they're now predicting 30 degrees. We did have 33 last Saturday, and it was quite challenging.
It was. Welcome to Christchurch summer. Yeah. It was.
We've had temperatures this week from 33 dropping down to, I think one morning we arrived here, it was about 9 degrees, I think, wasn't it?
And a little bit of rain at night in between as well, so the conditions have been quite changeable during the tournament.
Absolutely, yeah. Yes, they changed quite dramatically for the beginning of the blocks. The ones were a lot slower and with a lot more hold.
Yes, yeah.
That's what that makes the big difference. If the balls will hold, and not just run on, it makes your croquet strokes so much easier to play.
Absolutely. So we have ended up with just a standard reverse diagonal here.
Yep.
Looks like the line through red and yellow with peg in the middle looks pretty good.
Yep.
And quite a wide area for him to be able to play into here for yellow to be hampered.
But I like this leave, I must say. I mean, it does give John, I suppose from A-Balk, if he wants to take the soft option, but at this stage of the game, I think you need to take your best option of hitting, because if you don't hit, it's all over.
Certainly at this, let alone playing against a player of Paddy's calibre, but at this stage of the game, Paddy is now potentially one turn away from winning the match, and John yet to get into the match at all, so he really needs to take the shot that's going to give him the best chance of hitting and actually having an effect on the game.
And John has had very little play probably in the last 3 hours, so adjusting to the lawn, even if he does hit in, it's not going to be easy.
Yep. It's certainly a challenge from here. But he's hitting well, though.
He has been hitting well. Yep. I mean, John is a very steady player. I find he's if you hand him something, he'll usually do something with it. Perhaps
he's hit a few nice lift shots in this game, and just hasn't been able to take advantage of those.
I think Jared was saying earlier, I think this is either the third or fourth time he's been in the semis in the New Zealand Open.
Yeah, third time.
Third time.
Yeah.
But over quite a big period of time, though.
Oh yes, I think the last time he appeared in the semi-final was 2002.
I thought it was 6, but I could
6.
Be
Could well be 6. Yeah, you're probably right.
2002, he won the qualifier for the Worlds in Nelson.
Yep. So you're right. It spans quite some time.
And I think his first one was like 88 or something.
88, I think it was, first semi-final appearance at the New Zealand Open.
Quite a that's getting on for 40 years, isn't it?
Yeah.
And he was in Trans-Tasman.
I think that was 2006, following that semi-final appearance that got him into the
Trans-Tasman.
Test New Zealand versus Australia. He was also a McRobertson Shield reserve.
That's right. I remember that. Yeah,
2000s.
Yeah, I think when they had like 3 reserves or something, wasn't it? Yes, I mean he had a sort of about 10 years. He didn't really appear at tournaments at all.
No, he has had some time away.
Yeah. Sort of probably from, I would say, in the late 2007, 8, something like that, until 4 years ago when it sort of reappeared. I think he was still playing a little bit within his club and things, but he wasn't really appearing at tournaments.
Right. Yeah. Perhaps a bit closer to retirement now and having a little more time to spend on the lawn, perhaps.
Well, he was a quarterfinalist at the New Zealand Open last year.
So here we go. He's taken that lift from corner one area.
Yep.
Critical shot for him at this stage of the game. It's a must hit.
Yes, Paddy only really needs a 3-ball break here to finish because he's making the shorter hoops, and therefore with a rush infield with the ball in the centre of the field, 3-ball break is all it really requires.
It's on its way.
And it passes it.
He's slipped by the blue out to corner 2.
So should be curtains, really, shouldn't it?
I think that is it probably crossed Paddy's mind as he walks out into this turn that potentially this is the last turn of the match, or his first opportunity to take the match. Given that he wasn't going to be looking at a triple peel starting on hoop 4 in the last turn, so this is the first genuine match-winning opportunity for Paddy.
Yep.
Having won the first game of the best of 3.
Actually, 5 sponsors, haven't we?
That's correct. Maori, Bailey's Celtics, New Zealand Carbon Farming, and Apollo.
Greg's been doing a lot of work on the streaming. And in fact, he's even been has given up even playing in the singles to make sure that we had a good streaming service.
Yes, yeah. Well, we're coaching a few new crew members through on camera direction and editing and what have you, and so Ian Campbell stepped up for the director's chair and put quite a bit of effort in to get to this point. So it's great.
Very grateful for these people.
Great
really.
To see. Yep, they're doing a good job.
Yeah, nice shot.
And to these, these cameramen standing out there all day long, and sometimes in pretty hot temperatures, doing a great job.
Just going back and reassessing his slightly cut rush to 4-back.
This really is the shot that might determine the outcome of this match. If you can get this nice and handy to 4-back for an easy approach.
Look at it rolling now. I mean, this morning that you wouldn't have got. That would have been about 2 yards before, short of that.
It's rolling. He's underhit that just a little bit, but I think
there is a little bit of green where he is there, isn't there?
Yeah, I think you have the confidence at 4-back at this point in the game where you've got that back boundary there just to run to if you need to.
Absolutely.
So I think if he doesn't get too tight on this, it's what he'll be looking to do.
We'll go for the Bob Jackson.
So I expect yellow will go quite deep, as it does, but
red has slipped out to the side.
It's just slipped right across the face of that.
What we were saying earlier, these balls will slide if you. That's why you want to be nice and close to your hoops.
That is a challenge, but he's committed with black infield there. He's keen to get through it. Can have a go.
Yep. So we'll see whether he. And he got a big rejection.
Sharp rejection. Get out of the way of that.
Yep. And it was no good him going for that softly because he had put the yellow very deep. So we were calling it that the match may be over, but the best laid plans, it isn't. So John now has another opportunity to hit in. Obviously the safe option here is to go back to his partner ball, which I think he will do at this stage of the game. Put the pressure on Paddy to actually hit. So John is trying to hit his partner ball. Yep. No, he hasn't hit. So I'm not sure whether actually red ended up in the corner or not.
I think it did actually.
Yeah,
Nelson.
I couldn't.
I think they're both corner balls.
Yeah,
there now.
it probably is. Just from here, you just really can't tell. Yeah, I always say the best way of being able to watch this game is from above, but we don't have that facility here.
Option, unfortunately, but it's
looking where he's placing the ball. They'd
First
say yes, they're
time,
definitely in
I
contact.
think in a long time, John has finished a turn adjacent to his partner ball.
Oh. Nothing adjacent in contact with. I imagine Paddy will.
So you can take a positive from that he's Paddy's now got the challenge of hitting in as opposed to what John's been doing all afternoon.
He's going to go for it.
Yeah, he's
I thought he may have run away at the stage, just removed the black ball from the.
Yeah, but the potential of this is it's
Yes.
a 11, 12 yarder for the match opportunity.
Yep.
Rather than trying to avoid giving John another turn.
And he hit right in the middle, right to the boundary. I suppose if you can depend on your hitting like that, you don't worry about taking on that shot.
No, it's a fabulous shot.
And he didn't take much time over preparing that shot. He just
he looked pretty confident and quite relaxed.
Very relaxed.
Yeah.
But I suppose having when you're sitting on peg and fallback and your opponent is on 1-1, it gives you that sort of confidence.
Yeah, absolutely. Game up as well.
Yep.
He's given himself another match-winning opportunity here if he can pick up a rush to fallback.
Yep. So he's got a nice pioneer at fallback. He'll and he's got two balls there to use in corner 2.
Again, it'll depend on this rush to fallback very much.
And this becomes a little bit more difficult because the distance he's actually rushing.
Yeah, and he's a little more. He's going across
absolutely
the hoop a bit more too. So he'll have to be precise both with direction and with the pace.
And that it's as you say, it's hard when you're actually rushing across the hoop to let the ball land in front of the hoop. The only thing I'd say is he's obviously had quite a bit of play in the last 4 hours, so he'll be more used to the speed of the lawn.
Yeah, he took that opportunity, but overall he's looking reasonably relaxed in the game, isn't he? But he always does. He looks.
I've never seen Paddy uptight or I'm sure he I think internally he sometimes probably gets a bit nervous about things, but he never shows it.
No, he doesn't. No, but he's human, isn't he? I'm sure he has the same emotions. He's always looks very composed and. Plays a nice little.
Just removing the red out of the equation, so he now got a nice rush with blue across with on yellow. Now let's see how he judges this.
Probably a bit better than the last one. He's within a foot of yellow. yellow, so he's got good control of this. He's got excellent line there. It's looking good.
Yeah, it's looking good. He's allowed for that roll on. You know, when you're on a fast lawn, you've got to hit to a certain point and allow the ball to do the rest of the work.
He hasn't managed to get front on to the hoop.
No, he hasn't.
Still coming across it, so it's added.
And it did scoot down the last time, didn't it?
It did. Yes, he might be mindful of that and sort of be playing back a little bit from the hoop this time.
Yeah, letting it roll. Look at it go again. Oh. It looked like it was stopping and then just carried on. There must be a little dip there.
Almost sped up on him, I think.
Come to a complete stop and then carried on. He's through, only just.
Does he have a shot?
Does he have a shot? I think where yellow is, it couldn't be in a better place for him to be able to hit it, I don't think.
Yeah, well, he's not looking at anything else at this stage. Suggests to me he's okay on that.
Yeah, because yellow's in that, where it is, the angle looks very playable. Yep, no problem.
Well, blue was hesitant. It didn't want to go through, but it managed to flop through there somehow.
Yeah, well, he hit it quite hard too. Mm.
I think red will be staying where it is. We're going to finish this on the 3 balls.
Paddy was a finalist last year as well, but he actually lost that final to Logan, who could be his opponent in the final tomorrow.
It's odds on for a repeat, isn't it?
It is. But still, the old timer's still there. Joe, I'm sure you'll forgive me for saying that. Interesting to know, when was the last time Joe was in a semi, the New Zealand Open?
That's an interesting question. I can't answer.
No. I think it'd be some time ago. Mm.
One hoop and a peg out away from a berth in the final.
Yep.
First of the finalists found. Lawn 1 game is still in game 1.
Yeah, still in progress. I don't know what. Once this, it's 6-2 to Logan. Okay, in the first game, so not a lot of progress really. Mm.
Oh well, thank you, Nelson. I'll hand over to Jared here to close up.
Okay, good commentating
with all
with
the
you.
confidence in the world that Paddy will complete this turn and win the first of the semi-finals.
Yep.
So thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Jared.
Yeah, good to be back to watch what should be the end. We know he still needs to.
Yeah, still. Well, I always said it before when he was had the rush in field before when John missed the lift. We thought, well, it was curtains then, but he didn't
Never
manage
say
to get.
never.
Never say never. How many times have we been in that situation?
We were talking earlier about the greatest comebacks. I've seen a 25-0 come from behind comeback.
Yep.
So it can be done, but
Yes, and also I have seen matches where, and was here in New Zealand, where Robert Fulford was 2 games and 1 break ahead, in a best of 5, and lost it to Chris Clark.
And just while Paddy's on the final half a dozen shots, we'd just like to do another thank you, because without the support of these sponsors, this broadcast wouldn't have been possible. So our major sponsor for Kata Māori, the viewing platform, part of the kaupapa at Aotearoa's home of series, news, sports and entertainment. Bailey's, New Zealand's largest full-service real estate brokerage. With Bailey's, all together, you're better. Caltex, proudly fueling your journeys for 80 years. From fuels and lubricants to deals and rewards, Caltex always has you covered. New Zealand Carbon Farming, establishing permanent forests. They managed to plant 9.5 million trees across the Motu in 2023. And finally, Apollo Projects, your experts in design and build, supporting businesses and communities across Aotearoa, based right here in Otautahi.
Okay, nice rush to the peg from Paddy. So he's back probably nearly 3 yards from the peg. And he is lining up his peg out.
So I'd like to say also ngā mihi nui, congratulations to John as well for anybody to reach the final of the New Zealand Open as an achievement, and it's fantastic to have John back in the game. I think you're always going to be up against it when you're playing a player with the class of Paddy.
Yep. And he pegs out both balls in the one tone. So, well done, Paddy Chapman, finalist again in the New Zealand Open.
Ko te toa o te tēnei ki āmuo. So the winner is Paddy Chapman with a 2-0 victory. And that's just about us from the viewing platform. So we'd just like to finish with a whakakapi. So, nō reira, kua o te wā motu mahi e tēnei rā, ki nā kai whakahaere, me nā kai whakateitei ki huma tā rātou koutou, hokinga ki o koutou kāinga, tēnā koutou nā kai mātā ki takitaki i tā koutou tū hona mai, noho ara mai. That's all from us today. We want to wish you all the best, Paddy, in the final tomorrow. You'll be versing the winner of Joe or Logan, and we look forward to you joining us on the platform tomorrow. I'll hand over to Nelson for the final closer.
Yep, great talking with you, and I think it's been a great semi-final, and I hope you've all enjoyed it, and we look forward to speaking to you tomorrow for the New Zealand Open final. Thank you.
Ka kite anoho.
This is an opportunity that we can't pass on.
I just want to thank New Zealand Carbon Farming for taking the initiative and supporting schools like ours.
It's really important they have that outlet to come to kura for another reason other than curriculum, and for some reason in our water our kids just breathe sport, and having that resource here makes life that much more enjoyable and they can keep doing what they're good at.
Having this funding, being able to use it specifically targeting sport is hugely beneficial.
No time to fluff around today? No worries. Just swing into Caltex and pay for fuel with Pay an App to speed on through. Ooh, yeah. Feels good. Use it at your local participating Caltex.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through tough times.